What's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? Today's a early day. I'm gonna try to hurry up and get this in, and before it's too late. Just things to do today. Have a run. Okay. Um, Shout out to Ostefco. For those that don't know, this is reviewing Ostefco's videos for some 2 years now, on and off. This came across my feed. Actually typed in Ostefco's because we haven't heard much from her lately, and I see that I've missed a couple of her videos, and it was one that really caught my attention, and so we will be going over it today. And the video that caught my attention um is some I think the title was "Modern Dating Isn't Hard for Everyone," something along those lines. And Ostefco, goes through her opinion on the current dating scene. Yeah, here we go. Modern dating isn't hard for everyone, and that's exactly the problem, right? So that's the title. And Ostefko goes in and she speaks about the kind of lopsidedness and how it's easy for certain people dating, and for others it's a little bit more difficult. How you have certain people that meet within 2 weeks, and in a month they're married, and they're still married a decade plus, right? And then there's others who date for 6 years or so, and then they get married, and they might get divorced, or they might stay married. Either way, and when Ostefko's speaking about that, I agree with her. The entire dating, marriage, mating market is a big crapshoot, right? There are certain things that you can do to mitigate against some of the worst proclivities of human beings, of women or of men. There are certain things you can do to mitigate against that, but none of these things are guarantees. And I agree with Ostefko on that. Where I push back on Ostefko and where I disagree with Ostefko, and I'm sorry for my background, of course, police sirens, of course, when I'm speaking right now. Um, where I disagree with Ostefko made this kind of throwaway line comment where, men are critiquing women in the dating scene, and it's as if men also don't like the same women. I think, in other words, as if men are not chasing after the same type of woman. And I think what much of the issue that we're having with our current discourse when it comes to dating, marriage, men, women, intimacy, we're speaking about heterosexual relationships in particular right now, is a lot of our rhetoric is stuck some 30, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, when women didn't have as much freedoms, and women couldn't show you what they prefer as readily. Women couldn't, and essentially it's women couldn't show their ass. If I can be a little bit more frank and honest, women couldn't show you that, oh, instead of average, I'd rather be single. I would much rather be the side chick to the upper middle class guy than be the wife to the average guy. Like, much of our rhetoric is still stuck there. And I think when Ostefko said that, and by the way, Ostefko's video here, this think piece that she has, she's not necessarily being antagonistic. She's not being too mean. So I'm not gonna hit her with that energy, because she did not create a video with that type of energy. Um, or a think piece, better yet, with that type of energy. What I will say to Ostefko is, Ostefko, you as a woman in her 40s, early 40s, if I'm not mistaken, or late 30s, early 40s. I think you might actually be 40 now. Um, and much of the women around our age, I'm in my late 30s, you're 40 or just about to be, something like that, or maybe just, um, we have to have a different type of conversations, particularly amongst Black people, where we speak about women having agency and autonomy, and that women, and especially in the Black community, I don't know where we get this talk about patriarchy from, which you did mention. The Black community is not a patriarchy, nor has it ever been. The Black community is ran by its women, right? I will use the term matriarchy, but really the Black community is a gynocracy. The Black community is run by its women. So I don't know why you threw that term out there, but okay, fine. You were talking about larger society. We're no longer in the 1940s or 50s. So like the patriarchal concepts of men in being dictators, no pun intended, and being like these ultra men that force their wives or their girlfriends to do certain things and have the last say and sit at the head of the table and eat the big piece of chicken, etc., etc. These ideas that we have of like this is the way it goes still is not actually what's happening, right? Like it's definitely not what's happening in the black community, but it's not even happening outside of the black community, right? So I think we just have to have a different type of conversation about how much agency women have, right? And how much of what's going on in the dating scene, and Ostefko, I'm going to say it because all of the data backs me. By the way, Ostefko, so if you check in the description box under the link I have for your think piece, is a whole lot of videos from men and women. And if I'm going to bring up, I should have actually brought up Dataclysm also with Christian Rudder. I'll bring that up also. So we have a bunch of, especially online dating, but this is reflected in real life. Online dating is just an exaggerated version of this, where women are the ones that are super choosy, where women are the ones that find like 80% of men unattractive, not men. Translation, Ostefko. When you said that men are chasing after the same type of woman, that's not borne out in the data. That's just not borne out in the data. There are more single men than women. More women would rather be, and I'm saying this and it sounds facetious and it actually sounds like a fallacy, but there's data to prove that women would rather be the side chick to a dude with some money than an average guy that's okay-ish. I think it's just because we're as a society, not as the black community in particular, but as a society, because we're coming out of maybe a more male dominated space when it comes to dating and relationships and whatnot, our rhetoric is still stuck somewhere 40, 50, 60 plus years ago. But that is not the world we're living in, right? And so there's a lot of people that are struggling to keep up with the current dating, marriage, mating market, especially as women become more educated, as women have more access, as women are taught and raised to have an imagination that says that, you know, the sky's the limit. What that means for dating and marriage, when in as you can see what Scott Galloway and what Bill Maher was saying is like college educated women do not want non-college educated men. Well, what does that then mean for dating? And I know for you, Stefko, it's a bit different. I know you may not have that strict requirement, but many women, arguably most women do, right? Then what does that mean for their dating and mating situation? I have another link from one of those type of shows. Is white dudes and what mainly white women. There's one black woman there. It's one of those shows that Rollo Tomasi is on, and the the guy is trying to prove a point here. He's asking women, and they have a one of those kind of postcards with it with a green and a red, and red is obviously no, green is yes, and he's asking the women, how many men approach you essentially daily that you do not find attractive? How many men do you not find attractive? And like all the women are saying, like most men are not attractive to them. That's not the case for men. That's just not the case. So this think piece that Ostefko posted a month ago now, so Mr. Z is really late, and hopefully Ostefko listens to this and listens to this all the way through. Unless of course I have a 2 hour long stream, then it's understandable. You know, Ostefko's think piece has over 100,000 views. Has over 100,000 views, right? And there's a lot of women in the comments corroborating what Ostefko is saying. What's frightening about that is, once again, what men think, what men feel, and we don't have to necessarily be antagonistic to women. We don't have to be harsh. We don't have to be petty. But what men think and what men feel and what men are experiencing in the dating scene summarily gets dismissed or minimized. Or just straight out, the rhetoric is just not what we're living. That's not what the average dude is living. So it's the old adage that we use in the black manosphere all the time, where women are women. Oh, Stefko, this is borne out in the facts. So Mr. Z is not pulling this out of his ass. Women, for the most part, are chasing after the same men. And so they're imagining why those men are such crap men, why those men are dismissive of their feelings, why those men treat them like they're one of 1 million, why those men are just mean and just ghost these women and et cetera, et cetera. Because these women never consider all the men that they don't find attractive. So the one guy that you said yes to, or that you swiped right on the dating app, or the one man that approached you and you said yes to, you forgot that you said no to like 10, 15, 20 men, or that you gave 10, 15, 20 men the side eye when they were trying to approach you. Or you forgot that we live now in a quote unquote street harassment, anti-street harassment society and environment, that there were a number of men that did find you attractive, but they didn't even approach because we no longer live in a world where many men feel comfortable approaching women. Also, our work environments are not necessarily the same as for our parents or our grandparents, where this wasn't so frowned upon to ask one of your coworkers out on a date, right? So the one guy that approaches you, but that also he's juggling 3 or 4 other women, 5 other women, we hyper focus on that guy without thinking about the guy who hasn't had sex in 6 months, or who hasn't had sex in a year plus, or at least hasn't had a situation or a relationship in a year or so, right? So I can appreciate and understand the women complaining and the women expressing how difficult it is to date, and how they're going out and putting on their best clothes, and what they say, beating their face with the makeup and doing all of these things to make themselves appealing and attractive. But we have to be honest, to a particular type of man, nothing wrong with that. But then if you go back home feeling lonely, feeling rejected, and you're crying in your pillow, can we be honest that you were looking for a particular type of man? And once again, maybe that's not you, Ostefko. Maybe that's not a, a number of women, but for most women, that is the case. And there's nothing wrong with that. But understand, when women feel undesirable and when men feel undesirable, those are two different type of undesirables. Women feeling undesirable more often than not is them not feeling desirable by the men they want, right? The men they find desirable, or at baseline, the men that they would quote unquote settle for. When men feel undesirable, men are just not desirable, right? And that's something I think Ostefko and many women in Ostefko's position struggle with, because they struggle dating and they see these chiseled chin men who can pretty much get almost any woman he wants, and they never really consider all the other men that they ignore. All the other men, shout out to Clueless, that they are like as if, right? So watching this think piece just spoke to me about how much even Ostefko, as an educator or maybe former educator, just doesn't appreciate the difference between being a boy, a young man, a full adult man, and a girl, a young woman, and a full adult woman, and our different experiences and how women reject men, right? Right? How women reject men, how women put men on ice, how women put men in the friend zone. And what makes the friend zone so toxic, because women say, oh, we don't owe you sex. You don't. We don't owe you a relationship if you're our male friend. You don't. What makes the friend zone so toxic is that you don't cut that person off. Men and women put each other in the friend zone, but women that put men in the friend zone, what's really pernicious, oh, not pernicious, what is really disgusting about that is how our society then sees that man. You're not owed that relationship from that woman. You're correct. You're not owed sex. You're correct. You're not owed that type of romantic affection. You're correct to the women and to overall society that says that. Here's the issue, that woman knows that too. What she is doing is milking boyfriend benefits, milking attention, milking non romantic affection from that man, knowing he wants something more. She will not grant that to him because she doesn't see him that way. Perfectly okay. But she still wants him around to get all of these benefits, right? With very little in return. Her mere presence. Toya said the word I'm looking for is pugnacious, right? And thank you, Toya, right? And thank you, Korean, for the super sticker, right? And we'll pause right here. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. So I definitely wanted to make this think piece. Like I said, I'm not going at Steph Cole harshly. I hope she listens to this. I've reviewed some of her stuff in the past, so I don't know what she thinks of Z. But it's something to think about. And I think a lot of women, black women in particular, never consider that, nor do they care to. The idea is that most of the cards, if not all of the cards, are in men's favor, beginning end. We haven't considered where women find themselves at now, right? And I make this argument that we're seeing a different type of woman, especially over the past decade or so, on social media and internet and, excuse me, dating apps, not only because of the internet allowing for a certain level of anonymity, but also the more liberated woman. And there's an argument to be made about what we define as liberated, right? Because I would argue that a lot of people, women included especially, are slaves to their emotions and their whims, and white corporate society has found a way to capitalize off of that. There's a whole different argument to be made about liberated, but fine. The more liberated woman is showing you who she is, and a lot of our society is struggling to articulate what that is. A lot of our society, and I'm saying Western society, quote unquote, developed society, is struggling to define that, is struggling to see, first, identify that, secondly, define that, and third, come to grips with that. What a freer, quote unquote, freer, more liberated woman and what she desires, what that looks like and what that means for society. So you can speak on the birth rate, you can speak on family formation, you can speak on buying homes, buying new cars, big purchases, right? You can speak on careers. We can speak on education and college enrollment and college education, advanced and terminal degrees, you know, right? Life in a particular career field, all of these things that, coupled with relationships with men or not, what that looks like. And I think our society is struggling, right? To be honest, that women are showing you oftentimes that if it's not hypergamous, then it's nothing. And extremely hypergamous. We're not saying a man that earns a mere $2,000 and $5,000 more. We already know that for the most part, people end up with people who are similarly situated with them, class, education, income. But maybe we're moving to a different world where women are saying it's hypergamy or nothing. And what does that mean? Once again, we already know, according to the American Enterprise Institute, so these numbers are a bit old now. They're about 7 or 8 years old. According to the American Enterprise Institute, 26% of poor Americans are married, 39% of working class Americans are married, and 56% of middle class and above Americans are married. So once again, marriage being more of a sign of class, right? A sign of being arrived, right? What does that then mean for the dating, right? And as more and more women attain their college education, right? Maybe go and get advanced degrees, maybe terminal, and they're looking to be hypergamous. They are not quote unquote settling. Oh, Stefko, do you not see where we might be running into an issue here? What Mr. Z is doing is backing my statement that it's the women that are super choosy and picky and are chasing after the same type of men. Throughout human history, men had less children than women. It was the women, right? In other words, what is it like 40% or 60% of men never fathered children throughout human history? It's something around there, right? 40 to 60%. Where it's closer to what, like 80 or some odd percent of women that have mothered children. So there are historical there's historical precedent to this. There is, more modern interpretations of this, but everywhere you go, for the most part, it speaks on women being the ones who would rather be with the same type of man than men being with the same type of woman or chasing after the same type of women. That's throughout human history. And now that we're more and more of our planet is coming out of the industrial revolution into something different, we're struggling to keep up with. Maybe we're going back to a world where women are saying, look, maybe I'm not so anti-polygamy. Maybe I don't have a problem being wife number 3 or 4 to the upper middle class man, the rich man, the elite man, the wealthy man, right? Maybe I don't have a problem being wife number 5. I would much rather be wife number 5 or 7 to the guy that's bringing home $1 million a year, right? Than be the number 1 wife, the only wife of the guy that's making 50 or 60. God forbid 40 or 35. And I think, Ostefko, what you showed here when you were speaking speaks to that. It's not a one-to-one. I think our society struggles with this, where men's negatives are supposed to be put on front street, and we make sure to emphasize this is a man thing, right? We struggle to say this is a man thing, but when it's something that we might see women engage in disproportionately more than men, we struggle to say this is a woman thing. If it's a negative, we struggle to say this is something that we see more often in women, especially if it has adverse effects on our society, negative effects on our society, right? We struggle to tell women that a number of you engage in this behavior or in this activity, and that's actually hurting not just you, not just your family and friends, but because so many of you engage in this, whether it's a small, whether it's a large minority or a small majority, this is affecting our society, right? We struggle to say that. We have no issue, and you saw this, and I'm gonna have to link it now that I've said it. You saw this when Scott Galloway was speaking to Joe Scarborough on Morning Joe, and Joe Scarborough tried to do the whole men need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. These young men need to just, and Scott Galloway slowed him down and said, no, wait. This is a systemic issue. We keep on saying that to men. This is bigger than those young men and what they're not doing. But we're so used to doing that to men. Like Joe Scarborough would never say that to men. I mean, excuse me, say that again, Z. Joe Scarborough would never say that to women. Okay, fine, that's not his place. Mika Brzezinski, his wife, who was sitting right next to him, would never say that to women. right? So let me say that again. It's very easy for men to chastise men and for women to chastise men, particularly young men. Now, when we start speaking about young women and what they may be engaging in, or maybe some of their worldview and ideas that is having an adverse effect on society, we struggle to say that. We struggle to express that because we don't want to come off as sexist and misogynistic. In our case, as Black people, misogynoirist. So we find a way to double down on boys and men and young men, right? Huh. So seeing Ostefko speak about the struggles in dating, speak about how she used to try to imitate or follow um what another person did to maybe get similar results. I can appreciate that. I can understand the struggle, right? I can attempt to put myself in a woman's shoes and see the struggle of, okay, you know what, this is just not working for me. And I went left and it didn't work. I went right and it didn't work. I kept straight and it didn't work. I went backwards, it didn't work. Right? I can appreciate that. But I think Ostefko struggles to appreciate what men are saying, what young men are saying, what they're experiencing, right? The masses of young men, by the way. And there's so much data that backs this. I'm using online data because that's the stuff that we can more accurately see, right? That's the stuff you can actually parse through. But even in real life, you see this. It's not just dating apps. And quite frankly, Ostefko, as a woman who has dated multiple white men, if you check the dating divide, remember this is a book that was written by non-black men. So there's no black men associated with this book, from my understanding, right? The dating divide speaks on how women of color, so obviously white women, but women of color respond first to white men and then men of their respective races. That's not the case for black men and for other men of color. So once again, some of the old tropes are just being disproven in everyone's faces, but we refuse. Either we don't know the information, or when we're given the information, we have spent so long saying the contrary that we just don't know how to now deal with and come to grips with. I saw what you said earlier, Trell. Come to grips with this new information that may be and possibly is more accurate, right? And excuse my background, it's a South Florida day, so of course it's raining right now. If y'all hear the rain in the background, my apologies. Hopefully it doesn't stop the stream. Um, but yes, it's the women, right? It's the women, and going back to the dating divide, Ostefko, that's something that women of color are going to have to come to grips with. Are you sure? And I want to be very clear what I'm about to say, because this is going to sound a bit vulgar. And Ostefko, you being a woman that dated white men, maybe you can corroborate this. Are we sure that it's men of color that are chasing after white women as trophies because these men of color are not they're not white men, right? And so their show of status and their show of being quote unquote being patriarchal is by having the white man's trophy. This is what we say to black men all the time, right? You go after white women, especially white men of means, because you want the white man's trophy, and you can't be the white man even with money and status. So you, excuse me, date white women and hopefully in your mind marry a white woman to show that you've arrived, that you're a man of status. Are we sure that because, and especially in the black community, because more black men are married out, are we sure that black women are not attempting or are not open to ending up with white men? It's just that white men are the ones who are either not interested in black women at all, or are having extracurricular fun with black women, but aren't sealing the deal by marrying black women. So when we look at the marriage rate says black men are married outside of their race 2 times more than black women, but that says nothing to how many black women have had sex with white men, right? Or how many black women would have liked to have been. And when I say white men, read non-black men writ large, but white men specifically, obviously. Um, but once again, how many black women have had sex with white men, but that sex never matriculated into marriage? Or how many black women wouldn't be opposed to being married to a white man? It's just never happened. Are we sure that just because black men marry white women more, that it wouldn't be the same thing for black women? It's just that's not where we are as a society, right? Going to the dating divide. And a lot of this, like, and even Dr. Jennifer Lundquist, oh, Stefko, if you're listening still, Dr. Jennifer Lundquist is a white woman, white, right? Then you have Dr. Chantel Buggs, who's a mixed woman who, because of her hair, it might comes off different, but who is a mixed woman who could possibly pass as a white woman. Not, but there's certain things that she wears that it makes it a little bit more difficult for her to pass. But cool. Both of these women said, right? Both of them. These are the authors of the book. Both of them have spoken to and have said that women of color, women, not just women of color, but women in general, are the ones that have this patriarchal understanding of manhood, which causes them to put white men on a pedestal. This is not the case for men of color and men writ large. In other words, white women do not have the same cachet because they're white women and they represent white femininity that white men have that represent white masculinity. This also affects dating, by the way. Oh, Stefco, right? There are a number of mitigating circumstances, different data points that I just think we just don't grapple with. We don't appreciate. We don't put into our analysis when we are thinking about dating, marriage, relationships, intimacy, that leave like this big blind spot when it comes to speaking about dating and intimacy, particularly from men's point of view, right? We continue to speak about young men as if all they want is a warm hole and a woman that bows. That's all they want, is just a warm hole and a woman that bows. And there's so much missing there. We speak about men like they're inherently unintelligent when it comes to emotions, like emotionally unintelligent. We speak about men like they're just these big dumb brutes who hide their emotions, hide their feelings, right? Ain't that right, Khadijah? And who are attempting to play man. Like, it's funny because we don't speak about women like women are pretending to be women and pretending to be feminine and pretending to be soft for the softer women. But we do speak about men, that men are attempting to be men. Men uh, are acting, particularly for black men, are acting hyper masculine to make up for not being white men. That's how we speak about men, black men specifically. We don't speak about them like this is inherent to them. We speak about men as if men are being taught to be men by other toxic men. By the way, this also affects dating, right? Women have it right, men don't, right? So it affects dating, especially in the Black community, when one of us women assumes that we are on the right side of history, we stand on the moral high ground, our view of these things is correct, the other party is toxic, um has a old world view of the world, is coming from a negative place, is very selfish and myopic, right? This is how we speak about men, young men, right? That young men are the mean ones. That young men are the selfish one. That young men are the horny ones. They're the losers that women have to quote unquote build up, right? Exactly, L's active, defective men. That's how we speak. Now, more and more data has come out, even about the Black community, that men still earn more than women. Yes, that includes even in the Black community. Now, when you tell people that, and then when they go and do their research, namely women, they come back and say, not enough more. That affects dating also. Oh, Stefco is just so much that you did not consider when putting out your think piece. And yes, these little throwaway lines that you used, that it didn't seem that you were too passionate about, but it speaks to something. And Ostefco, you represent far more Black women than I think you even appreciate. That may not hate Black men. This is where we get into Kevin Samuels' territory with the low-level contempt of Black men. They may not hate Black men. They've had experiences with Black men and non-Black men, but yet and still, even if they're open to, and even though they would prefer a Black man, that low level of contempt causes them to say certain things, feel certain ways about Black men that hamper or that help to hamper ending up with one. So it's whatever they have going on, it's whatever luck or not having luck they have, plus this low level contempt of Black men, plus whatever air quotes childhood trauma they have when they were 8 years old about some little boy saying something about their hair or their skin tone or their nose, right? These are things that go underreported in the Black community, right? Under investigated. We just lack the critical understanding of modern women in dating. So much of our rhetoric is stuck in the 80s, in the 70s, in the 60s, maybe even in the 50s. We are 20, we are damn near 25 years in to a new millennia and a new century, and yet our rhetoric is stuck 60 some odd years ago. Modern technology has completely changed the game. Feminism has completely changed the game. Our education system has completely changed the game. Mass media has completely changed the game, right? Easily accessible information has completely changed the game. More and more people having automobiles where a 10-mile, 15-mile trip is around the corner now. 20, 25 miles is around the corner now. These things have completely changed the game, but yet we're still speaking, right? Like we're in the 1960s somewhere. Airplanes have completely changed the game. I am in South Florida. I can be in New York in 3 hours. Well, maybe four, but 3 hours. Now, the ticket would be super expensive if I tried to book it right now, but I can be in New York in a matter of 5 hours. Right? So this speaks to us having like Paleolithic brains practically with like space age technology, right? We have medieval social construction, Paleolithic brains, and I'm butchering the actual quote for this. Somebody said it before. Somebody will correct me in the comments. Right? Paleolithic brains, medieval institutions, and space age technology, and we're struggling to kind of make this thing work as a society, right? And you're right about this, Pensive, but I still have to say it how I have to say it. And Pensive says it's not our rhetoric; it's normies and women's rhetoric. Most young men see this, though. Yeah, no, you're right, but I still have to phrase this the way I am right now, right? And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. So I think these are things that we just struggle with as a society. It is affecting dating. So to Ostefco, that is what I will say. I saw your think piece. Once again, you didn't come off necessarily aggressive. You weren't particularly mean or antagonistic. That's why I'm hitting you with this particular type of energy. With that, there were a few one-liners that you just threw out there that I think you truly believe, but that is not borne out in the data. And I think you represent a lot of women, particularly black women. I think the idea that men are chasing after the same type of Instagram baddies, right? The IG baddies. I think women really would like to believe this, but the data doesn't prove that, right? The data just doesn't prove that. And our society just struggles with that, right? Our society struggles with the idea that women said, I would rather be single than end up with average. Our society struggles. Stefco, even in the black community, we critiqued Kevin Samuels to death. I mean, like literally to death. But we spoke of him as if he was speaking to himself. Excuse me. We do not speak about Kevin as if Kevin had women calling in night after night after night after night after night after night, asking for the same type of man. This didn't matter whether this woman was light skinned or dark skinned, tall, short, um, broad nose, narrow nose, shapely, not shapely, educated, not educated, West Coast, East Coast, down south, Midwest, Pacific Northwest. And that's just not the case for men. That is just not the case for men. I bring that up, Ostefco, to say it was the women calling in who said, who wants to be with average anyway? When Kevin would speak to men, men never said anything like that, Ostefco. That's women saying that. Who wants to be with average anyway? So I'm supposed to be with a regular man? That was another woman that said that. Women are saying that, Ostefco, not men. This is something our society struggles with. It's not the men. Who wants to be with average anyway? I guess I could do bad all by myself. I'll just do. We have the news clip of the. This is an attractive black woman. She's on news. She's literally on news with a black man, a white woman, and she's the black woman. And when they're speaking about economically unattractive men are leading to a downturn in marriage, and this is the woman's perspective. This is women's perspective. The article is focused on women's perspective about why they don't date or marry or what it takes for them to consider a man marriageable. And it's speaking about the money and education aspect of it all, but really the money. And when the men finally back down the women in this conversation on news,
The woman folds first. The white woman folds. She folds. She gets real quiet. The black woman rolls her eyes, Ostefko. Gives you the sassy, snarky black woman face. And said, I guess I could do all bad all by myself. When the black man says, okay, look, it wasn't called dating down. And the face he does, it wasn't called dating down when men were paying for this and men were paying for that and men were the primary breadwinner, or when men are the primary breadwinner, because once again, men still earn more than women. Yes, even in the black community. But when that black woman had to be faced with the possibility that she may not remember, she's all new, so we're assuming she makes pretty good money. But when she had to when she had to face the potential, just the idea that she wouldn't end up with the kick-ass super millionaire, the look on her face and the words that she used, I could do bad all by myself. That's not what men do, Ostefko. Right? That is not what men do. That's not a man thing. That's a woman thing. So once again, it's not men chasing after the same type of women. Men are not the ones that are perfectly okay, and I'm saying men writ large, with being husband number 6, boyfriend number 3 and 4 and 5. That is not a man thing. I don't care how attractive a woman is. Men are not okay with being Naomi Campbell at her zenith, or Tyra Banks or Halle Berry, or name them. Beyonce, right? Kelly Rowland, Rihanna. Men would not be okay with being boyfriend number 6 or 7, husband number 10. That's what women are okay with. If he has the resources, they're perfectly okay with that. That's not a man thing, Ostefko. We are not chasing after the same women. Right? And that's something, once again, our society is going to have to grapple with. And Chuck says, you don't understand female nature. When it comes to sex jealousy relationships, there is a male human nature and a female human nature. These sex differences are rooted in our mammalian biology. I understand, Chuck. Maybe I don't appreciate why I'm saying what I'm saying the way I'm saying it. Right? Huh. I'm saying what I'm saying the way I'm saying it for a reason. Right? And L's active, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right? So I think this is just something we don't appreciate in our society. I listened to Ostefko speak. I saw the clips that she played. I know what she's referring to. You see this often when women struggle in the dating scene, when they put on their best clothes and they put on their best makeup and they go out to a bar or club, or they go clubbing one night and then they come back home, you know, and they're which it always makes me cringe watching women you literally pressed the record button and recorded yourself crying and complaining and then pressed upload at the end. That always makes me cringe, but fine. The women record themselves crying or complaining or tearing up and speaking about the struggles of meeting someone, as if men, number one, men don't struggle. Number two, that they didn't ignore their coworker who was flirting with them, or they didn't ignore the guy that was trying to walk up to them on the sidewalk, right? Or they don't walk around with the resting bee face, the resting yitch face that turns men off or that causes men to shy away, right? If y'all remember the story years ago, it was a dark-skinned sister that recorded herself walking out of a club. I think she started recording herself walking, and then she ended up sitting somewhere. Or she record herself when she was already sitting down, but she was outside. And dark-skinned sister, she was recording herself, and she went to some club, some bar. I want to say she was in Vegas. And like she spoke about like none of the brothers trying to talk to her and how invisible she felt, and she was tearing up and whatever. Come to find out, homegirl had a whole mixed kid. I think ex-white husband or ex-white baby daddy, um, whole mixed kid, and now she's trying to double back to the brothers, and like she wasn't getting that much play at this bar or this club, and now she's recording herself speak low key playing the colorism card, um, but how these men, black men, ignored her and made her feel undesirable, etc., etc. Got a whole mixed kid from a white dude, right? And that I'm using that as an example specifically to say, madam, you had already stepped out. You had already given black men the middle finger. Now you're attempting to double back to black men, and now you're saying that black men are making you feel undesirable. You are made to feel undesirable by black men. I'm using this as an example to say this goes on often with women writ large, but black women specifically. You ignore the advances of certain men only to complain about feeling ignored by other men. What? Right? Wow. And Black Uru says the girl feels bad. Somebody is supposed to do something about it. Disney. No, this is true. This is true. Right? So that's something to consider. I think I'll pause right there with my commentary. I'm about to let some of y'all up. This is going to be an early stream. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Um, I wanted to kind of I didn't want to make this too long. I think about an hour is good. Um, like I said, Ostefko wasn't aggressive. She wasn't mean. She wasn't antagonistic. But I think Ostefko, like just about every black woman on planet Earth, but definitely in America, in the West, um, has a low level contempt for black men. And you saw that expressed here by Ostefko. I'm pretty sure she didn't even catch it. Obviously, her female subscribers, definitely the black ones, did not catch it. But she said a couple of things that are just like factually inaccurate and is borne out in the data. There's research about this, Ostefko. This is where sociologists and social scientists and brain scientists come in. There's research about this. There is research and there's data about um, selling and targeting girls and women with lifestyle branding and advertising in a way that you just don't do to the boys, because the boys have to be the producers in our society. So it just doesn't work the same. So you target the girls and use the girls that will become women to make them boys who will become men spend. There's like so much research on this. And by the way, that affects dating also. Everything I've said so far is dating and relationship and eventually marriage related, right? This is something that we just have to consider, right? And so if it for the women that are struggling dating, I'm not a woman. I don't know how much advice, and I don't even have a child. I don't have a daughter, so I don't know how much advice I can give you. All I could tell you is the data does not say that the men are chasing after the same type of woman. That's just not borne out in the data. Men are far less choosy when it comes to women than the mass media would lead you to believe, as opposed to what mass media would lead you to believe about women, about how they're so heartfelt and so caring and more open to men and less selective on looks, and are okay with quote unquote building with a man. What does that building even look like? I think mass media and these talking heads on mass media and on social media have completely warped the way we speak about relationships, intimacy, sex, child rearing, childbearing, and all of that, marriage, etc., etc. Right? And once again, as Black Uru said, the girl feels bad. Somebody is supposed to do something about it. Disney, right? Man. So y'all let me know. Put in the links up. Definitely for someone like Black Uru with girls. I know Trail, you have at least one daughter. Trail, you know, like what do y'all think about this? Anyone with daughters. Um, and for those of you that checked out the link in the description box, the first one, but all the others, like all the other links, many of us have already seen these links at least once or twice, at least once, right? And there's way more. I only have another, what, 4 or 5 links up. I can easily make that 10 or 15. And I'm speaking to Ostefko with that to say, Ostefko, once again, there's just so much data that backs up what I'm saying, right? And that does affect dating, by the way. So to the ladies, I say, dating is a crapshoot. You are literally, as an adult, we're assuming adult dating, trying to find someone that is going in the same direction as you, that you can stand, right? And that, not that you could just tolerate, but that you appreciate, and that appreciates you, and that before we even get to love, that likes you, right? We speak about love often, but very few of us speak about someone just liking you first, right? And how important that is. So as an adult, you are attempting to find someone that you can spend, hopefully, the rest of your life with, that not only loves you, but likes you. And that's a tall order, especially in an atomized society where you're essentially told to get it on your own, and where your network and your family no longer act as a filter for you anymore. It's not just you looking for you, but your homegirls and your homeboys, your guy friends, your girlfriends, your family, your brothers, your sisters, your moms, your aunts, your uncles, even your grandparents are also looking for you, and not in a desperate way, but just to say like, hey, my grandbaby Ostefko, she's single, and I know Mr. Charlie's son is around her age, and he's single, and I've seen him a couple of times, and he seems to have his head on his shoulder, and I know he has a pretty okay and stable career, and you know, Mr. Charlie, he's single, right? Okay, let me get his number. Let me give that to Ostefko. We just don't live in that world anymore. Not by and large. That also affects dating, right? Okay, Trell. And Trell says, when the discussion of dating and my daughter are expressed together, I stick fingers in my ears and go la 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 la. Okay, right, man. Black Ruru says, much more difficult to get a woman to truly like you over the long term. Oh man. In other words, if the more mysterious you are, the more likely she is to like you. So she likes you more in the beginning. The less she knows, right? And these are just things that affect dating and marriage and relationships. Like I said, I don't think we just do enough of a job to speak about male proclivities, but definitely women proclivities that just make this more difficult. And just telling men to quote unquote level up or to grow up or to be better people, as do better, as former First Lady Michelle Obama said once, men just do better. Like that, that's so condescending, right? Which is essentially what Joe Scarborough tried to do when he was speaking to Scott Galloway. Isn't it the problem that the boys and the men are just essentially too immature and too, and like that's just not the world we live in? And that's first. But secondly, okay, I'll concede the point. Let's say they are. And what incentives have we put on the table for average men? I'm not speaking about your elites. I'm not speaking about Barron Trump. Okay? I'm speaking about average men. What incentives have we put on the table for them to overachieve and overproduce? Speaking to what Dr. Richard Reeves spoke on. What incentives do we have on there? What, a failed marriage within 10 years? When women file for 70 and 80% of divorces? 90% if she's college educated? That's the incentive? Irreconcilable differences? That's the incentive? Right? By the way, that also affects dating. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. Right? That's something to think about, right? So, we'll pause right there. What's going on, Vince?
Yo, top of the morning.
What, what's up with you?
Man, life is life.
I feel you.
My ears perked up when you was talking about the friend zone stuff, man. Ooh-wee.
Yeah, I know.
And the leveling up and everything. Oh man, we could talk about that for because man, as much as I like the bait and switch on the friend zone, man, let me tell you.
I don't know any man who's never been in the friend zone. If any one of y'all in the comments have never been in the friend zone, y'all gotta let me know, because I don't know any man that's never been in the friend zone.
And the things that I've seen from this point of view, from this angle right here about how things are, you can learn things. I think that the best way I say, I guess, bilaterally, but things you can see from that position about how things work. It is vicious because, like, before I became the dude that I am today, the guy that I was, again, a friend zone Hall of Famer, because I think the thing is, and I've been trying to crack the code from my point of view from all this, is like for the type of dude that I am. I grew up in the church when I was younger and stuff like that. I grew up around. Remember I told you my mom, she was a feminist. She worked for a PAC, I think, a nonprofit, something.
Okay.
So all that stuff. My father is a man's man. He's blue collar, stuff like that, and everything. The problem is, my dad didn't teach me how to date. I learned a lot of stuff from women about how to approach women and stuff like that and everything like that. I didn't get
Ain't nobody gonna lie to you about women more than women.
And that's how I became a friend zone Hall of Famer. So, man, they'll they'll tell you that I think for me, and this is my personal experience, I think that women told me how to approach dating as the ideal way for a woman, which is, and this kind of like how can I say? Well, I feel some type of way a little bit because how I was told an approach, like, and plus, another background is most of the women I grew up with had kids before marriage, out of wedlock, teen parents and stuff like that as well, which I didn't realize till after I got older. I didn't do the math when I was younger. Like, hold up, yeah, I was the youngest, so I looked and I didn't realize, oh, they had kids at 16, 17, 18, blah, 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 blah. So I get older and they I think they're trying to correct their mistakes through telling me, wait till marriage, have sex, and all this other stuff and everything. I'm like, how hypocritical when I grow up. I'm like, how hypocritical is it? So they're like, and a little bit is good advice. Retrospectively, like right now,
Mm-hmm.
especially these days and times, get to know someone. Really, y'all. Get to know someone. Wait a little while. Get to see how they are. But the problem is that will also get you in the friend zone, which also leads me
Yep.
to I learned when I got
Yeah.
older in my 20s, which is kind of a risk. Play the numbers game. And playing the numbers game
Yeah.
is a risk if you're not savvy because you would get your ass caught up. If you
Yeah.
don't, you know,
Yeah.
oh, you didn't. I thought you told me that. No, oh, that should have been your other girl. So like it's so much. Like it. I'm not gonna lie. It takes like I really do. I'm not gonna lie. I think some men. I think I'm included. Some men mature a little bit later socially and stuff like that and everything. But at the
Mm.
same time, it's like I don't know.
You
It's complicated.
let
I'm still
let
trying to learn.
let me say this about running the numbers and women trying to
Mhm.
guilt men that have the ability to do that. Because let's be clear, once again, most men are not in that position where they're dating three and four and five and whatever how many women at the same time. First of all, financially.
Mhm.
Secondly, just that's just not how most men have their life set up. Okay, cool.
Right.
You know why a woman couldn't shame me about running the numbers, or women couldn't shame me about running the numbers? Because they're doing the same thing. The men that they have
Yeah.
in the friend zone, the orbiters, that is women running the numbers. That's them running the
Yeah.
numbers.
Yes.
They
And
just
I didn't know.
what you
Go ahead.
have to appreciate real quick. What you have to appreciate about the way of somewhat of a female proclivity is always giving themselves a out. So giving themselves a out is never putting themselves in a position where it's easily definable what they're doing, saying, how they're acting, etc., etc. So keeping men as orbiters and having dudes in the friend zone and having men they could call on in case of emergency, that is not exactly what men are doing. So they give themselves an out of saying, no, that's just a friend, that's just a coworker, that's just some guy I met at the gym and we've never done anything. And half the time they're not lying, they've never done anything with that dude. But it's in case of emergency, break glass boyfriend. In case of emergency, break glass, call on favor, right? And so they are running the numbers. It's just different, and it gives them a space to wiggle out of. So where you are hard ass dating someone, right? You've gone out with this chick multiple times. You've gone out with the next girl and the next girl and the next girl. That's your way as a man of running the numbers. Her way
And
of
do you
as a woman of running the numbers is she bought him lunch one time for at work, but he buys her lunch all the time. Or like I said, it's the mechanic that because she's been going to the same mechanic for years and they've built somewhat of rapport and she knows he likes her, but she keeps him in that zone, right? But she is running the numbers. Go ahead, go ahead.
and let me tell you, and us, like let's talk how we talk about this. This is the last place they want a man from the friend zone to hear. This
Mm-hmm.
is the what we're talking like the things that we've been talking about, on the more I guess superficial before we get to the racism and stuff like that and
Mm-hmm.
everything like that and all the undergird the dirty underbelly of things is like this is stuff. I don't think women want the friend zone dudes to hear because dudes like such as I once they start wising up, like you know what, I'm gonna call you back, and then you'll hear from like 6 to 8 months to like 5 years. And it's like you know what,
I think it's two. I think it's two different ways of seeing that. I think half of women do not care if the friend zone guy finds out because he ain't going nowhere. Um, Half of them don't care because it's like, so what? Um,
nah, it
and then the
depends.
other half would get annoyed, like you're saying, that friend zone guy no longer wants to be friend zone guy because he's listening to Z right now. Because they would try to shame what you think you're old six. You're not old a relationship. You're not old six. I thought you were my friend. And a real friend would be okay with being a friend, right? A
And
real friend would be okay with being a friend. It wouldn't be holding on for the off chance that something could develop more than just a friendship, right? So like it depends on that woman whether she would care to that the friend zone guy is no longer trying to be friends and he's out, right?
and such
So
is
there are
life.
women they yeah. It all depends. It all depends on how she sees herself in that situation and how she sees him. Some women will feel salty about it. Some women will try to guilt that man about it. It all depends. Let's be clear. There are women who are getting tangible and intangible benefits from the friend zone guy. And so if friend
Time,
zone guy says I'm out, she's gonna
time,
feel that, and she's gonna show.
capability.
She's gonna, yeah, time. Yep. Time, energy, capability, and manhood on a discount. If we're gonna be honest, manhood on a discount.
But look, they're also exploring what would be the nice guy who turns to the good man, because it's like, and I've been weighing this around because like I said, I am a friend zone Hall of Fame. I was a nice guy, but I realized, no, I'm just a good man. And most of those dudes, it's like the friend zone with a dude who's kind of like, unaware a lot to what's going on because he's a legitimate good guy. That guy time is being stalled for, a woman
Mm,
who's probably around who can actually use a man like that. But because of the culture and things, because of the social norms and stuff like that, those guys basically are being left out in the sun to dry. And it's like
mm,
all that time, like for me, because I feel type because my time, the way I wasted my time when I was young, when I was like, I could have went when I was appreciated rather than trying to. And a lot of dudes were like, man, you gotta like in the movies, you gotta earn her love, stuff like you gotta show her this, that, and the third. Meanwhile, while she getting piped by Daquan down the street
right.
and Sharif and all, you know what I mean? Like she getting. I
I
mean,
think that we have to be
she
honest about the world we live in. There are certain people that are gifted, or that opposite sex person, or maybe even same sex person, just likes them. This person doesn't have to prove anything. They walked in the door and their presence was proof enough. That exists for certain people. There are certain, the 6'5" tall chisel chin Tyrone or Chad or Lee or Ahmed or whoever. He walked in the door and that was proof enough. He don't got to prove nothing. And then there's others of us that it's because you're funny. There's others of us it's because you're charismatic. There's others of us that we smell like money. That's just the world
but
we live in. And for women, it's different. For some of them, they walk in the door and you could see the ass through the hips. You're like, yep,
now
good enough for me. There's others of them that got cute faces and little boy bodies, right?
now
And for
if
some brothers, that's good enough for me. There's others of them that I'm not gonna even say funny because I don't know how many women are actually funny. But there's others of them that are a bit more charismatic. There's others of them that they might not even be that pretty, but they ooze sexy, right? There's some of us that we don't gotta prove it, and then there's others of us that gotta stand in the waiting line, right? So, and I'll pause
now
right there.
now now
Go ahead, Black.
but
Go ahead and finish it. And I'll
I,
let Black
I,
Uber go ahead. Yeah.
I,
Hmm?
but what does it make of the young man who's like that, but that's socialized out of him?
What do you mean by that?
Like a dude who's like probably charismatic, stuff like that, and he get
Mhm.
playing attention and stuff like that, but they're like, no, you don't do that. No, that's not, this is how you're supposed to behave. Like, the older people, namely maybe the woman, stuff like that, say
Mm.
that's you're not supposed to, what I mean, you're not supposed to, I mean, don't be like this, be like this, because this is how you get they tell you, even though you're right, don't do
In
that.
other words, the women that lie to their sons and their nephews, who are maybe naturally charismatic and try to tamp down that charisma.
Yeah, put that shit on ice because you remind me of your father, you remind me of your grandfather, you
Oh
remind
yeah,
me
I
of
see
your
what
uncle.
you're
He's a
saying.
dog.
Yeah,
It's that and the third.
yeah. I think that's one of the most detrimental things I think women do to boys. Um, is stomp down who this boy is because of whatever issue you had with his dad. That is one of the most toxic, right, detrimental, and frankly kind of dangerous things that women do to boys. And you see it across the board where they crush the boy's spirit um because of whatever issue they have with his dad and whatever contempt they have for men writ large, particularly in the black community. Um, and I would argue you see certain you see the fallout of that with some of the young men now, with a lot of the young men now. Um, and when I say young, I mean like under the age of 50, right? Like, because mom had an issue, mom had whatever quote unquote trauma, um, and so she crushed her son's spirit. And I would argue
So
you see a lot of that reflected in our society right now. Like the way the men are moving, the way the men are speaking on average is and like a sense of defeat. Um I would argue that's both a societal and a issue of the home. What home they came from, what immediate environment they came from, and also the society really telling boys to put your hands behind your back because this is the era of girls and women,
And learn how to take a
right?
hit.
Yeah, learn how to take a hit, but learn how to take a hit from society, from women, from girls, and from elite men on top. That's what we're telling the average young man, right? And don't hit back, by the way. Go build something, nigga. Like that's what we're telling them. But yeah, what's going on, Black Uru?
What up, OG?
Hey, how
Mhm.
you doing, Z? How you doing, Vince?
Good, good.
Thanks for having me, Z.
Mhm.
One of the reasons why, you know, and I'll often say this, so you'll probably often hear me or often heard me make this phrase, but I believe in repetition of important concepts. So if I say it a
Mhm.
hundred times, if you hear me say it 1,000 times, it is because I genuinely believe this to be of the most profound importance. So I'm prefacing this by saying that I'm probably going to say something you and the folks in the chat have heard before. You got to travel. You got to get your passports. You got to date
Mhm.
non-black women. See, because a lot of all this friend zone for black men is about y'all dating this small group of women who themselves have a very limited sphere of what interests them. And
Mhm.
even in like the women in the Stepcos and those women who will complain about not being chosen, while they themselves, if they do date a black man, even they only want a particular profile of a black man.
Good point.
So, and that's what you guys are going after. It's a bad strategic position to take. And I'm not saying I don't understand it because given how we've been raised and the strictures of society and certainly those of prior history explain, why we would limit ourselves. But if you look at it from just a basic sort of competitive standpoint, it's like, okay, I'm only gonna take 2-point shots in the 3-point shooting league. That's
Mhm.
largely what many young black men do. You're taking 2-pointers in a 3-point shooting league.
I'm
And
guilty of.
and and, and the sad part is if a lot of you all probably are great 3-point shooters, a lot of you all would have racked up with some Latina women or some Asian women or some white women or some Middle Eastern women,
Mhm.
depending on where you are, where you have interest in traveling. You might not, Keisha might not even really was looking your way, but Shang Li you might have been the bee's knees to her, and you
But
never even
Uru,
give yourself the chance. Go ahead.
I,
Mhm.
I I think it's one thing about that is like some people, like such as I grew up in the majority black community, so it's like some people don't know no more than what they're exposed to, so they don't even know they're having a chance. They're oblivious to how the world is outside of what's at the tip of
Well,
their nose.
that's why I
Mhm.
said, brother. That's why I started out saying, because you're a grown man now, right?
Mhm.
Correct.
I mean, you're grown now, and presumably you have some access to some resources. Presumably you can either move around both within the United States as well as abroad, right? I'm
Right.
assuming. Okay,
Right.
so part of being a man is at some point you got to grab up your shit and go, cuz.
Become an
You know,
international player for a while.
well, I mean, but it ain't even
Maybe.
just about being a player. It's about going in an environment, first of all, that's going to view you to actually be a man and embrace
Mhm.
that and treat you accordingly. Because a lot of why a lot of black men are hesitant is we don't realize how little actual reinforcement of what it means to be a man that we receive. We don't know that. So, you know, a lot of it is just going into an environment where you're going to be treated like a man differently, specially. You're going to be looked at. You're going to be spoken to differently, and so how then that affects your relations with women, how that affects your relations even with other men is different, and it improves because you see yourself differently. You treat yourself differently. So then, regardless of whether you're dealing with black women, white women, etc., whatever, they're gonna smell it on you. They're gonna feel it on you. Oh, I'm dealing with a man. Now, many of them, certainly many of the black women, are gonna flee from it because they're so ensconced in gynocentrism that it's like throwing holy water on a vampire. Fine, let them go. But the other women, some black, not saying there aren't going to be any that black appreciate, but some black, but other women as well, they're going to flock to it. They're going to gravitate to it, and you combine that with actually having the physical presence of a black man, the vocal the vocal tone of a black man, the let's be real, the phallus of a black man puts you at a competitive advantage in most environments.
I agree
But
with
you have
everything
to
you said.
put yourself in those environments to enjoy that advantage.
No, I agree with that. I agree
I
with that.
definitely agree.
Good point. Good point.
What's going on, Chuck? What's going on? Better you. What's up with y'all?
Well, one thing I wanted to add real quick is there's a fallacy in this idea that you can change what women like or what they prefer. I think this is the same fallacy that feminists do when they want to re-engineer society to benefit women. I think when it comes to sex, relationships, jealousy, things of that nature, there is a male human nature and a female human nature. And these sex differences are rooted in biology. So when you think that you can socially engineer women who are not hypergamous or who don't have the mating strategy where they put men on the back burner and in the friend zone and keep men, they rank men in terms of, how their desirability. That's a mistake. This is human nature. This is the female human nature. We have to accept it as it is. I think it's a mistake to think that we can socially engineer women who, want less desirable men. You have to take the world as it is. And I think like when it comes to, for instance, men usually select women based on characteristics that you can notice from across the street or across the room. But women select men based on characteristics that you have to be up close to observe. And mainly it's related to status and, how important this man is relative to other men. So these things, you cannot socially engineer a society where women don't act a certain way, just the same way that you can't socially engineer a society where men don't prefer attractive women. Imagine if somebody tried to engineer a society where you have to date obese women only. Like, it's not possible. So I think
I ain't gonna lie, brother. If we live
have
in a world where we had to go by weight, I would definitely be a face man.
yeah, but
Well,
that's what
I don't know if I
Here.
agree with that. I don't know if I agree with that in a American society where 80% of black women are at the very least overweight, and maybe half of them are actually clinically obese. So I'm not
Yeah, that's a fact.
sure if I agree with that. I think we are being engineered, frankly, to accept and embrace fat women.
But
We're doing it
here's
slowly.
real.
We're bucking against it, but when you look at how things are going. Look, go watch some videos of Soul Train in the 1970s. It almost
Yeah,
looked like a
yeah, I've
different
seen it.
species of animal between those women. I well, I won't. I recently attended a family gathering, extended family gathering, and
Mhm.
I was unpleasantly surprised and disappointed at how corpulent so many of my female relatives were. And some of them I hadn't seen in a while. So I was aghast at how huge they were. And these were all beautiful women when they were young.
Right.
And they've eaten themselves into blimp status almost.
Hey,
And it's not an uncommon thing. And you know what's interesting? I don't know if except in a few instances, but all of us older guys were still fairly svelte. So you had men 50, 60, 70 even, still, can see their dicks. But the women are man. So I'm not. I gotta push back on that. I think we are being engineered into accepting these bigger.
You do make a point.
Wait. I really want to read this. And Excalibur says to Chuck, who's trying to change them, speaking to the women, because like I think there is some social engineering. So I will give Chuck that. I do think there's some social engineering on the women, but I think most of it is on the men. Right. So Excalibur said, Chuck, who's trying to change them, speaking to the women, right? Like, yeah. So, I just want to put that. I'm just going to leave this highlighted for a little while. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Go ahead, Chuck.
Real quick.
And after that, we'll get better. Go ahead.
Right. Trying to change them means that you want women to prefer men who make less money. Women are hypergamous. It's a universal aspect of women all over the world. I'm Nigerian. I was born in Nigeria. My wife is Nigerian. Nigerian women are hypergamous. Chinese women are hypergamous. Swedish women are hypergamous. So this idea that you can socially engineer a society where women aren't hypergamous, that is a mistake. This is what I'm saying when you're trying to change women. It's not realistic. I mean, you may get some daring nonconformists to follow along, but this idea that in mass women are going to not be hypergamous is a mistake. And I think this idea that 50-50 relationships, this is another thing. That my wife is an attorney. She was an attorney. Now she's a housewife. She doesn't work. Women are happier when they don't have to work. That's another aspect of hypergamy. So this idea that I think 50-50 relationships are less stable and lead to 50% divorce rates. So there is
the numbers bear you out, by the way.
Right, but there is if a woman is raised in a father-led household, you're more likely to be able to have a traditional relationship with her. But I think what's affecting Black Americans is that the traditional household has broken down and is producing a lot of dysfunction because the family unit is breaking down and society is breaking down because strong families don't exist in the same percentages that they used to back in the 60s and 70s. So that's all I'm saying. Like, you cannot change women from being hypergamous just because you state a number of statistical facts and things like that. I mean, you cannot negotiate attraction.
Here's something to ask you, being Nigerian descent. Are you anti-legal polygamy? Because I don't think women budge. Like, I just want to say it straight out. I think this is about as far as we go with women. The women that are, air quotes, okay with marrying men that earn less than them, I think we pretty much reached the market cap of that. And so from this point on, either you pour a bucket full of Edward Bernays, Sigmund Freud ass socialization on women to make them essentially be okay with marrying men that they're more educated than, that they earn more than potentially, or we allow for polygamy to be legal. Because I don't see women budging, because I think everything from here is going to what you're saying, where you increase the social decay. and I've spoken on this before, where I think we're gonna continue having, for the most part, a technologically advanced society. I think the phones get big, smaller, and more advanced. I think the cars start being able to drive themselves more, and just our technology just continues in this direction. You have personal flying cars, but the only reason we won't do that is because people are crashing in air. But stuff like that. I think the technology continues in that direction. What's the movie I'm thinking about? Elysium or something like that? Or one of those cyberpunk type shows or movies. But our actual society, the wealth gap increases, and that also increases who you, or decreases who you see married and who you don't see married. And I think marriage becomes more and more a function or a symbol of class. And I think wealthier dudes, if you allow for polygamy to be legal, will have 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 wives, while the rest of society, men will be engaging with prostitutes. I think you just go back to what we saw in medieval Europe, et cetera, et cetera. Go ahead, Joe.
Philip Z, you mean people who baby mamas are ahead of the curve?
Wait, say that again. Do I mean who's ahead of the curve?
I say you think that dudes with a whole bunch of baby mothers are ahead of the curve?
Yes and no. Yeah, I do think they're ahead of the curve only because it's not legal. Because if it was legal, and that would also would poorer women be okay with being with a dude that only earns a couple dollars more than them, but that is supremely attractive? Because a lot of that is looks based, and not status, but charisma based. I'm saying legal polygamy would upend a lot of that, because would those women rather be wife number 9 to the man that's not so good looking, but that has the money, than be at this present time, from her knowledge, the main chick to the charismatic dude in the hood with
she would be
12-inch phallus?
Because she would be okay with it because she would still fuck the charismatic dude on the side.
Yeah, good point.
Because unless they're gonna clip the nuts of all the other dudes, those women are still gonna be screwing. Why do you think they only had eunuchs in the harem?
Yep.
But there's just one last
thing. If you think just because you got money, you're not gonna get cucked in this futuristic world, you don't really know how human nature works.
Well, there are huge cultural differences. So in Nigeria, there are polygamous marriages. My wife is from a polygamous household, so she is in agreement with me having another wife if I want to take on another wife. But it's not legal here in the United States, so I cannot engage in that. But there are cultural differences. For instance, in Nigeria, single people have the lowest status in society. So when you marry, your status increases. So it's better to get married just in terms of your overall status, because if you're single into your 30s and 40s, it's not good whether you're male or female. So there's societal pressure to do that. And I know a lot of people who have multiple wives, even people who are Christians. There are certain cultural groups that you can have multiple wives, but I do.
But how does that work?
Instability.
Unless you have a war-torn society where large swaths of the men have been killed off. Unless you have that, how does polygamy work in a mass society?
Because not all men are equally attractive to women. Women are more attracted to men with resources, and resources are not evenly distributed. So there are very wealthy men, very wealthy families, and they are more attractive to have multiple wives. The higher you climb the ladder, the more easier it is for you to have.
I don't see how you have a productive society when you can have one man with a whole lot of women and then masses of other men with no women. That, to me, that sounds like a society that's destined to fail or has already been a product of some mass failure.
Political
wait, Chuck. Wait. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let you go 1 second. And B Rain Washes, Black Uru hit the nail on the head, and that was for Black Uru's monologue earlier. And thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. What I will say to what Black Uru says, and then after this, we'll get Chuck to finish up that statement, and then we got to get Better You in here and continue. Okay, so what Black Uru just said, I would say this is where Dr. Richard Reeves comes in, and this is why he's tried to kind of coax men into overproducing for exactly what you and Chuck are speaking on right now, which is you can't have a society where 75, let's say not even 75, where a good 60% of men, right, or 50% of men know they're never going to, there is no chance at wife. There is pretty much no chance at passing on for a future generation. No children, no how there's no way to incentivize them then. Nice cars and a nice house for who, right? For what? So how that's where I think Dr. Richard Reeves comes in and is kind of trying to find his, because I think he's just trying to shoot in the dark here when he's trying to chastise these men to overproduce, knowing that these men
Look,
know
I
that
recently
they're more likely not to have children. Go ahead.
I recently got my real estate tax bill, and it's
Mhm.
gone up substantially
Yep.
in Cook County, Illinois. And if you're from Cook County, Illinois, you're a homeowner, you know what the hell I'm talking about. It's gone up substantially. And the hugest percentage of that tax bill is for the school system.
Mm.
Now, I mean, I don't have a problem with that because, you know, although my children mostly attended private school, but I understand and appreciate the value of how
Public education.
essentially well, a local school system is probably the most practical predeterminant of the quality of the community overall, generally speaking. So I don't have a problem with that. However, if I never marry, never have children, you know, never have any investment in the future people of a community, I'm not gonna want to pay no exorbitant real estate tax bill.
Like, what does that got to do with me?
So exactly. So now, if you have a society where, as you alluded to, Mr. Z, 50 or more percent of the guys are never going to be in a position where they have a wife and children and family, they're not going to want to pay that shit either. In fact, they're going to do everything possible to not have to pay that shit. And that's why you have guys living in their parents' basements and all that kind of stuff. They're not going to pay that tax bill. You know, so this whole notion where I always think it's interesting where you will have black guys bring up this polygamy thing, and to me it always suggests that they haven't really read the historical and the sociological, maybe even archaeological data behind that, but none of it is really particularly good and inviting for a group of people overall. Certainly for that very select group of men, is great, but for society overall, I don't see the evidence of it.
Can I say one thing real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think one thing that Chuck said that really kind of, you know, made me surprised is that the social status of people that's married.
By the way, I'm the one who brought up polygamy. Real quick, Vince. I'm sorry. It wasn't Chuck. I'm the one who brought it up, and I did that on purpose to speak on, like, you're just not gonna have women with nobody, right? They may not get married, but I would, and I agree with Black Uru, and if we think about America and the race element of it all, pretty much the elite rich white man is gonna have all the hoes. But go ahead, finish, Vince.
And even the ones that's not elite going slick off a good portion of them as well. But go ahead.
Yep. No, I agree.
Yeah, but I think when Chuck brought up the fact that single people in Nigeria have a low social status, stuff like that, how would that look over here when when the inequality, you know, increases?
I mean, so that is the situation in America anyway. Like, low key, that's the situation in America. We're just not as overt. America does a lot of things similar to East Asia, to Europe, and the European aristocrats and their social order. It's just not hard baked in. That's the same thing in America. The lower the single people you can't be a politician and not be married, particularly a man. That there's only a handful of examples otherwise, being Cory Booker and Tim Scott and whatnot. But then again, those are black men, and them not being married really doesn't do much. And it actually probably is preferential for the dominant society. But
And some of
for a
them,
white man, yeah, being single and like being what, governor or senator or president, absolutely not. So
and some of them are wearing beards.
you know, say it again.
And some of them are wearing beards.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So like that. Yeah, well,
Well, I
yeah,
mean,
definitely,
even the
definitely.
married white men are wearing beards. So but go ahead.
Yeah,
Right.
low key, high key. So like
And especially the
exactly.
Republicans one, frankly, as we
Uh-oh,
have
no, we talking about them
seen.
log cabin. Puts a
Yeah.
whole different phrase to
And the
log
guys
cabin
with
Republicans.
what do you call them, the
Hmm.
in the restrooms, the holes in the
Oh,
wall,
the glory hole dudes.
Glory hole.
glory hole
Oh,
guys.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Go ahead, better. You go ahead. What's up with you? And then
Good
we'll get into the
morning.
placeholder after. What's going on with you? Is it bedside
Yo,
ministries today?
I guess I see you started streaming like the ass crack of dawn, but
Bruh, I was up. I fell asleep on the couch, man. Like, damn, man. I got up and I don't know why. I just was like, I haven't watched Stefco stuff in a while. And I found out, I was like, oh yeah, no, this is good. And then, like I said, I just review it because I think you should have never messed with them white dudes. You should have just bided your time, end up with a brother. You probably would have had a kid before your whole situation, and then you would have been straight. But you detoured, and now look at you.
She had an
It
epiphany.
ain't looking good.
She had a latent epiphany.
No, I think she went to a diverse school. I think Ostefko was one of them sisters that was attracted to black boys and white boys, mainly white boys, and she, might have a brother might have said something about her hair texture one time when she was 9 years old or something, and it was like F them brothers, and then she started dealing with the white dudes and got piped around through her 20s and whatnot, and then it didn't work out, and now she's back to brothers. But I know she has a condition where she can't have children, so like 40 years old, can't have children, and then have
She has
certain
no
proclivities.
value.
So
What is her? She has no value at all then.
yeah.
I mean, she could be an auntie. Or
I wasn't trying to say it.
Well,
Like,
I mean, look,
trying
and
to
I'm
say
not,
it.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that simply because of her biological issues. I'm saying that when you put together the whole package, because I mean, if
Yeah,
she's
the whole math equation.
if she has a beautiful personality, welcome and generous spirit, she could be a wonderful wife. Probably, perhaps, maybe a second wife would be a better option to a man who's already had children. But she could be a potentially wonderful wife. But when you put together all the historical and sociological information along with her age and her reproductive impediment, where's the value at all? Where's the value at all?
I'm trying to say, go ahead, better. You see, this is why we be pausing Black Guru sometimes.
I mean, I like to look at things from a, one thing about being an
goddamn
accountant,
boomers. It'd be Black Guru and BGS. I'm saying, go ahead, Black Guru, go ahead.
You use a lot of. I've used a lot of algebra over the. Interestingly enough, I've used a lot of algebra over the course of my life. Variables, X, Y, whatever. You'd be surprised how applicable that is, frankly, in accounting and finance. And so I tend to think of variables, constants, and when you put together certain constants and variables together, the conclusions are pretty obvious. And so when you put together all of her stuff, she's not especially attractive. She's dark skinned, which means there's going to be a certain percentage of men, let's be real, certain percentage of brothers ain't going to kick it with her just on that basis. Maybe she's pudgy. I don't know. It's kind of difficult to tell. I mean, it's not difficult to see where this is heading.
I agree with everything you said. Except the dark skin part. I don't think too many brothers care.
I'm saying there's a percentage of brothers that ain't gonna
brothers that that's excellent. Off of that.
Yeah, I'm not saying you won't. That's a preference of mine. But I'm saying there's a percentage of brothers just for that reason is not gonna mess with.
I got you. Understood. I just want to come up because I know the conversation's kind of gone away from this point. But to the friend zone point,
Go ahead.
and take this down. This is $2 worth of game. You don't go in the friend zone unless you want to go in the friend zone. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, if I'm thinking correctly and I'm not forgetting anyone, there's not a female that I've been quote unquote friends with that I haven't piped or had an opportunity to pipe. And it's really because I dictated the terms of the relationship. You're not going to friend me and then get a certain level of access to me. That, don't get me wrong, I have female friends that we are just friends, and that those relationships are different. Like, there isn't that type of attraction there. But if you're attracted to that woman, like, don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. That's torture. There's a proverb that says, tell her how you feel or serve water at a wedding. And I think it's Nigerian. It's from somewhere in West Africa. But basically, what it's saying is like, yo, go ahead and get it out there, get it established. Either y'all feeling each other or you not. And if you're not, be willing to walk away. Right. A lot of that friend zone shit that these ladies are pulling nowadays, it's because motherfuckers ain't willing to walk away. Like, the coldest piece of game my daddy ever gave me was like, yo, if a bitch ain't acting right, hey, there's 8 billion people on this goddamn planet. Motherfucker, if you don't stop trying and go get you a goddamn another one.
Hey, brother, I should have said part of that earlier, y'all. Y'all gotta walk away too. If ain't work, if you're being Roger from Sister and shit like that, bro, you gotta just walk away, bro.
Right? Not Roger.
Better you said.
Because I'm a millennial, that's why it hits so.
Yes, sir.
Better you
Go
said
ahead, I'm sorry.
that's very important that you should have led with.
What's that?
My father said.
Right.
Yeah.
How many brothers out here are getting that game right out the gate?
And yeah, like such as I wish my dad would have told me the game, but
I mean, Vince kind of gave us the other side of it.
You would be the early. It's so profound.
You was ahead of the curve.
My daughters will tell me things that I've told them that they live by. And it may have been something that I didn't even remember. It wasn't that I was ever casual. You know how you just saying stuff, you're working and you throw out some bit of wisdom, you're working on the car or fixing something around the house, well, blah, blah, blah. Make sure you don't do this, and make sure he can't see, the cup of your ass, something, just anything. And they'll come back to me today. Could have been something I told them 20 years ago or more. And they'll come back to me and say, you know what, Dad, remember when you... And they'll tell me, which is always slightly embarrassing to me because I can never remember. You guys will say stuff back to me about stuff that
I do it to you now. I do it. And that was like 3 years ago. I'll be like, you remember you said this like, you'd be like, wait a minute,
And I'd be like, ooh, I said that.
I do that to BGS all the time.
But I want to emphasize the how profoundly and important it is for what better you said his father told him that. When your daddy tell you something, man, and if he tells it to you early in life, oh man, that shit is like andamanium. It's vibranium. It ain't going nowhere. It's gonna be a part of your whole set for the rest of your life. Because my daddy told me this. Fuck you. Look, if your daddy tells you something at 5 years old, you could tell Halle Berry, whatever, go fuck herself.
My daddy told me to wear fake jewelry. I would stand on that shit to this day.
I got quotes from my dad. And I got an action from my dad too.
Why you got so many guys in the friend zone because they stealing their daddies away from to give us that kind of game.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I appreciate my dad and my granddad. You actually kind of remind me of my granddad because you talk with a similar cadence that he did, and I don't know.
Mississippi Delta. That's that as their
Well, he
nucleus.
was actually from the Mississippi. Like my mom's dad, he was from Mississippi. They moved out to Carolina. So hey, maybe that's a little bit of it, but I was always around strong men for the most part coming up. Like there's a lot of stuff like my daddy, my granddads, my uncles said that, shit's just like, okay, yeah, it's like water's wet to me. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Man, I
Yeah.
wish I would grow
I
up.
mean,
Yeah, no, I
the
will say
thing,
that.
well, the great thing about it is when they
Go
tell
on,
you,
Blazer.
particularly when they tell you when you're young, you don't even question it. It's not even in
Yeah.
a debate, right? It's just like
A
permanent.
command,
What you call it in computers? Hard. What do you,
a prompt.
the
Hardwired.
Hard
permanent
drive.
hardwired or the permanent part
Mm-hmm.
of the system that don't ever change.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever y'all call it.
Mm-hmm.
System.
It's that part of the computing system that don't change. You can't write over it or whatever. You just have to basically get rid of the whole damn
Mm-hmm.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's important. And again, that's
It's
why I
coded
think
in.
they
Mm-hmm.
made
Mm-hmm.
every effort to get rid of black fathers because they knew the earlier you get a black boy, you set in mind everything he's gonna be or not gonna be, maybe for the rest of his life. So yeah, you were never gonna be friend zone better you, cause you're in your subconscious. Your dad is telling you fuck this bitch. In your subconscious, your dad is telling you I don't care
For
who
real.
she is. I don't care what she is.
For real.
Step off that hoe. That's a
Yep.
powerful bit of
Yep.
program.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yep.
I wish my dad
God
would have
damn.
Yep.
a conversation with me when I was
I,
younger.
I will say I didn't get caught up. It's an uncle of mine and my dad is one of the reasons why I don't have kids, right? Especially, well, clearly I don't have children, so no children outside of marriage. It's an uncle of mine and my dad, and like the warnings, right? Like the don't do this. I'm telling you, right?
Mhm.
And like hearing it mad young, hearing it mad. So like, yeah, no, with Black Uru and with Better, you were saying right now is definitely true. And as we're saying, like, but my dad obviously was telling me it in Creole. My uncle, in English, but either way, it these are the things that stick with you. And I think what Vince was telling us is coming from the other side of that. So Better
Mhm.
You is giving us the side where his dad helped to keep him from falling into these friend zones, which by the way is not. This is not something that's not detrimental. You are
It's
you
really
are
not detrimental. You
investing
just
time, energy, resources sometimes into a person who's going to hoover up all of that time, resources, and energy and just chalk it off for their own psychological because they know they're using you, but for them to not come to terms with that, they're going, oh, that he's doing friendly stuff, that he's my friend and that's why but they know that you want something more than that, right? So
The
listening
worst
to
part
Vince
about
on one
being in
side and Better You on the other side. Go ahead, and then
the
after this
worst
we're gonna
part
get
of being in
no placeholder.
one of the worst. Well, there's several terrible things about being in friend zone. First of all, you're teaching the women bad lessons, right? Because you're
Hmm.
teaching them to believe that they're actually supposed to get shit for free, which is
Mhm.
Yeah.
a huge uh uh sociological problem, and it's fairly new because for most of human history, women were not confused about I'm supposed to do something to get something. So even
Yes.
this whole concept of a friend zone is new. You know why there wasn't friend zones in the past? Because bitches were married and having babies by 15 and 16 years old. When was she gonna
Yeah.
be
Mm.
in a friend zone?
Yeah.
So
Good point.
there was no confusion about tit for tat, quid pro quo. You were
Yes.
gonna be a wife and do certain things. I was gonna be a husband and do certain things.
so that
So even
that
the whole
came off as
concept of a
smooth
friend
80s
zone is
stuff.
new.
The
But the other problem with the friend zone from a man's standpoint is it it's a terrible opportunity cost you're
Yep.
making because
Mm.
all that
Mm.
all those resources could be going to a bitch that's actually about you. Could be
Mhm.
going to the woman
Yes.
that's about you. It could be going to the woman you need to marry and make children with. All that money, time, effort, goodwill, faith, belief, trust, it's all wasted on that woman. It's all wasted. It's a terrible thing to do to
Yes.
yourself, man.
He, Mr. Uru, 100% right. I will say this one thing: if you want to run the toxic playbook, understand that for a lot of them, when you tell them no, and that, hey, I enjoyed my time with you, I'm good. Understand, there's a good little, not insignificant percentage that's going
They
to be a
will.
turn on to.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
look, I'm
Yeah.
gonna call you
It,
back or whatever. Like, yeah, like step off and go venture off. Go get your balls moist, man. Go find someone who could. I mean, put your energy in someone else who actually appreciates you rather than keep trying to win her affection and like
oh my,
That's what
fuck
it
all that
is.
movie shit, man.
But
Fuck all
but
that movie.
but that better you on that talk. I mean that to me that because
I
I've
mean, if you,
done a similar sort of thing in the past. But
uh,
what I discovered about myself was I was so disgusted by the whole thing that I only did that once and I was out there. I wasn't even returning phone calls after that. You know,
Mm.
yeah,
because what I came away with is like, okay, so you were willing to just waste my time or whatever indefinitely.
Yes.
And then it was only when I'm willing to step off from your ass now as a Hail Mary, you gonna throw me some ass? And I'm supposed to
Yeah.
be cool with that?
Uru,
Had it.
yeah.
question. Was it in your day, was it a concept of men and women being like best friends and totally platonic, like uh
I mean, you know, the only platonic friendships I really had going into adulthood with women were women that I grew up with. So they
Mm-hmm.
were pseudo sibling relationships. I mean, they were like
Mm-hmm.
we
Mm-hmm.
started
right.
off in kindergarten together,
So
and
Friends
you,
forever kind of thing.
it would have been yucky to use that term, yucky,
Mm-hmm.
for me to even think about touching them in that way.
right. But did, did
You
did
know,
you know, did you know of guys who referred to, or you guys referred to as like, oh, that's his best friend, she's a woman,
yeah.
that's a female?
But like I said, you usually, if they were authentic friendships,
Hmm.
usually they were people who grew up together. They may have been neighbors when they were,
Yeah.
kids, and they genuinely. I didn't know too many people. This is a new concept where y'all have met a bitch a couple of years ago and she y'all best friend. That ain't.
Yeah, I
That's not
grew up.
something we
That's
came up with.
definitely a
You know.
millennial
Yeah.
hallmark. You know, men are
Yeah.
Yeah.
best. They got best
No,
friends
that
that are
ain't
girls
boomers.
and
It,
all this
Yeah,
other
that's
Nah,
not. But that's not. Yeah,
shit.
that half that. Look. Most of the time, and after this, we got to get no place where to go. Most of the time, and I agree with Black Uru on that. Most of the time, that's not real. One of those people want the other.
Right.
Whether it's the
Yeah.
woman that want that dude or the dude that wants that woman, very few of those we're friends thing is really just no. We cool. I call her for emergency. She called me for emergency. We talk all the time. There's no romantic thing. I done seen her naked. She done seen me naked, and like there's no nothing ever. That most of the time, I would argue like 90% of the time, one of those people wants the
Yeah.
other one, and they're holding on, and they'll hold on through you being with somebody else. They'll
mm,
hold on. They will hold on. They will get married, and in the back of their mind is still the idea. Huh? You never know.
Yeah. You
And I mean, if
millennials.
and if there's a
Yeah.
woman like that, I mean, you. I don't care who she get married to. You could get the vagina.
oof,
Mm,
yeah, damn,
mm,
yeah.
I'll put
mm.
money on it. You could get the vagina. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking about a couple right now. I'm thinking about a couple right now that if he wanted it, he would forget. And she's been married for 8 years, and the dude could get the vagina right now, and they've never done anything. But she always, you know. As a matter of fact,
Yeah.
I'm thinking of a person right now that I don't care what her situation is. I could probably make that phone call.
Yep.
Mm,
Sorry. Two people.
Oh shit.
And that's why you don't let your girl have so-called best friends.
Right.
I mean, I'll say this
Right.
too. The women who call me friend after I've slept with them is some of the most disgusting women. I mean, come through, suck my dick, and go have a date with you and kiss you in the mouth. Oh my
Lord
god!
have mercy.
Ah.
Lord.
Hey, compassionate. Hey, compassionate. Let me say this for compassionate real quick. That Lord have mercy that compassionate just said. I felt that in my butt. Like that's the God. You know me, God. God, you know me. You know me, God.
This
County
shit.
bound, God. County bound.
That's the
County bound.
LAWD. Law.
Right, bro, that's that Lord. Listen, listen. The bailiff will be looking at me like, I understand, brother. I understand. We have to do it because it's illegal what you did. But we get it. Everybody here get it. We done talked about it. We all get it. We just can't let you get away with it because it's illegal. But we get it, right? Like,
Man.
go ahead,
Well,
no placeholder. Go ahead.
let me let you all
Oh, go ahead,
in
go
on
ahead.
the secret.
Mhm.
Every woman wants to be dirty, nasty, funky with somebody.
Mm.
Mm.
So if she's
Mhm.
not dirty, nasty, funky with you, I'm sorry, bro. She out there being dirty, nasty, funky with somebody else.
Oh shit. Uru chose
Or
violence.
if she let me make an addendum to that. If she not doing it with somebody, there's somebody that will come along and that she would do it with.
Yep.
Maybe
She
he's not
would
there
do it.
now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if
yeah,
she's in a resting, right, you're right. She
yeah.
may be in a resting state, so to speak. But
Hmm.
yeah, she will. And if she sense that she can be nerdy, nasty, funky with that dude, because it's like in a sort of rested state. If she sense that, she gonna go for it. She gonna
Mm-hmm.
go for it, regardless of her marital state, uh, whatever relationship. She gonna get down low with somebody. She is.
Let me read this real quick, and we gotta get no placeholder after this. But because I
Hold
gotta
on.
read this one
Did you
now.
read the Did
Go
you
ahead.
read the prior one?
No, no,
There was
Els. No,
one that
I'm leaving Els for later
okay.
because I want us to talk about that difference.
Okay.
But Leon says, and I hate Leon for this. I hate this. Right? And Leon says, Z, all our female best friends are intersectional feminists. We can't date. I mean, the one stud friend, when she was stressed, BFL. Look, best friends for life. So
Ooh.
one of them is one of them is. That's funny, but that's why I said I hate. And like she's not intersectional feminist, but she is feminist. Like she's and like we didn't got into. I promise you, we got into argument yesterday. We got into argument yesterday, right? So
Mm.
like she got a whole dude, bro. Oh, she has a whole dude, but
I was gonna
it's
ask.
just
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah, it's just it's and it's all respect on my end, and I wouldn't but yeah, no. So Leon understands the what I'm saying, and many of you all do too. But yeah, it's I think men and women, the ones of us that have that quote unquote friend, you know who that friend is, and if you don't, you're acting dumb. You're
Mm-hmm.
acting like you don't know who that, especially for women. I think men are far less likely to say this is a friend and try to get people to believe that than women are. Women know the guy that's in the friend zone. You put him in the friend zone. You're quote unquote, no pun intended, milking benefits from this dude.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever those benefits are, whether they're tangible, intangible, or a combination of both. And that's why you're friends with him because you understand that he wants to bring it to somewhere else, and you're just keeping him in that friend zone, right? So
I think
we
if a
know that.
man
Go ahead.
puts, I think if a man puts a woman in a friend zone, and this is obviously assuming he's actually really straight, because let's be
Mm.
real, there's a lot of
Right.
these friend zone situations where the men are actually gay, but let's put
Hmm.
those aside, or bi, whatever. Um, but excluding them, actually, I think a lot of times when a man puts a woman in a friend zone, it's actually a great compliment to her. And usually it's because he genuinely values their relationship and genuinely fears the destruction of it upon them becoming romantically involved. Because
Mm.
otherwise, why am I keeping you around? If I don't want to fuck you, and we didn't grow up together
Yeah, I
as
gotta be
like I
deriving
say,
some
pseudo
benefit. Right.
siblings. If
Right.
if if I'm keeping you around as a non-sexual friend as a woman, I must really value that relationship. So I think it's ironically a compliment to him.
And I don't know. Yeah, because that person, I do actually value their friendship. That's funny. The one that I'm thinking about. There's another one, but yeah, yeah. No, that's. I never thought about it like that. I think I have to do some investigation,
Well,
right?
again, that's
And
where
go,
the
go ahead.
algebra comes in.
Yeah,
That's where
right, right.
Yep.
that's
Yeah,
why I
the
say I always
calculus.
look at it
Yep,
as a math problem. Yeah.
yep, yep.
The
The
math got
calculus.
a math. Yeah.
Right. Okay. No placeholder. What's going on? We didn't have you waiting for a zillion years. Go ahead.
Yeah, my fault for letting no placeholder. I jumped in
Good.
front of you.
No, it's okay, compassion. I was typing anyway. Most of the time, I'm in front of my computer, so the time goes by very quickly. So I don't even really notice it. But I did jot down some points. By the way, good morning to everyone. Good morning to the panel
Morning.
in the chat.
Good morning.
Howdy.
Yeah,
Yo,
I did. The Chuck who came in, he made a couple of points about single people being considered to be the lowest um value people in society in his culture, and I believe that is intrinsic factor of a lot of cultures, because a lot of people understand what is called a circle of life, and a vehemently single person or choose to be single person is interrupting the circle of life, because they're going to get to be 50, 60 years old, 70 years old, and they're going to want somebody else's young person that they didn't create to help
That's
them
true.
get through.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's why they're considered to be the lowest, because they're self-serving and also they're a drain on society. Most of these people don't even generate enough savings to basically get to the point that they themselves, because if you're going to be single, you need to be in an economic position to basically, let's say, different than someone who grows up and have a home and lives in their home and then let their children basically take over their home and their children take care of them. That's very different than you just not saving and being a complete burden to society. So that's what I wanted to make that point about why you say that. And then the second point I wanted to say that he was talking about hypergamy. And just like I mentioned a while ago about society, our current circumstances and our current society is what really allows women to practice hypergamy. We in this current society is what I'm not saying that women are not hypergamous by nature, but they're supposed to get to 30 years old and they're supposed to deal with the ramifications of that. And our society does not do that. You see what you're saying? Because first of all, in real societies, nobody takes the boys and put them aside to give girls jobs. That is not a functional way for any society to be run. We do that in America. You see? We have an entire education system that prioritizes the girls. We have a corporate class that knows it's easier to control women, that invest in that too, because they don't want to lose their power, and they don't want real men to have power to be right below them. That's why middle management is filled with women.
No placeholder. This is a good time to cut you off. I got to pull off a Roger report. My bad. No placeholder. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Compassion over here telling me y'all, we only got 53 likes. Oh, y'all trying me with the likes today. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. All right, come finish. No placeholder. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So anyhow, so what I'm saying is that we if we were practicing things the correct way, then the women would not be in a position to practice hypergamy because we're giving them jobs to soften the blow of being a 30-year-old woman that nobody wants. You saying? We're using society to make it seem like what they're doing is right. You know what I'm saying?
You're trying to keep it from having her feelings.
Yeah. Also, all of this, we're sitting here making it seem like these girls are practicing hypergamy and doing what they're doing in a world of natural circumstances. If this was natural, they would have felt the ramification of those bad decisions a long time ago. You see? Because it's like, so that's what I meant. And there's one you said that how many trying to I had it written down here. I'll come back to it. But yeah, that was the main point I was trying to say about the hypergamy.
I like what you're saying with the because yes, we acknowledge women's hypergamy, yes, but what our society is doing is not just incentivizing. There's a stronger word, because it's more than just incentivizing it. They're exploiting women. There we go. They're exploiting women's hypergamy for their own ends, and then educating women, and then putting women in middle management positions only increases that hypergamy. And this is what Anne Marie Slaughter was speaking to, right? Which is like, we're giving y'all these positions, y'all are getting educated, we're putting y'all in these positions, and then y'all become even more hypergamous. What the hell? And like, and for her to kind of express that, it speaks to me like, bro, what did you think? Like, you
Right.
used to work for the Clintons. What, you are the educated one. That I'm telling y'all, I'd be floored. And I know it's the same thing with compassion. I'd be floored when you see these like academics and these educated people and these movers and shakers, these technocrats, and like, they're surprised by things that is basic to us, like to us laymen's.
No, that's
Like,
how you
wait
know
a minute.
they're
Go
actually
ahead.
operating off on the premise that women are better people. Like even at the academic governmental level, they operating on
No.
some Duluth model type shit where they did not account for women just moving the goalposts as you gave them more
Yep.
resources. They thought
I think
they thought honor or something would kick in, or
They thought they would be
fairness.
benevolent about it.
I'll
They
keep
fucked
it
that shit up.
Right.
It
yeah, I'll
wasn't
keep it
nah.
short because I forgot to charge my phone before I clocked into work. But when you look at hypergamy, they got to stop the cap because 90% of people, unless they're the 1% and they're 8, 9, or 10, and they practice hypergamy, but the majority of people marry the same people that they came up within their class. The whole hypergamy thing is just luck, like you get knocked up by a football player these days. But people usually date and marry within their class that they went to high school or college with.
Leon, I gotta pause you for a second. Then I'll put this into your analysis or debunk this while you're speaking. If you're right, then that would explain the 26% of poor Americans are married, 39% of middle class, and 56% of 56% of middle class and above. That means that if what working class women and poor women are saying is, if I am to marry the men of my same socio-economic position, then I won't get married. That's why those numbers are
Yeah,
reflected that way. Go ahead.
Was miss
yeah,
was
that's what it
miss
is.
But also,
So
but to
can I
add to
was
finish?
that,
missing
Can I
okay.
finish? so
One at a
so
time.
when you're talking about dating, I've always had a tendency to have female friends that I'm smart. So if she's out, I'm gonna treat her like the best person in the world, and other women see it. I'm a scammer. Like I'm gonna scam you into liking me. I said it before. Like I'll sit down and treat a particular woman really good to the point that even the woman I'm married to didn't like me at first because she thought I was a fuckboy, which I was. But the whole point was to show
But she
chicks
married you,
how
Steve.
the show chicks how I particularly treat certain females, and they see this shit and they want that shit. They don't want me. They want the treatment. You get what I'm saying? They want that. I don't give a fuck if the bitch wants me. She's gonna see something that she wants, and that's the end of that.
Yo, y'all
So
remember
yeah, I
that?
skip my
I
and
think that's what most men. I think if you're not an elite, I don't. I think if you're not the 6'5", the Tyrone or the Chad or whoever, the tall ass Ahmed, right? I think if you're not that guy, I think what you're describing right now is most women. It's not you. It's what you
Yeah.
what
yeah.
the status you hold, right? I think
That's
that's most
essentially
that
women if they
it.
can't get
that's
So
the good looking
that's
so
a
dude.
why do
good
you spend so much time treating her well? If that's the case, then why
What's
do you
that?
spend so much time treating her well? Why do you spend so much
Yeah,
time
that's a
treating
good
her well
question.
if you're saying that you don't worth anything? All that happens is that you're gonna
Hmm.
come to the table, present this facade, and she's gonna accept the
Hmm.
facade. Why do you treat her that well if you know
Well,
she's
that's
a shallow being?
well, placeholder. That's kind of the
That's a,
red
Because
pill, ain't it?
yeah, yeah,
she's
yeah.
beneficial to me. Because she's beneficial to me. Like
That's a
if
waste
I
of
have a
time. I
woman
wouldn't do that.
around,
I would
okay,
no.
then I
You're
would
paying
say
her
you
to
have poor
stay.
social issues.
No, I'm
But
not paying her to say I only invest my
thank
time
you.
with women that can be
that's a
marriageable.
You
No,
have a
no,
good
no, no,
day.
not you, no place soldier. I'm saying
I
those
think.
No,
men to answer
no,
what you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
no.
You're paying her to stay.
that's
Yeah.
a good that's a good individual tactic, but
Hmm.
it's a
Yeah.
bad strategy for a society. It don't
And,
Hmm.
work
and
for a society. Everybody can't run fuckboy scam and
Yeah.
Hmm.
have a productive overall society.
but
That's
hey,
And
that's
there,
and
the
I'm
there's
not
an
saying that to
example.
criticize your approach. I think that's the effective approach to run in this lawless. It's sort of like, yeah, if you're in the wild wild west, you do wild wild shit. So
yeah,
no, I don't
absolutely.
have any problem what
I
you're
made a
doing.
I made
I'm
a
saying if you view it macroscopically, it don't work. In a society, you need people to be more in a broader society. You need a man and a woman to be more on the up and up with each other in order for it to work
Yeah.
with people overall.
Oh no, ooh,
Most
I would
society
disagree.
can't be red pill. It got to be blue pill.
Exactly. I don't think
Yeah.
I think that's what the functional society at the macro have to. I made a chart one time that illustrated when what happens to us, what happens to a society when it breaks, when too many of the men and women are operating in the red pill, where what Leon is illustrating is stark. Essentially, it's transactional. Like, it's not really about you really liking me or any of that any fluffy shit. It's about, cost benefit, which
Everything.
Let me modify that just a smidge. Let me real quick, Vince. Let me modify just a smidge. I think we've been transactional since Lucy, since the east side of Africa. I don't think it's transactional. I think it's mercenary.
Yes.
I think when you
yes,
trying to be
I said that the other day.
extractive, that's when it's. I think human beings are inherently. I think all animals, damn near, are inherently transactional, particularly human beings, right?
Yeah.
I don't think. I think, and that's why I said when I made that video about transaction, we would actually be funny enough and kind of messed up enough. If we were transactional, we would actually be moving in the right direction. I think where society is now is not just cost benefit, but being very exploitive of the other person. Right,
Well,
and
when
go
you
ahead, yo.
exaggerate the hypergamous inclinations of women, you create mercenary. Yeah, I'm gonna be a
Yeah.
fucking mercenary when you done deluded this bitch into thinking she's Cinderella and she ain't no damn body. I am gonna be mercenary.
Free market hypergamy.
Let me get this off real quick.
Yeah, yes.
All right,
Go ahead.
Face Holder, what you guys said, right? I agree with it, and I have a visual of it. Have y'all seen that Pop the Balloon episode? Like, never episode. It's the clip of a dude. He goes talk to two chicks. He said hello to the other one, and he revved up the other one, and the girl popped the balloon. She was mad at the other girl. She was getting all the attention.
No,
So
I didn't see that
one yet.
I didn't see this one.
So
send it to me. We'll do a review. Go ahead.
I put it in the Discord.
Yeah, so all it was basically the tactic you just said. Like, you demonstrate you treat a woman a certain way, and the other girl want that experience. Because he walked up to the two girls. They were standing next to each other. He said hello to the other one. He said hello, gorgeous, to the other one, and he was basically giving her the attention. The other girl was just
basically
looking,
playing them against each other.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I do.
Let me do this then. Let me wait. Pause for the cause. Wait, real quick, Leah. Let me do this real quick. Let me do this real quick. All right, Toya, we're gonna have to review "Irreplaceable" from Beyonce, because what we're talking about right now, in a roundabout way, is, does the woman that you're with, or is the woman that you're trying to court or date, does she see you as replaceable? Does she see that? Are you just interchangeable with somebody else? And I know that it might not sound like that's what we're talking about, but that's what we're talking about. Does she see you? Because is it you, or is it the status that you come with and the income that you come with? And if she can define that in a different form, she'll be perfectly okay. So your personality doesn't matter, your charisma doesn't matter, your looks may not even matter as much. The sex is whatever, it's meh, so it kind of doesn't matter. So you're literally replaceable, right?
Yeah.
And so maybe I have to go through that song and actually speak about how women may see men. We're not talking about men right now, but how women see men, particular men, as interchangeable with the next dude, right? And I'll pause right there and go ahead on whoever was speaking. I think, was it Vince or no placeholder?
It was placeholder.
Oh, I was saying
when
it
was Leon. My bad, Leon. Go ahead. My bad, Leon. Go ahead.
It's not a matter of creating a competition. I'm not trying to get with the other girl. She could be someone. She could be someone I choose to be cool with because she's socially beneficial. Like, some chicks are just socially beneficial, and it's good to know them.
But
and when one of their homegirls ask who that is, oh, that's Leon. He cool, but I don't fuck with him. And that's how I get most of my chicks back in the day.
most of
I'll
the
say
time.
this though,
You know what I'm saying?
there is a positive side of being in the friend zone, but it's just the fact that you have to be aware of what's going on sometimes and know the difference between having a friend that's cool and things like that, and having a person that you're in the friend zone with that is someone you're trying to romantically pursue. Because at the same time, if you have friends that's females that's socially beneficial, that you put yourself in the friend zone or she put you in the friend zone, you can see what her friends are hitting on, or her cousins, or et cetera, et cetera. But you got to know how to kind of like, navigate that.
Yeah,
I'm happy you said to
I
navigate
get what you're
because
saying.
women will definitely put a dude on ice depending on. Somebody's breaking up. Somebody was breaking up a minute ago.
Oh, I say you do it through that female. You do it
Okay.
through that female.
Yeah. Well, that depends
But
on
yeah, my
whether
phone's on 1%. I'm about to get off.
Okay. All right, Leah. That also I would argue is dependent on whether those women are the ones that said I can't touch him pause, but I can't touch him with a 10-foot pole because my homegirl used to like him, or my other homegirl used to date him, or my girl cousin. So if you're dealing with that type of circle, then it's not gonna move. It's not gonna work the way you were.
I don't know,
right.
Mr. Z. I'll beg to differ. I beg to differ, bro.
Go ahead.
You talking about me or somebody else?
Yeah, go ahead. Zulu, go ahead. I didn't realize it was you because of the name, but go ahead.
Yeah. I think one of the guys said earlier.
Z, change your screen.
Yeah, I'm about to change it right back. Give me a second.
Yeah. No, what is it? I think one of the guys said earlier, it is not good for society. But like I said, I think one of the other guys said, you are in the American society is at war with itself constantly. That is the nature I've come to understand about the U.S. It is at war with itself at all times. It's like the Gilded Age almost necessarily. Well, it's going until the Gilded Age, right? If it's not the dominant society, trying to stamp out the African American population or what's left of the Indian or the Mexican population or the Hispanic population that's now booming into the United States, it's always war with itself. So when you have like this kind of war in society within itself necessarily, you're going to see some of these exploits to come up. Just like you said, the women having this mercenary standpoint. For me, it just is what it is necessarily, right? Because after you kind of figure out that and you are basically born into this society and it's a mercenary society. How do the elites in this country work? Do they work with patriotic fervor or desire? No, it's whatever's good for my pocketbooks. Whatever's going to be good with my pocketbooks. That's
this
what I'm
quarter.
going to do. Right?
Not even this year, this quarter, which is true.
I guess you're right on that. Exactly, right? So having people necessarily with that same mindset, I don't think is necessarily that much of a problem. If you want to be mercenaries, then cool, we could all be mercenaries, right? Like I'm cool on top. My mindset is like this. However you want to rock it, I can rock it, but don't try to put me on an uneven playing field necessarily. Like one thing it was Uhuru or somebody else who said the structure of society necessarily should be blue pill. No. I don't really think it should be. I actually think you should live in reality at all times. That's good. That's going to give you the strongest and best individuals, right? Like I really think that if you actually have a red pill society, that is going to be better. But the problem is you're going to lose some people.
No. This is my pushback, Clint. I really got to push back on that because Zulu, this is what I'm saying. But it was me that said that, by the way. This is the issue when you have a red pill society. How do you organize a red pill society?
Exactly.
Think about that. Remember, America is 340 million people. How do you organize a red pill society? Go ahead.
The reality is, what do you think the Gilded Age was in Europe? That's what this is basically all you really live in the Gilded Age, because in the Gilded Age they had quote unquote the peasants that worked the land. Which is going to be your 9 times out of 10, which is going to be your guys who work the local McDonald's, the guys who work the so and so and whatever, right? Then you had your your peasants or your merchants, right? So those would be your guys who own a small business here and there necessarily, right? Your special technocratic with your tech guy, necessarily, the dudes who got
the technocrats, yeah. Oh no, yeah.
Right? And then after that, then you have the king, which is quote unquote the oligarchs.
So it's
Technocracy. I get what you're saying.
I think.
Go ahead.
I think you guys would be lucky to get a Gilded Age. Look, in the Gilded Age,
I think it's going to be worse.
Oh, it's gonna be
well,
worse. It's definitely
no,
gonna be worse. I'm not trying to be here, but I'm
can I
telling you, that's
can I
what's gonna be.
can I finish?
Mhm.
In
Go
a
ahead, brother.
Gilded Age, you actually needed human beings. You actually needed
Yep.
farmers. You actually needed people working coal mines. You actually needed people to stitch clothing. And well, what happens when you got 3D houses being built? I mean, when will you need humans 50
Okay,
years from now?
I got you. You want me to
So
explain it to
Can
you?
I add to that?
so my point is, you know, like I say, I don't want to argue the red pill, blue pill, because a lot of times it seems like we get to a point where I'm not even sure we're having the same conversation. But I will say this more broadly. You know, be careful how much you want to
Yes.
quote live in reality. Because
Mm-hmm.
look, you set yourself up to be taken down by the next biggest bully. And there's only so
Indeed.
much it's only so much of a badass any one of us can be on an individual basis. And
Of
if
course,
you
sir.
think because you're
Facts.
gonna get the biggest gun, or you think you got the strongest muscles, all you have to do is get two or three other people to go against you. Just like when people were talking about this whole polygamy thing. Well, usually what happens in a polygamous society is the guys who ain't getting pussy all get together and take down the guy who is getting pussy.
Massive inequality.
So
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
just read your history, right?
Yeah.
I would definitely recommend you guys read your history, read about societies and stuff like this, because a lot of this stuff has already been analyzed and lived through, and most of it don't end up particularly well. This
No.
whole,
Okay.
like I say, we're gonna all have our six guns, and we're all gonna be fighting it out with each other. And we're black men, 6% of the population, 1% of the wealth, 2% of the wealth. What are our odds in that situation? Really?
Oh, I'm already telling you. Like okay, we've already been over this. Like in the sense that like BGS
And after
already
this,
told
let's get no placeholder. Go ahead.
okay. Like BGS already kind of said, bro, y'all gonna be absorbed regardless, bro. Because I've already I've done the social math to this thing myself, right? I swear to God, I was fighting BGS on this. I was like, it's not gonna be true. You gonna pull a Hail Mary and make it come back still saying, the lady's gonna be dancing in the cloud on the football game. No. Because the ultimate reality
BGS argued that we were gonna save society. I don't remember that. I didn't know you just threw that comment.
Zulu was saying.
Interesting.
No. I get what. Let me. Real quick, Zulu. I get what Zulu says. Zulu was saying he was fighting BGS, and then he realized he was wrong when he did the social math.
Oh, okay.
So he was saying, he was saying, BGS was saying we're gonna be people of color. We're gonna get absorbed, which we all heard BGS say. And Zulu was fighting against it, and then he realized, oh crap, I'm on the wrong side. And go ahead and finish up with that Zulu, and then we'll get no placeholder. Go ahead.
All right, and basically, look, what's going to happen into this? Like, you're going to break over into your own collective little clans. That's ultimately what's going to happen, right? Because as people, let's say, right, if you from the South or whatever, it's going to be, all right, as society, quote unquote, furthers on, right, it's going to be state going to be your first clan or your biggest clan, right? Just like you got in Africa, right? They have your, what are you? I'm Yoruba. Why are you Yoruba? Because I live over here in this land in this section, right? It's the same thing. That's exactly what's going to happen. He's going to break down the clan because you may say, "Oh, I'm from Tennessee." You may be from so and so. Like you all know, you may be a part of the United States, right? But you see, just like in any normal society, where like you give people that you know a better treatment of anything, right? So that's how it's going to break down into a smaller area, and it just like how it does with almost animals. That's what's really going to happen. But it is what it is.
Yeah, and I want to jump in regarding the blue pill, red pill argument we were having like a few minutes ago, and the need for structure, and the fact that what we have in front of us, which is our entire world right now, is a result of structure, order, and a significant amount of people being blue pill, quote unquote, what BGS would say, being indoctrinated, because that is how our society functions. A large percentage of the people get indoctrinated into a particular way of living, and they fulfill that function autonomously. Yes, exactly. And then that allows us to be held up. There is no way for us all to be fully aware. A matter of fact, to put it this way, even in the movie The Matrix explained that. You remember that when he talked to the creator, he said that we had multiple iterations. You see? And the only iteration that worked was a blueprint iteration. It was the only one that worked. You see? So it's like we like we mentioned, we cannot be in a world where this is why we're having a problem. Let me explain to you how I said what we're doing right now by upholding women and doing what we're doing, that's making too many women red pill. That's basically what I'm saying. You're saying a society is not supposed to make women the productive engine of the society. A functional society will put all the men to work, and then after all the men are working, then use whatever's left over for the women to help uphold that. That is not how our society is designed currently right now. So this is what I'm getting. What's it again?
See, the thing is that y'all keep misunderstanding. America is at war with itself. That's like if you understand that America's at war with itself, and then you do your recalculations against everything makes sense, right? That's the piece that y'all not understanding.
No. You're right. I said this the other day. The technocrats at the top are not in agreement. So you have the okay. JD Vance gets his ideas from a particular what is this guy's name that speaks about post-liberal conservatism, right? He's a technocrat. His people, his parents were academics. He's a technocrat. He's coming with a certain worldview. So that's more leftist, borderline libertarian, more conservative, borderline libertarian thinker. Then you have the thinkers that are on the left that are technocrats also, and they're battling out. And we are, and when I say we, I mean loosely, not necessarily us in the Black Manosphere, although kind of. We are the cannon fodder for their worldview, right? For whatever they think would be beneficial for them and for air quotes the rest of society, right? So when you see a Ayn Rand back in the day, she is through the book speaking about a world that she thinks would be best, right? When she speaks about Atlas Shrugged, and then you have technocrats that take that up and that start to try to implement that in the late 70s, but really going into the 80s. Then you have leftist thinkers, right? You have Zbigniew Brzezinski, that's more international. You have Henry Kissinger, that's more international, but still, right? Then you have the domestics. You have what's his name, the short one, Robert Reich, the labor secretary. That's more of a leftist. He's a technocrat. He works for Clinton, right? Now you have what Zulu is saying. I agree with, but I agree with no placeholder where the only difference is I think more men are becoming red pill. I don't know if it's the women per se. I do agree with you that they should not be the predominant and we shouldn't make them the predominant laborers. But I do agree with you that too many of us are becoming red pill to maintain a population of 340 for America in particular, and over 1 billion for the West and just 8 billion globally, and you see that in South Korea, you see that in China, you see that in Japan. Once people figure out the numbers aren't working with them, and then they lose the hope. It's not just okay, the numbers are not working, the numbers are working against me. People can maybe accept that if there's a hope that they can flip it for them individually and maybe for their circle. When people lose the hope that they can flip it when it seems too arduous, yeah, that's when become red pill. And go ahead and finish up with that. No placeholder, and then if you want to respond, Zula, respond. Real quick, Zula, let him finish up with that, and then you respond if you have to. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just want to finish very quickly. So to add to the point I was saying about the women being red pill, what I mean by that is that prior to a certain point, let's say 1970, whatever it is, or 1950, we were indoctrinating the women to understand that their responsibility to uphold a society, do this and do that. And so I'm saying what is happening, what I refer to as well, is that there is a certain amount of education and teaching where the women, they're immediately dispelling the women of this notion at a very young age. Don't let yourself be used as basically as a birther or what. And this is the reason this is necessary. They're saying don't go get a job so that way you get what I mean by red pill, I don't mean like the women are food. I'm saying like they're far away from the scope in which they were supposed to be indoctrinated into. Very far away from that scope. That's what I mean about being quote unquote red pill. But go ahead.
Yeah, women are.
They've been indoctrinated outside of their role. Let Zulu land with that real quick, Professor.
Do you know the picture that the characters on my screen? Do you know what that picture is? Do you know that character is?
Not sure.
Okay, all right. It's modern, right? I mean, he was a part of this quote unquote cartoon, whatever.
Oh,
Mandarin, right?
Madara, yeah. I
Meteor,
could barely
no,
see it. Okay,
right,
Madara, yeah.
and basically,
Madara Uchiha.
yeah, Ochiai, right?
The
That's it, right?
Uchiha.
And gets in, right? And he dropped an entire meteor on an entire group of people, right? And the people first time they looked at it, it was like, oh my God, we're gonna die, right? And everybody was like, you know what, we can save ourselves. You know, the best to the best came up there. They stopped the one meteor, right? Then there was a second.
And then he bought the second one.
He brought the second one down.
Yeah,
Nah,
I remember that scene.
You didn't have no hope at all, but the first one would just let you believe that you had a shot. The reality of how I'm looking at this is simply this, right? When it comes to the quote unquote the women, and women should not have been given this kind of power, but at the end of the day, they want their matriarchy. That's the reality, bro. The people at the top, they want their matriarchy. Because trust me, if they wanted this shit to stop, but they would stop giving these women jobs tomorrow, bro. And this would readjust itself over in a course of a year and a half. This shit will readjust itself. They want to keep the matriarchy in check, necessarily, right? They want to keep these things there, but still keep you in your position. The reality, as I'm looking at it, is there's two things. The men are either going to bow down to the matriarchy, which they're not, or two, they're going to start warring or they're going to start leaving. Which is the United States. You don't want the last two, because at the end of the day, you're going to be removed, or the society necessarily collapse because the men left, and that's what they don't want. They still want the same system, just for you to accept your position in the system. That's it.
Hey guys,
so this is where I come and say, real quick, this is where I come in and say patriarchy by feminist specification. So what you're speaking on, Zulu, is men playing a particular role still while having the mother hen dictate where the resources go. She's still the leader of the family. She's still maybe even mayor, police chief, etc., etc. This is what I will say. That's matriarchy for everyone except for the elite. I don't think the elite will not operate that way. They're using women as the buffer class, as we've said multiple times, because they do not fear them. They do not see them as a threat, and they understand that they can use the quote unquote women as women and being the softer one as. You don't really have a problem with me. You have a problem with her. You're a sexist monster, right? That's the whole play right now, that I would argue. And there's consequences to that, and we're witnessing those consequences right now.
Can I throw this in there?
And to answer that very quickly,
yeah,
I want to answer that very quickly regarding Uru's one. Very quickly, this is what I think they're trying to buy time for the technology that Uru's talking about, with the replacement of human being, because they need the women for the birthing. That's the reason for the sperm bank. And if the robots come along, then the labor that the men were providing would be replaced. And then they would have the women still, to a certain extent, to do what they want to do. And they would have the labor to maintain the economy. But go ahead. So I think what is happening, they built the matriarchy, and they're trying to extend it long enough to get to the point of the technology meeting the matriarchy. That's my opinion.
What labor? Because necessarily we have to you have to understand one thing. Because I trust me when I tell you I fought BGS on this for like 4 months, bro. 4 months of my life I gave that shit. But I was like, this man is wrong. And I was desperately trying to prove this man wrong.
I remember that, man.
When it comes to the economy is ran by people wanting the desires. If people do not have the money, they're not going to buy. If you do not have a labor force, which is people getting together of a certain class, and most likely the lower class. If these people do not exist, you have no economy, man. That's what I'm saying. So they're in a catch-22, which is quote unquote,
the women don't consume.
I want to sacrifice the lower classes, right? But if I sacrifice,
but who's gonna buy my shit?
The women are hyper consumers. If you have robots producing products,
robots don't consume, my friend.
No placeholder was painted. I cut him off for no reason. Go ahead, because we got to get compassion after this. Go ahead.
So quickly. So I'm just saying, in a long-term plan, where you have a predominantly female society that is subservient to the government, and then essentially you have the replacement of labor, where you can have robots that can actually like fix the roads. It's saying, and you get what I'm saying, and like, but the women are the consumers. And they're just basically owned by the state. They never fight against it. They don't do anything wrong or anything, what it is. And then the men that would be a problem for you are gone. Because now, you're saying, that's just the long version.
You ever hear somebody say, and I'm going to read this afterward and in compassion, you go. You ever hear when you're having a conversation with someone, and you saw this after 9/11 with the Patriot Act, right? I was still in high school, but I remember having this conversation with some people. And for those of us that... When I say this, everybody who took the side I took, y'all gotta remember this. When you would talk to people about government spying on us, no warrants, no knock warrants, freaking and they would say, well, if you're not hiding anything, then what is there to
Exactly.
fear?
Yep. I don't got anything to
So
hide.
that's what
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So that's when I hear no placeholder speaking, that's what I'm hearing. When I'm hearing Zulu speaking, that's what I'm hearing is like this idea that, well, if you're on the right side of history, then there's nothing to fear anyway. It's not the powers that be and the elites, whether they're wealthy, whether they're in in the corporate sector, or whether they're politicians, they're not going to abuse their power. You don't have anything to worry about. And what it really is if you're not on the wrong side of them, and what's on the wrong
Exactly.
side of them, anything that's right. Right.
Right.
So, and let me read this real quick, and then compassionate. Actually, compassionate. You can factor this into what you were about to say too.
Mhm.
And
Man, I had
L's
something to
active says
say too.
question. Okay. Let me read this real quick. And L's active says, if polygamy was legal, wouldn't it regulate the side chick market, which is pseudo polygamy? Wouldn't that regulation of competition for an individual man incentivize women to seek average men?
No.
Eh, I'm gonna wait on
Mm,
my answer for that. Oh, so go ahead, compassionate, and then we're gonna get Vince, and then we'll circle around answering this question. Go ahead, compassionate.
yeah. Okay. I guess to
Mhm,
answer this question specifically, regulation.
mhm,
I don't think. Yeah. I mean, it would obviously It would change dynamics for women, but it like we spoke. I think we spoke to it earlier. Like the downsides or the drawbacks to polygamy at the societal
mhm,
scale is pretty much well understood. It ends up becoming just a massive inequality at pretty much every level, and the women don't like from what we understand in the red pill space is that women are essentially products of the environment. They're not necessarily terraformers of the environment. Like I don't think I don't think the social designers intend women at large to be red pill. They're just giving them another matrix, like the architect. They're giving them another construct that they're operating in. And the men, what they're grappling
mhm.
with is the men
New
reconciling,
software.
reconciling the reality. Like I
Mhm,
think one of you guys said, like Richard Reeves kind of expects at this point red pill men to just keep buttressing the blue pill construct just cause, even though
mhm,
they understand that they're essentially fodder, they're essentially not, they're essentially a dummy class, but there's
mhm,
what they can't figure out how to do is convince men with that knowledge, which is why Andrew Tate, they had to do what they did in Europe with Andrew Tate influencing the boys
mhm,
there.
mhm.
It's not, it's incompatible with what construct they want the women to live, because it's true they're using the women as buffer class to make it easier to control the entire society at large, right? But they and I at a certain point I'm starting to realize that I think our social designers and like you talk about at that technocratic class, I'm not
Mhm.
sure they're I think it's off. I think it's almost like a train with no conductor at the top. I think
At the
it's
helm.
essentially
No,
Mm.
Yeah,
The
but
cabin is
there's
empty.
several there's
Yeah.
several conductors. That's the problem.
Mhm.
right.
There's several
Several can
conductors there. There's several
And they
locomotives,
disagree.
and, and and they're going in different directions. You know,
Mhm,
th-
mhm,
part of it's class, part of it's generational.
mhm.
Part of it is oil money
Ideological.
versus IT money,
Yes.
and
mhm,
it's a
Yeah.
whole lot of
Yep.
oil
Yep.
money, and there's a whole lot of
Mhm,
IT money,
yeah,
and
and
some
they're
of it's old
drowning in
money,
it.
some of it's new money, some of
mhm,
it's
mhm.
WASP versus some of it is
Small hat.
new white people
Hmm.
versus
Mm.
Indian billionaires and
Good
Asian
point.
billionaires. There's a lot of factors going on that is causing a lot of dissonance in the control of America in particular, the West overall, but America in particular. So it's not so much that there's nobody running the train, it's too many people running the train. And that's why the train
I
is
I
getting stalled.
a society
I
at
will
war
say
with
this.
itself.
So no, and so and Zulu's been saying that, and he's right. Let me say this to that. If y'all ever watched Century of Self, was it Century of Self or was it one of the other Adam Curtis documentaries I watched? One of them that was speaking to this, which is like the world's heart broke essentially, with the fall with um capitalist answers to anti-blackness racism, so the civil rights movement, capitalist answers to feminism, capitalist answers to, and remember this is Adam Curtis, so he leans left, right? But he's like one of those like disaffected leftists that are like they're left, but they're like angry left people, right?
Mhm.
So because it's like the left is like has been captured by the right.
If you've ever taken a decent economics course, you know there hasn't been anything of the fucking sort of capitalism in this country. If you've ever taken an economics course, this has not been capitalism. It has never been. It's been mercantilism.
Mercantilism.
It's been
Yeah.
aristocraticism. It's been war economy. It's been, people are bleeding and dying on the street, so grab up everything they got, including their properties and their diamonds, and it's been all those things. It's been
basically neo-feudalism.
Slavery was not capitalism. So one of the biggest lies that have ever been told is the fact that this has never been a capitalistic country. Capitalism is supposed to be pure best man win competition. That has never been the case in the United States of America. Not ever.
One of my favorite phrases.
I mean, even just the argument
no
that they
takebacks.
made, even the argument white men have made regarding capitalism has always been a lie. And it's always frustrating to hear, somebody myself with a business education, it's always frustrating to hear people just blatantly lie about what this country is, and everybody just accepts it because of their ignorance.
I don't think the rest of them know.
Well, first, Adam Curtis is British, but same difference. I get what you're saying, Black Guru. But what he was saying to that, and he was using these answers, essentially, the big ideas, the big world-changing ideas, were crushed and then captured. So essentially, Paul Memo to death is what he was getting at. He didn't mention the Paul Memo, but in compassion, get what I'm saying. That's what compassion. We got to review it. We got to review it. But and that's what he was getting at. So he's saying the corporate, and for him, capitalist answers to all of these things that ail us, and it got all of these things just got Paul Memo hit upside the head to death.
When black men were liberated, they were writing more patents and trademarks than anybody else in this country. If we had a purely capitalistic system, we wouldn't have the problems we have. Because guess what? On a per capita basis, black men would probably be the richest people in this country.
And there would have never been no Jim Crow. There would have never been Jim Crow.
Of course, there wouldn't have been any Jim Crow. So in a purely capitalistic best man win scenario, which is really what capitalism is, in a purely best man win scenario, you don't have a lot of the problems we have social, but you don't have that. And that's where when I hear these terms, corporatism is probably the most apt term to use, because corporatism is okay. We create a corporation, we let it pillage and destroy everything, and nobody gets blamed for it because it's all under this mythical life form that doesn't exist as called a corporation.
Yeah, it's like a war party without necessarily having the name of a war party. That's really how I've been looking at some of these businesses. And I'm gonna answer the question that I think the L active said, which was if polygamy wasn't regulated, the side chick market is a pseudo whatever. Okay, I got it. Basically, what I'm understanding with this, man. It's not going to regulate itself necessarily, because I think I just got through watching a video.
If there's polygamy, the side would not exist. Okay, there would be no side chick. There is no side.
That'll be your wife number 2.
Because in the polygamous system, everybody got to ante up and be accountable to somebody.
Yeah,
you gonna go marry. Everybody's gonna go marry. Everybody's gonna be committed. Maybe you got 3 wives, I got 2 wives, etc. Whatever. But you ain't gonna be running around. Look, I'm not gonna commit to him, and she not gonna commit. The 3 of us gonna commit to him, and you still gonna be fucking him on the side. Women are not gonna stand up for that. Women ain't gonna put up with that. In a real polygamous society, the women would get rid of the side chicks. The women would kill the side chicks.
Type shit.
Yeah, if you married us three,
if the three, put yourself in the position of the woman. Think of it from the position of one. Okay, I'm committed.
Because you bringing in a disease into the circle.
We all working together, and we all sharing this man, and we all fighting it out and frustrated, etc., whatever. But we still trying to make it work with this one man. Now this bitch gonna run around with him on the side, probably give him an STD, probably gonna have some other,
which means it's gonna get
him.
all of us.
That's gonna take even more from us.
No, resources.
Ain't no side chicks in no real polygamous society. Not of any consequence.
Okay. Now, what I was gonna say is when it comes to like the polygamy, bro, I was gonna tell you because I just got through watching the video and from some Nigerian dude. I think he was like some oil refinery or something like that. He said he had 100 kids.
Type
At
shit.
the end of the day, bro, 50 of them was his. So
Type shit.
but
that's
y'all quote unquote want to really run a polygamous society, bro. Like I said, bro, he had 100 kids. 50 of them was his, bro. So I mean, how much resources you want to goddamn commit to raising somebody else's kids is gonna be a tall toil. So I mean, I know we got DNA tests and everything, but hey, bro, when it comes to these women lying, they'll put their sister as the nurse in the building, and they'll run a whole scam.
But do the math, brother. Do the math. This is where the math is important. If I got 3, 4, 5 wives, you got 2 wives, he got 2, 3, 4. Who? I mean, we can be all cheating and swapping wives, but in the end, if you taking care of some of my kids, I'm taking care of some of your kids. It's all a fucking wash at that point. Because if everybody's cheating in a real polygamous society where everybody's anteing up and committing to somebody, how much? In fact, unless we're doing it for recreation and swinging, which might be something we might want to do, but in the end, the children coming out of it is all community property at that point.
Low key.
I mean, that's how it is, and that's how it is. I'm telling you, that's how I came from Nigeria. Probably
that's
like
Africana kinship.
That's how it's ran out there, y'all.
And if we all sharing
children, Africa, bro.
And if we all share children at a macroscopic level, and we all know we're doing it or whatever, then is it really that big of a deal anyway? The problem with cuckoldry is the one-sidedness of it. You know, but if we all just get, which basically is probably more, we probably have lived that way more historically as human beings than we've not. If you think of humanity as being several 100,000 years old, we probably have through most of human history have lived this sort of shared communal children sort of thing. So it probably
throughout human history we have.
It probably would not be as big of a problem. It's a problem when it's one-sided. When I'm getting cut and you not, essentially.
Yes, and you gotta have it. You can't have a patchwork different. Like you can't have some guys.
Topic then came full circle. Go ahead, y'all.
Polygamy I mean, it's a reason why. Like I think polygamy isn't as efficient as other systems in terms of productivity of the society. Like you said, you end up having lopsided arrangements and inefficient. Like you say, even the paternity situation is always a hypothetical in a society where it's not strict. That's where you get the Sikhs with harems where they locked all their wives up. They didn't let them be in the society.
So he's killing or castrating all the men around him in order to keep them out from being on top of his wives. Do we want a society like that?
Okay, I must have. I think it was who said they are in a.
You mean Zulu? Talking about Zulu, your namesake.
Yeah.
What did your namesake do?
I'm telling you, I actually think I actually go to the continent and actually do research paper. Not like I became a mini BGS, not as good though, but a mini. You know what I mean, right? So when I go down to the continent, I'm like, so what's with the family structure? How do y'all do this? How do y'all do that? And they think I'm just asking just to be a dumb American. I'm literally over here studying these people.
Right.
Like, social
You're doing archaeology on
now,
that,
right? So, but basically, what I think, what is it? I think it says Ray Noel. It said, and I think we said they run. It's a community. It's they do that in a tribal community, right? This is why I keep telling y'all that that's what it's going to go back to. It's going to start breaking down to the point if they try to keep running it as it's running. This is
no, but Zulu, I disagree because I think it
now
works at
paging nameless
scale.
protagonists.
Exactly.
Go ahead, yo.
I think it works at a certain scale. I think that's why we see some of the issues on the continent is because their systems don't work up to a certain scale efficiently.
You can't scale it. You can't
scale polygamy, basically.
This is what I'm saying. Now, I gotta let me finish, right?
Go ahead.
If you're talking about in these societies, but I'm like, okay, that's the second point. I'm gonna make my first point. The first point necessarily right. What's going to happen? They're going to start breaking into their own little clan, but they're already doing it right now. Have y'all seen the homestead? Have y'all seen the homesteader movement?
Vaguely, yeah.
Okay, I'm big on shit like that. That's just me, right? See, I'm always down to maybe because I just live in Georgia, but I'm down like that's what it's coming breaking down to. People are just breaking down, going off to their own little section. It's 30 of them dudes over here necessarily in the in one area, right? It's another 30 dudes over there in the homestead community, and as this shit quote unquote goes out, that's what they're going to start doing. I'm telling you, that's how it's going. But when I'm going to the other question that you asked, compassionate, right? When that mentality goes over into the major society, when you're talking about hundreds of millions of people, yes, that is not going to hold that because it's not going to work. The community is going to eventually start breaking down because you can't have this matriarchal pattern necessarily in facilities like this because shit just goes out of whack. That's why I am saying you either have to have a patriarchy, which they don't want to do because again, our patriarchy is going to bring order and stability, right? If they don't do that, this shit is gonna go revert back to a matriarch, or they're pushing it to a matriarchal standard necessarily, and then this shit's gonna slide either way.
But you got first principles in that though. Like men are not gonna accept the scale at the scale we're at. You can't. We're not in a small village where our mamas can convince most of the men to go along with some matriarchal shit or some like hyena clan type shit or Africana kinship type shit. We're too large a population where men won't accept that matriarchal deal. The patriarchy they don't want. The social designers don't. Patriarchies push back against the Leviathan. Exactly. That's essentially the problem. They always will, in perpetuity, push back and constantly be challenging the social designers. So they don't want that. But are we at a scale where the men? We're at a scale. BGS talks about millennium. We could force the Leviathan to do things if we were willing to do certain things. That they've hedged against training us from birth to be so lost in the sauce and so inept that we will never do it. But it's not so much a social designer's choice what system they can put in. It's like the Matrix. We have to accept that choice. We have to accept the construct.
Here's the problem too with the homesteader thing, and I think I've got an idea of what it is. I might have watched something, I didn't know that there was a term for it necessarily, but
yeah, it's homesteader, bro. Yeah.
Here's the issue. You messing with the federal government's money. You're messing with the federal government's ability to come and regulate your ass.
Exactly.
The whole system is built.
Tolerate? Right.
Yeah, exactly. The whole system right now is built off of our individualism and consumerism. And if you have a little tribe here and a little tribe there and a little tribe here, you're literally witnessing this in certain parts of the Middle East and in certain parts of Africa. You cannot scale that to create an America with the military it has, with the economy it has.
We already seen this in the Civil War, Z. We've seen this in the Civil War. The Civil War was essentially the country dividing into those little subgroups, and the federal government said, "Fuck that, we will invade you and free slaves and do shit that we would never even think of.
We would never consider before." Yep.
Okay. Compassion. I have a question. Have you studied ancient Chinese civilization?
I got a working knowledge of it. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So how they did it now? Technically, there is a way to do it now. I don't know if it was the size of the United States, but what they did was quote unquote how the districts, how the Chinese ran the society, right? They had a township home or whatever, basically like a communal home apartment, basically, right? Where the apartment system necessarily had its own food, water necessarily, and everything, right? And they will call upon every family to put up like Mulan. I don't know if you've never seen Mulan. It was
yeah, like a tribute.
Two sons from the Bong family, two sons from. That's how they would do it.
That's exactly how the scene sounded.
And that's how they would do it. They'd be like, all right, from this district, kind of like on some
it was feudalism.
What's
it?
Low key Hunger Game shit. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Another 1,000 from your district. Another 1,000 people from your
but
district.
that's how they function for thousands, hundreds of years.
Right. Doing one or two things necessarily, and that's how you run. Like it can be. I promise you.
Well,
it
no,
really
it can be.
Wait, Compassionate. You said something. You said something. It was done like that for thousands of years. And what happened when them Europeans came across the seas and said, nigga?
Yeah, exactly.
we got these cannons and these big ass ships, nigga.
Yeah, and here goes some opium, nigga. Smoke this.
Exactly.
Yeah,
right.
So yeah, it's in the context of China, it can be done in certain. China's a very interesting story. I mean, again, it was essentially what you're describing, kind of is feudalism.
Yeah, but China wouldn't be China now if they continued that way. They could not have consolidated the way they. And much of the reason why they consolidated the way they did is because of the century of humiliation, and the century of humiliation came about because they were operating that way, which speaks to Britain, America, France, Germany. Even Germany couldn't even continue, and that's in the middle of Europe, couldn't operate with the tribalism thing. That's where Otto von Bismarck come in. The tribalism can only, and even the homesteader thing and all of this you can't scale that past a certain point and have what you have going on in pretty much the developed world right now, right? And I'll pause right there. Go ahead, Compassionate.
Can you explain that to me? No. I mean, for me, I just want to, because maybe I'm missing something. So can you explain to that me what you mean when you say that? Can you explain that to me?
There has to be a collective narrative, and when you are tribal, you don't have a collective narrative outside of the tribe.
And what BGS would say, it's one of the hardest things to actually change the collective's cultural narratives. Like you said, in China's case, China was able to change its whole style of government and do something completely different. It actually went and erased its own history.
And how
that is true.
That's where Mao comes in. Go ahead.
Y'all hear me? Go
ahead, go Black.
Thank you. There's it killed over 100 million Chinese to make that system work.
Absolutely. Yep. They had to do dire shit.
Just got on the bullhorn and said, let's all come together.
Exactly.
No, a whole lot of people had to get re-educated, and some of them people got
literally
to the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. And they wiped out
in the walls, bro. They bones is in that wall.
They wiped out hundreds to be structural realists, to actually terraform their culture, to switch gears and change. Like, to your point of what is going to happen in the West, as we've been socialized in this direction, and they want to swing backwards and change it and try to terraform the environment in real time. And the social designers have realized, obviously, that's not how it works. You can't just say, all right, now we're going to just, matriarchy, or this neo-matriarchy shit, or the gynocracy we're building is going off the tracks. So let's sprinkle in some it's not, you would have to do what China did, which is
patriarchy by feminist specification.
Right. Exactly. They would have to wipe out. China was only able to do that by wiping out its past, essentially, its own past. And like Uru said, letting 100 million men and women, children die and starve. And then they were able to.
Compassion, we got to be woke. We got to really stress what happened with this. They were burning their own books. They were murking their own scholars.
They were
literally the kids were murking their own parents. We're not like, this is not no joke. Like, this is the people that were strung out on opium. They were just offering them just one by one, just taking them off.
Ruthless pragmatism.
Yeah, literally
ruthlessly pragmatic, and they was able. So the point is, like you said, China's done it, but at what cost? It cost. And like I said, the West and America is gonna have to do. And I think at what cost they ain't gonna have no choice but they're gonna have to sever this dedication to empowering this buffer class of women. That's just
Yeah.
what's going to have to happen.
Well, that's where I come in and say the ladies are gonna have to start. So my and Zulu after you got after me. That's why my argument is. So I don't verbalize it the way Compassionate just did, but that's my argument right there. The state is going to have to pull back a bit and expose the women with no covering, and men are not gonna cover them. The average man is not gonna cover them. So some of these women are going to have to perish. Some of them are going to have to starve. Some of them are going to have to be homeless. They're going to have to be golden girls, and their children are going to have to see. I don't want to be like Auntie. Auntie was in a golden girl situation with other women who never had kids, who never got married, and I don't want that existence.
And
right?
see, that's the question. Are the social designers willing to go that far?
I
think it depends on who. It depends on who. Go ahead. Who's supposed to?
Was supposed to be me.
I think you'll learn
Zulu, and then let's let Black Uru go, and then Zulu, and then no placeholder because I heard him trying to speak. So go ahead, Black Uru.
Well, I mean, just look at how the laws change, and some of them subtle, some maybe not so subtle, but you know, there's murmurs about reversing no-fault divorce. There's obviously some of the states are doing the DNA testing for birth certificate.
Repeal of Roe v. Wade.
So things are tightening, and they're going to tighten in the way that are going to force women to make much harder decisions than they have had to make in recent years. I believe women generally. Most women are very survivalistic, and they'll figure it out, you know, or they won't, you know. I think, you know, there's one, you know, how aspirational the society is, how much people believe in the future and whatever, and it's going to a large extent dictate their willingness to invest in making children and stuff like that, which it's somewhat sobering. When you look at the lessening of the birth rates in general. So I do think there will be a tailing off. I don't know if it'll ever be, I don't know if it will be quite as stark as, let's say, Italy, for example, because I think there is still a lot of aspirationalism in America that I don't think has existed in these older countries. You know, a lot of the aspirationalism of America is because it's still historically a very new country and it's been isolated and
ain't been traumatized
from a lot of the trauma of wars and I think that
and it was founded that way without an aristocracy, without a set hierarchy. Go ahead.
Exactly. So I do think it will take longer maybe for us to get their way, but then as Compassionate alluded to earlier, you have the looming specter of the change, the fourth industrial complex, and what that will require of our society, because that may require something starkly different from anything of prior history. Because when you talk about feudalism and those prior systems, there was no internet, you know, there were no drones, you know, there were no robots, you know, so even those systems were a product of a more technologically limited world, in a world where, you know, microwave and 3D processors,
artificial general intelligence.
It's going to be a question of what we're moving quickly to the question of what is the actual purpose and value of a human being. That's what we're moving to.
So this is where real quick, Zulu. This is where Nameless comes in, because black men have already been black men in the West. So any one of us that had to go through slavery, essentially, we've been presented with that question centuries ago. Right? You had to make your humanity as being property of someone else. Imagine that. Right? So like that. So I think we've been presented with that question before anyone else, in the middle of manhood being a producer, right? So I think we are, and especially now coming forward to where we are now, in 2024, I think we are uniquely positioned to shepherd in other people, mainly ourselves first, but others, men, into what that means, right? What does it mean to be a human being when the robot has displaced you, right? Or the drone has displaced you? What does it mean to be a human being minus hard labor or labor in general? What did you know? And go ahead,
And
Zulu.
I think
Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And the likes is still a little low. Like, share, subscribe, hit the
exactly.
super
It's
chat.
120 watching, 76 likes. Y'all still in cable. We finna shut the stream down.
like the damn video, goddamn it, bro.
God
Go ahead,
damn.
Zulu. Hysterical.
I'm gonna shut down the live. If you don't like. I'm gonna shut down the live. If you don't like.
Right. Go
All
ahead,
right.
Zulu. And then no placeholder.
Okay, as I'm looking at necessarily, the position of the quote unquote new man will be that of a consumer and that as of a partially producer necessarily for a society or for somebody. That's what it's going to be. You're going to be in the two. You're going to be in the two categories. You're going to be a consumer / scientist, or that's pretty much going to be it. That's really.
I don't even know, bro, because when I look at, I kind of follow the artificial intelligence, AI shit. And from what you can see, they're trying to build artificial general intelligence that will basically do all the thinking for even the social designers. The social designers won't even be doing the design. No more.
No. Compassionate. Now they want artificial intelligence to a limit, right? Like they want artificial intelligence to do the math for them, but not think for them. Now, trust me. Everybody we already understand.
Zulu, say that again, because I agree with you. By the way, I don't think that's how it's going to turn out, though. But I agree with you. Say that again. They want them to do the math for them, but not think for them. I agree with that. Yeah, exactly. I agree with that.
So what I'm trying to say is pretty much because they already know if you have someone think for you at that point, that's Terminator status.
No, bro, I think you. I
want you to think about this logically, not how you feel.
I'm not going off how I feel. I'm going off. No, I'm going off.
Let me finish.
Go ahead. Finish.
Because if you give a machine and say, "Hey, run the society as you so see fit," right? And what's the best solution for the planet or for whatever, right? It's going to ultimately end up thinking, bro, you're too dumb to make decisions properly. The only way that they decisions made for you properly is for me to control your every single thing.
Zulu, no, this discussion. This discussion is already being had between them. I've got to cut you off because they have what they call artificial intelligence social, like ethicists, PhDs that have been thinking about exactly the ramifications you're speaking to. What is the ramifications of designing a super intelligent machine? They're yelling from the mountaintops to these tech companies who are money hungry.
Slow down. They tell them to slow down.
Money hungry. They're not.
This is where Tristan Harris come in. You
said, well, obviously the social designers have a sense enough not to want the computer to think for them. No, bro, it's an arms race. The Chinese are working on it.
This is Yanis Varoufakis. There's a lot of people that are like, whoa.
No one's listening to them. It's too much money.
This is why I said, like, this is why I kept saying, right? They either wanted to wanted to do the math and not think for it. But if you like, this is the other side, flip side of the coin, right? If you want the thing to think for you, we all know where that goes. That's Terminator status. So so we understand if the people have any logical brain within their body. I hope they do. I'm not.
They don't, bro.
I understand. I understand.
To tie what you're saying, Zulu, to what Compassion is saying. This is what you got to really pay attention to. What Compassion is saying. The people that are trying to, hey, let's apply the brakes. We don't got control of this. They're being shut down because the incentive, the financial incentive from Bill Gates, from Mark Zuckerberg, from Jeff Bezos, from Peter Thiel, from there's one more I forget, the Google guys. Those guys are like, nah, man, we full steam ahead. Screw all that y'all talking about.
Because whoever gets it first, whoever cracks it first is the ruler of the world.
The Bill Gates, they think the future is inevitable. They accept the possibility of the matrix. They accept the possibility of
that's their own death.
They accept they think you can't stop the future. The futurists think they don't think you can stop. They only think you can go forward as strongly, as boldly, as
Lord have mercy, these
Acceleration is
white people.
as
These
you
white
yeah.
can
people
go.
is crazy,
But
boy.
this
Yeah.
business where you're going to be able to predict and control, it's just like, who knew? Did the Chinese know when they created gunpowder to do fireworks that the shit was going to be used to kill 40,
No.
50 million
Nope.
people in World War One? They
Yo,
didn't know
Kill
that.
them.
Nope.
good point, Uru.
Nope.
Kill them,
Good
really.
point, Uru. Excellent
So
point. That was a changing point in history.
so to them, the future, they probably think and hope. This is what I have heard and has been alluded to, that we're essentially going to merge. We will become the machines. The machines
Cyborgs.
will become us.
Yep.
Will become us, and so there will be mutual interest in the survival of both, essentially.
That sounds like the Matrix low key too.
Interdependence and that connectedness. We all survive in the
Transhumanism
together.
Yeah.
But we don't have these lowly, disgusting, carbon-based forms anymore.
Human beings.
Yeah.
And so
that are
with
feeble,
compassion,
that are unreliable,
and they're out of here in about 100 years.
You know what is, when you think about it, when it was done the right way, and they were very prophetic. Man, these guys were geniuses when you think about it. Stan Lee and those guys. Ultron.
Yeah.
Ultron.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You ultimately end up with Ultron. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
If you choose one route, or you go right, you choose Ultron, right?
So to the people that's in control, there's no stopping it.
No.
And so then it's just a matter of whether it goes my way or your way, or to what degree my view or vision of it will prevail versus that of the Chinese, versus that of the Indians, or whoever think they're in the lead in this business. But the future, adamantium is forever. The future is forever.
Let me say this. So what speaking of what Compassionate was saying, so in America it's our corporate sector that's leading this technological revolution. In China, much of their quote unquote is it's the state, but it's still their quote unquote corporate sector, but one party state communism.
Yeah, basically the state.
But it's really the government that they're being marshaled by the government. Right. So the government is following behind the corporate sector here, deciding what they were going to regulate and what they shouldn't. While over there, their corporate sector, when it comes to this type of tech, is being funded by the government so that the government can have better control over their citizenry. Right. So that's the fundamental difference. And I gotta say this still with Black. Real quick,
both have strengths and both have weaknesses.
Yes.
The ability to control and marshal resources. In a focused way, China has that advantage. The broader creativity and imagination, and the ability and willingness to bring different perspectives, that's over here. So we'll see which prevail. Or maybe it'll be some blending of the.
I think it's gonna be a combination of both. But to what Black Uru is saying, and Cyrus says, and thank you for the super chat. And Cyrus says Black Uru has 10 dusty days to make his channel, or he will no longer be worthy to Will Milner. And it will be donated to Strag's Palace. No, they can take no from you, Black Uru.
Well, I guess I'm
gonna give it to the Strags. Oh boy, they got donated to the Strags. 10 dusty days. Shout out to Cyrus and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and y'all continue. Oh no placeholder was trying to say something. Go ahead, no placeholder. Because he's muted. All right.
My time.
Okay. But yeah, y'all go ahead. Right. Go ahead, Vince. Go ahead.
Because I've been trying. I just want to get this one thing off, and it's not even long. Y'all notice what happened with the stock market over the last week?
No, I don't keep up with that one. I'm trying to.
I haven't been following. No.
Yeah, it's been one of the worst days. Y'all should go look it up. It came across my my newsfeed on IG. It's one of the worst days in a while. And I'm putting that into, we were talking about the labor market, guys choosing to opt out and wiggle their way out of what's going on, and this
7 million.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Well, I think it's also due to to Kamala. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't think those
Yo,
guys want anything near a damn Kamala Harris president.
I agree with that.
the way that in my opinion, the way that Kamala see black people, because I'll say this, maybe we could say she's a woman of color, but she's not ethnically black. She's not from America. Well, if she is from America, she's not from where like
Black America.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I said this, if she can't name 5 Frankie Beverly and Maze songs, she's not black.
That's Frankie Beverly the bar.
Yeah, that's the bar right now.
I think, brothers, you all would be surprised how connected in Negro culture Kamala is. I think Kamala is very astute. She wasn't running around with Willie Brown and
for no reason.
Montel not learning something about Negro culture. Montel Williams and those guys, NBA players and shit like that. She wasn't running around them guys and not learning something about Negro.
Kamala grew up understanding her ticket. Her ticket was gonna be the black. She was never gonna pass
black
for anything
people.
else.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
she understood that. Understand her parents got together during the civil rights movement. You know, I mean, at Berkeley, so they were immersed in the burgeoning, you know, culture that was obviously heavily influenced by black people, black music. They probably listened to Marvin Gaye. You know, I mean, I think we have a view of Kamala because of her the Indian connection that don't entirely represent her actual upbringing.
Okay. I think that's where you. I gotta disagree with you, bro, because I'm gonna put it to you like this, right? This is my reality. I'm gonna put it to you, right? All right, my mom necessarily. I was raised by by both my parents, but when my mom died. Right?
Okay, are we talking about Kamala or are we talking about your mom, though?
Hold on. Let me finish, right? Right. But I was raised primarily by my nanny. My nanny necessarily, right? Because my parents had a good enough money that quote unquote they didn't have to do direct parenting on me. But I'm saying like this, right? My nanny, which was Nigerian necessarily, right, had the greatest influence on me. Even for the time that I used to watch the Nigerian show, I know all the Nigerian shows even to this day, right?
Type shit.
So reality is, I think you really misunderstanding necessarily the female who helps raise you. All she can do is impart her culture. Just like if you wanted to fix Black America, how do you fix Black America? You get new women from different cultures and have them infuse themselves into the culture and into the community. That's how you would overall really fix the problems that we have now. The reality is she was raised Indian.
My Indian mother, you saying?
I mean, from what you read about her, from what you actually read about her, she went to black schools and then she was bused. You know, she went to Howard. You know, I mean, I don't think it was as simple as she just was raised in this isolated Indian community. That is not in the actual thing that has been written about her.
Right. What class? What class?
Wait, let me say this. Her people are Brahmin on the Indian side. And on her dad's side, they're pretty well off Jamaicans.
He's like an Irish Jamaican, right?
Yeah. So here's something to consider when it comes to Kamala juxtaposed to Obama. When Kamala went to Canada, okay, primarily, obviously, her and her dad had a strained relationship, et cetera, et cetera. Came back to the U.S. to go to Howard. And pretty much double back on the blackness because she hadn't had that for how many years when she was in Canada up until she ended up in Howard. You juxtapose that to Obama, and I would argue both of them had to relearn blackness or learn blackness in their freaking 20s. Okay, fine. I think Barack did a way better job at portraying that, even though I think he's further from that than Kamala is. I think Kamala does a very shitty job at portraying that, even though she's closer to that. But then that speaks to women and men and being attractive, and Barack Obama as a brother is not an unattractive brother neither. But I think Kamala was just better at learning it. Go ahead.
Barack Obama is a super adaptoid.
Exactly, he's a slick ass nigga.
I think he's a guy. I think he's a mutant. I think he's the kind of guy you can put him anywhere and he can become that thing.
On any guy's green,
if you look at how he moves. Guy came to Chicago and seduced folks in Chicago. You know, so I
He,
mean,
he pretend to know how to play
is at a
basketball and
whole,
everything.
he is at a whole other level
Mhm.
in terms of being able to
Yeah.
ingratiate himself with
Yeah,
people.
he way more
But that
You know,
sophisticated.
so that's
I've
what I
never
no no
seen
that
him.
go
I've
ahead.
never seen him be in any group of people and not own the room.
Yeah,
Yeah.
real talk.
And
He
and
knew
but
he knew when
that's
to
what
shake
I'm saying.
somebody's hand and
I'm
clap
saying
somebody's hand.
I think Kamala is more authentic with it. She just sucks at portraying it. I think
Yeah.
Barack Obama is far more calculated, but he's better at portraying
Yeah,
it. That
He has
even
more
when he was on
But
stage
influence.
and he would do the
I bet you in
go ahead.
private, Kamala remind you of a whole lot of black chicks.
No, that's
I'll
what I'm
bet
saying.
you
That's
in
exactly what I'm
private, in
saying. That's my
social,
point
in
exactly.
social
Yep, that's my point exactly.
situations,
hmm
at the
hmm
parties, at the house parties and shit like that, the frat parties, I bet she
Yeah,
remind you of a whole lot of black chicks.
yeah.
The,
yeah,
I
yeah.
think she is fit. I think she is fitting for the petite. Kamala to me is perfect, pink and green,
Yes,
petite bourgeoisie, college
archetype. Yeah,
educated, professional black woman who used to do what she needed to do with brothers, had fun with them, probably even prefers them. I'll straight up tell you, even when she with the white man, I still think she prefer brothers. But
yeah. The
Oh
body
right,
yeah,
so
no,
language,
I
she
you can
yeah
see it.
that was a business deal.
yeah
That was a part of her getting in the position actually to become vice president. That was
I think so.
necessary. That was not
Right,
a,
so
you know, that wasn't a
I just
romantic.
look
the,
at Kamala,
Yeah.
and I agree with you so much on that Black Rule. Kamala is your professional auntie. You know how black women keep on saying the rich auntie. Kamala is
yep.
that.
Mm-hmm.
She's a rich auntie. Kamala's
Yep.
the rich auntie. No kids. Before the white dude, never been married up until what late 40s, mid 40s, something like that. Mid or maybe
Mm-hmm.
no, maybe like early because she got married to him in 14. So she's what 50? What now? She's 56,
She's
something like that.
basically
50.
60. She's 59.
She 59. She got married to him in so she like her mid 40s,
Yeah, she
something like
got
that.
married at 50. Yeah,
He looked good
basically
for
at
60.
49.
50. So in other words, Kamala is rich auntie. She's rich
Yeah.
auntie. And so I see Kamala as far more indicative of particular black women than Barack Obama is of particular black men. That's
Facts.
The
not me
Z.
taking away from his blackness. That is me saying he like Black Uber said, he adapted. He went to Chicago. He studied Chicago Negroes. He got taught blackness through Michelle, through Reverend Wright, and his ilk, and
Through
he just
Michelle's
learned how to
brothers.
move
The
through
Z.
Yeah.
Michelle
Let me
brother
ask
He
you
was
this
exactly.
groomed
question
And
though.
though.
The
That's the
Let me
thing.
ask
the
you a question
yeah,
thing,
though. I have a question.
go.
So my
Real
question,
quick, let's Vince, and then better you trying to go to go ahead, Vince.
my question is, if she's so in touch with black people and blah 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 and all that shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why she have Megan Stallion go up on that stage and make us all look like an ass,
Do
like as a
you
queen?
answered
I
the
can answer that.
question? Go ahead, better. Go ahead, go ahead.
That is the
Go ahead.
state of Black America, bro. I think y'all really
She,
misunderstand that shit, bro.
I would argue that Kamala, I do think her upbringing does inform her worldview and
Mhm.
her interaction and views and opinions on certain things. But I think the whole arguing her blackness is what's a difference without a distinction, so to speak. But
A
in terms
distinction without a
of
difference. Yep.
because real talk, a lot of us are mixed
Mhm.
in terms of Black America. But the thing of it is,
Really?
with her and why she would have a Megan Thee Stallion, she in touch with a lot of Black women.
Yeah. Let me
The
let me
way
let
she
me let me say
moves,
this.
she acts like a
Better
typical
you.
Black
I gotta
woman.
say this to what you're saying because and I want you to finish this.
Yeah.
I think you and
Let me
Black
ask you this
Uru. Wait,
question.
wait, wait, Black Uru,
How is
wait.
she in
Black Uru, I don't
how
usually cut you off. I gotta say this. I'm sorry. I gotta say this because I want you to lead into this if you're gonna go. I need you to because I think you and other professional brothers, y'all get to see a certain type of sister that many black men are not. They know them by far. They don't interact with those women like that to know what you and better you know and go into what you were saying. Right, because
I
I've
mean,
been around those women. That's why. Go ahead.
I've known the Kamala Harrises since I went to HBCU in the 70s.
That's what
That's
I'm
Hmm.
not
saying.
she's
Yep,
not unusual. How is
that's my
she
point.
any different from Gorilla Grip down there in Georgia?
No,
Those are
she's
the
not.
same
That's my
chicks,
point.
man.
Exactly. That's my point.
Those are the
That's my
exact same
point.
chicks.
Exactly.
So
That's my
her
point.
being Indian, this Indian thing, I mean, I'm not saying that's not a part of her life, but
Yeah,
if you made a brochure of the 100-year history of Alpha Kappa Alpha, you put Kamala Harris on the cover of it.
Yeah.
This chick is
Facts.
living
People of color,
symbol
bro.
of Alpha Kappa Alpha. Anybody who's gone
What's
to HBCU knows this is true.
My
what's her
mama,
name from
aka.
Baltimore? Real quick compassion. What's her name from Baltimore? The one that during the Freddie Gray, was it Freddie Gray case?
The
Freddie Gray?
DA, same thing.
Yeah,
The
her.
DA.
So that's
Yeah.
my point exactly. Her. There's
Those
another
are all
like
the same
when I see
women.
Kamala, I see all the barely passing brain
They all
brown
light-
paperback
they
all the
all
way to light skin.
light-skinned.
Exactly.
They
Like
all
they all
light-skinned with nice
same difference.
perms,
Yep,
with
same
nice
difference.
perms and pearls.
You
I mean, come
you can
on.
add
They
Angela
all the
Rye to
same
that too.
women.
Add Angela Rye in there too. Add. There's a couple of them that all, even if they didn't, but didn't Angela Rye graduate from law school too? Angela Rye, you could add Ebony K. Williams in there.
Ebony K.
All them
Williams,
sisters
aka.
are all.
Y'all
Thank you.
do-
All
They
them
all
sisters the
the
same.
women.
They all the same. They all the same,
Yeah.
bro. They all the same,
The
bro. I'm telling you.
Okay,
The
Yeah, go ahead.
corporate case.
I have to ask. I have to ask
Wait. Because we had Better You, so Better You, and then Zulu. Go ahead, Better You.
Yeah, I just came up because I'm on bad duty, but real quick. But like the corporate K's,
Mhm.
they are some of the most. They're some of the most ruthless women you come around for their particular. Like real talk, like they
And they
move
proud of it.
in a way. They move like aloof white men, but they don't have the social capital and awareness of
Mm.
the typical white man. So that's how come I put like a perfect example of what I mean. The if you saw the NABJ and how they address
Yeah, I saw it.
Trump,
I saw it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
that's the
Mhm.
attitude,
There
that's
you
the
go.
demeanor, that's how
There
they
you
come. And if you get one of the ones that's a family or they some of the best women up, but them corporate sisters, you basically dealing with a white man.
She a
Or
shark.
want to be
She a
white
shark.
man.
That wait, did I? I've said this before. This is what I've because I've been around these people. Like I can't tell y'all certain details about Z's life, but y'all, everything I tell y'all is the truth. But I can't tell y'all certain. I've been around these people because of people I know, not because of me, but because of people I know. And I'm telling you, what Better You and Black Guru was saying, that's them.
Yeah.
That's them, y'all. And so
I have a
they,
question to
it's a
ask Black
different
Guru.
type of. But real quick, Zulu, because I'm speaking of something you were going to. This is a different type of sister. So she is Ebony K. That's why Ebony K. People, even other black women, were like, "Yo, like I don't got a problem with bus driver or whatever," because y'all don't appreciate Ebony K. What's her name that used to be on MSNBC too? Melissa Harris
Tiffany Cross.
Perry, no, Melissa Tiffany Cross too. Melissa Harris Perry, Tiffany Cross, Fannie Willis, Kamala Harris. Like they're educated hood sisters, yo. And they move like white male sharks, but they don't get the capital from it that the white men do.
Okay,
Right?
I was just going.
Go.
I just wanted to ask one question, right? So Black Uru and a few other people said, all right, she's just a Black American woman in society, right? Just because she was raised in, she studied some aspects of Black culture because from my understanding, she was raised in Jamaica by
No. No, she wasn't raised in Jamaica. She wasn't raised in Jamaica. She was here until she was like 7 or 8, and then her mom took her to Canada until she was 17, 18, and then she came back and went to Howard, and she's been here ever since.
Well, that explains.
Okay,
She got
all
the Drake. She got the Drake complex. Then
okay, that's what I was
But
saying.
the difference is Drake was never here. He only came down here for summers.
Drake wasn't raised here. She was raised here.
Well, to Z's point, she was at 8. She in 8 to 18. She was in Canada.
I think she was a little older than that. But she went.
No, that's on the record.
She went to school in California, man.
Yeah.
What school? You mean high school?
She went to school in California. Then she went to high school in Canada because her mom got a job. Her mom was a noted scientist.
Yes. Dad was the economist. Mom was a science.
Cancer. Yep. She actually did. Supposedly a leading cancer researcher. So she got a job at some big university or whatever in Canada. And then when she graduated, now think about this. Now she was a high achieving high school student, right? High achieving high school student. She could have probably went to a whole lot of different universities, PWI.
She made the calculus. Howard. She knew she was a black girl.
Well, but I'm saying my point is this: she saw some value in connectedness to being black. For whatever reason, whether it was positive or negative, and there's probably some of both. But at 18 years old, for whatever reason, she said, "I'm gonna go to a black school." So
And she
this
did
is
the
not
basic
your
light-skinned
typical
black woman thing and became an AKA.
right.
Okay,
I think
This
the
ain't
problem.
this ain't your typical
wait a minute.
like you
That's
know.
the point I was trying
This
to
is
get to.
not. Well, I'm just saying. I'm just trying to clarify the argument you were making earlier, brother, and that is this is not.
I never
You
got to
broke up,
finish.
Black Guru. I don't know if that was me.
Yeah,
Was
no, I
that me?
can't hear you. No, you
Nah.
broke up.
No, Black Guru, you broke up. I can't hear you.
My point is, this is not some woman. I'm just some Indian woman.
Zulu, you go
No,
after
this
Black
is a
Guru.
woman. What's that?
No, I was telling
Go
Zulu he could go continue after you. Go ahead, Black Guru.
This is not some woman who just I'm some Indian woman and I'm indifferent to blackness. And by the way, she has a younger sister who's married to a black man. Nobody ever brings that up.
She does.
Nobody ever.
And the younger sister is cute as hell. I ain't even gonna lie. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I mean, this is not a woman who's disconnected from blackness. No, she definitely has embraced, for whatever reasons, to some degree, of blackness. There are plenty of pictures out there with her very black Jamaican family members. So I just be careful that I mean we can have different opinions about her politics and her past sleeping around history, with all of which is valid. But let's not like lie about who she or distort her actual history. Her actual history is she has substantially been involved with black people. That's just a fact.
Okay. By your own logic, I'm just gonna follow your logic train, right? Now in Georgia State University, right? Georgia State University out here in downtown Atlanta, right? We have an influx, necessarily to the point that we had to make it a problem of Indians coming into their schools off of black grants, right? And I'm telling you, they shave their hair off, they perm their front hair, bro. They shave off their hair off their face, and they perm their hair. You couldn't tell the difference. Now I don't know if you ever seen a Tamil or a South Indian at all. The only delineation that you can tell that they're not an African person is by the simple fact that that hair to come out the top of their head, right? So if you had an Indian man who came from who raised himself in America, right, who just gave himself a fro and said, you know what, I'm gonna go to an historically black college, get an historically black college grant necessarily, and I'm gonna interact with black people, would he still be considered himself a black individual man? And would you put your life in the hands of your daughter?
We're not talking about Mindy Kaling's brother.
You have okay, bro. Wrap it up, because damn, you just going on and on.
Finish, man.
Go, Zulu. Go.
Would you put your life on him, and he's saying that he was gonna best represent you and your people necessarily as him being raised by Indian father, Indian mother, but the only thing he says he appears to be black. That is all I'm saying.
Now what I said, I said, don't lie about her history. I have never once made an act. First of all, I am not voting for Kamala Harris, not at all. They've never even considered the possibility of that. Would never make a vote for her for president. So I mean, that's not relevant to this woman's actual history. I was talking about her history. No, I did not just answer your question. I did not just say that I would not vote for her, that I would never consider voting for her. Did I not say that?
I think he asking you, do you think she's black?
Well, to me, no, those are two different questions. Because he said something about putting my life in
her hands. Yeah, I heard that too.
No. What I'm saying that to say this because what you said was okay. Just because she went to a black school, right, and she hang around black people necessarily, that makes her a black, right? Then I'm saying all I did was emphasize the same thing. I said you get an Indian man who was raised by an Indian dad, Indian mom, but they hang out with a lot of black people and say, right?
First of all, she does not have an Indian. She does not have an Indian father. She has a black mixed Jamaican whatever
father.
You know, so that's not true. That's not true. She didn't grow up in an exclusively Indian community. She grew up in black areas, and she went to segregated schools, then she went to integrated schools, and then she went to school in
I mean, so but Indian go to black.
Okay, can I finish this? Can I mean, you're see, you're bringing up, you're being intellectually dishonest because you're taking hypothetical situations that have nothing at all to do with this one particular woman, and you're projecting them into this argument. And I said from the beginning, I'm only focused on her particular history. She has a unique, mixed, and varied history. Now, regardless of her history, I'm not voting for her. So it's not even really relevant.
Yeah, I mean, we don't got to beat a dead horse. I mean, yeah.
And at the end of the day, the way I see Kamala is a black woman. Not by complete lineage, but by everything else. From comportment to the way she speaks, she represents the reason why you see so many black women backing her. You take it from black women on this case. If they didn't see her as a black woman, they would not be backing her.
Right.
They're backing her because she represents the AKA epitome of success.
AZ.
So
right.
I want to make sure. So black is now a culture, not a lineage, not a
no. You're using ADOS, FBA, and black interchangeably. You're using them interchangeably. Those are two different things. Black is just black across the diaspora, right? ADOS, FBA have a very specific type of blackness, and I would argue, quite frankly, Kamala represents that more than a whole lot of sisters y'all would not like to admit are ADOS. Like Kamala and the way she moves and speaks and acts is so representative of a particular brand of black. Okay, I'll give you a prime example. Bowser, Zulu. I hope you know who I'm talking about when I say Bowser. Bowser. Okay. Yeah, but I was about to say too. Who better you calls Diglett? She's ADOS. Outside of the looks, ain't that much mainly difference between her and Kamala. She's a Harvard graduate, and Kamala's a Howard graduate. But outside of looks, she don't got none on a young Kamala. There's not much difference, right? This is what I'm saying. Like Kamala is moving and speaking and acting, and this is the real. You know, it was the real her when you heard that there was some a physical altercation between her and Secret Service or her people in Secret Service back. Come on, like, bro, this is Kamala. This is a black woman, bro. This is a black woman. You listen to her speak. Okay, perfect example. Ebony K. Williams is ADOS. What's the difference between Kamala and Ebony K. Williams? Angela Rye is ADOS. What's the difference between Angela Rye and Kamala Harris? Melissa Harris Perry is ADOS, if I'm not mistaken. What's the difference between her and Kamala Harris? They all look similar, talk the same, act the same. And homegirl out of Baltimore that I forgot her name. Somebody in here could remember the former the DA who they damn near damn I almost
Mosley?
Yeah. Mosley, yeah. It's Mosley.
Mosley.
Marilyn, there. Thank you. There we go. But that's what I'm saying. Like, what's the difference between Marilyn Mosley, Angela Rye, Melissa Harris Perry, Fannie Willis, Kamala Harris, Ebony K. Williams? Like, what's the difference? Right, well, like, and if you want to add somebody who's not ADOS, then you could add what's her name, the other light skinned one that I just mentioned the other day. Not Angela Rye.
That's what I said then, bro. So by that definition, I'm Nigerian then.
No, it's no, but no. You're saying black, and you're saying black, and I know you mean ADOS. She's not ADOS, but she is black.
Well,
I know this. Black is a blanket term, right? So how it's being used is a blanket term, right?
ADOS definitely use black super used loosely and confuse the shit out of everything. Our ethnic group, the ADOS ethnic group, which we're referring to as black, but we really mean the ethnic group, the Negro, or I mean
American Negro. Yeah, let me ask this question. Was Marcus Garvey ADOS?
No, he was Jamaican. No, he was Jamaican.
Black Americans refer to him just as though he was any other black American.
Yeah, he was beloved. Yes,
because that's why we use
my point, brother, is that not all people who are viewed and valued as a part of the ADOS culture were necessarily ADOS.
I never said that it was.
And regardless of what we may think about it, to a percentage of Black women, ADOS women, they view her in that same sort of way.
Yes.
Sidney Poitier, anybody? Larry Belafonte?
The sun is gray, bro. If you told it to him, so like, I mean, that's a bad comparison. But if y'all, that's what we going with. I accept it. It is what it is.
I mean, let me read this real quick. Wait, y'all. Let me read this real quick because I had it up here for a minute. And Els Active says regulated polygamy, i.e., Islam, has a limit of 4 wives. I did not know that. I never knew that. Okay, so
no, yeah, it's actually for y'all in my wheelhouse.
I thought it just kept on going until you could have. No. Please wait. Give me a second. I thought you could keep on going until you couldn't afford it anymore. But I didn't know it was 4, so now I know better. Okay. Yeah. All right. New information. You learn something new every day. Go ahead.
The limit's been 4 since.
So I don't want to get off topic, Naaman. Let's continue on. That's why I read it the way I did, and we're moving on. I never did. All right, and all right, yeah, go ahead, y'all.
My bad, y'all, for deterring the conversation.
No, because it's important that we get to what Kamala represents. So I, much like Black Uru, I can vibe with her politics from what we can see and what we know, right? I do not think that she is as politically talented as we need right now. I do not. So I can't rock with her. I can't rock with Trump either. So like I said, I'm gonna probably be writing in Cornel West's name for this election. So for me, even if Kamala wins, what you will have is Black women, particularly her type of Black women, like the celebration is gonna be insane because it's one of them that got in there, and the reason why that speaks to the brand of Blackness that Kamala Harris occupies. Is it vapid? Yes. Is it hollow? Yes. Is her politics hollow? Yes. Is she really politically astute? I mean, she is a politician, but is she talented? No, not particularly. But she would represent a certain brand of Black woman. And I think that we shouldn't discount that.
Male interest. That's just not
exactly. And we should not discount that. She represents a certain Black woman politics and Black women themselves. The AKA exactly the AKA highly educated, accomplishes HBCU rail resource. Back by certain white folks. Yeah. So yeah.
I just want to say this before we move on. One thing, right? I think that if Black women didn't appreciate it, they'd be treating her like everybody was treating Herman Cain.
Yeah.
Like
cool, but which Black women do you know that's not? Because I do know there's Black women naysayers about Kamala. I do know that, but I don't know how many of them do not appreciate her brand of Black woman. Okay, like they don't know who she is. Go ahead.
I'm a truck driver, so maybe just where I'm at necessarily, on a social hierarchy. But when I'm talking to your everyday run of the mill, Black woman, the reality they telling me this chick ain't Black. I don't know this chick where she from. Now, like you said, maybe it's into that the highly AKA class of women. They may consider her Black for their own political reasons. Now that may be true, but if you go down to the street level, or the mid to street level, I'm telling you that's not what they're saying.
What I think it is, though, I think it's because Kamala isn't homegrown. She could be Black and she has that brand of Blackness, but I think where I get off the bus at is that she's not homegrown.
But ultimately,
but my argument would be that Kamala is, though. My argument is that Kamala does represent. See, this is when we're getting into some interesting territory about class, upbringing, comportment, etc., etc. Kamala is homegrown. It's the class and in particular brand of Black woman she represents. Melissa Harris. Okay, for those of us that ever saw the interview with Melissa Harris Perry when she interviewed what's the white girl from Washington State that was pretending to be Black? From the Rachel Dolezal. Thank you. When she was interviewing Rachel Dolezal, thank you, Nema. She was saying to Rachel Dolezal, "You seem familiar to me. You seem like somebody I know." This is a full-on white woman.
Right.
There's a certain brand of Black women that this is how they operate. Rachel Dolezal was imitating a certain brand of black women so well that the other really black women did not see this white woman. Kamala Harris, Melissa Harris Perry.
Which is
Yeah, go ahead.
why they really resented her. The
Yeah,
real reason why they resented Rachel Dolezal because she did a damn good job being one of them.
yes.
And a white
I'll
woman
say
ain't
this on
supposed to do that.
Rachel. She was
Go ahead.
dedicated. She the only white
Yeah,
person I know chose to still be a nigga when it was not convenient to be a nigga.
yeah,
Absolutely not.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I think
So
she's
like,
still being a nigga to this day.
no, she really is. Even
Exactly.
recently, I think I saw something pop up about her earlier this year. Actually, was it
Yeah,
late
she
last year?
on OnlyFans
Earlier
now.
this year. Yeah, yeah.
She braiding
She's
hand on
still
So,
OnlyFans.
so I say that for a reason. What I'm saying is we have to so I get what you're saying, Zulu. The sisters around you, they don't see the blackness in Kamala. I get it, but there, I bet you if you run up on some AKAs or any other sorority sisters, the Divine Nine brothers, the and sisters, the I'm gonna just say her name, the Kim
Political class.
Fosters,
Yeah, if you're in the
yeah,
political class,
not even just the political class, but if you read up on Channing Dungey, she was the CEO or the head of ABC at one point. Women like that. If you read up on Cosby's wife, right? If you read up on who else am I thinking?
Camille?
Michelle, even Michelle, yeah, Camille.
If
If
you
you read
ran
up
up on the average American,
on what's her name from
Look,
BET,
look,
Bob Johnson's ex-wife, and
I,
women
I,
like
I,
that,
I
they see the blackness
recently
in her.
spent,
Go ahead.
I recently spent an event, like I said, with a mix of black female family members of all
Hmm.
types and age, from my aunt, one of my aunts is, close to 90 years old, all the way down to, teenagers and younger. And they were all talking pro Kamala.
I'm telling you.
They were all talking pro Kamala. So I'm not discounting what Zulu presented, but I think the chance or the prospect of someone who looks similar, kind of, sort of like them, being in the slot is going to be very seductive to a lot of
Hmm.
black women, regardless of whether they're ADOS or not. It's going to
But
be
here's the
very
thing.
seductive.
that's why the
I can't.
matriarchy can't stand, bro.
I
That's all
can't
I'm
I'm not
see.
gonna get
I
an
honestly
opportunity
can't
to
see.
talk.
But the thing
Oh,
about it is this, though: black, who is or who isn't black is ultimately determined by the U.S. government, the OMB, and the Census Bureau. They determine who meets the criteria for black or not. And per the
Hmm.
U.S. Census, Kamala Harris can
Kamala's
self-identify
black.
black. So I think
Hmm.
that's the bottom line on that.
Yeah.
Anyway, if I may,
That
saying.
that that
And
speaks
within the
to the
or
culture.
do I gotta start soon? I guess
Yeah.
I gotta say
Go ahead. Go
swimming
ahead,
to change
Naaman. Go ahead. Go
something.
ahead.
Shit. First of all, shalom. Peace to everybody in the channel.
yo,
First of all, I think it was Dr. Ronald Neal who said it best
Mhm.
as far as Kamala goes. She's black when it's convenient. That's the thing a lot of people people are just too emotionally caught up in everything. I understand what Zulu's trying to say, but Bam sounds like he's a little caught up. He's a little caught up in this. But I understand what you're trying to say for him. I know everybody's wondering her blackness that, and everything. Hell, if you go to India, or if you ask some Indian folks, is she black? I mean, deep down, they're gonna say they want to use the derogatory term they have for black people. But a lot of them are like, no, she's not. She's one of us and everything. But then again, if you see her sister, and a little story about her sister. Her sister is like, has a child out of wedlock.
Mhm.
And although she's married to a black woman, her daughter herself is also married to a black woman. Despite the fact you look at her, you realize, oh, she was sired by a white guy in high school. And both are college grads. Stanford graduates, by the way, all of them.
Wait, I'm lost.
Like that's
Wait. So her daughter has a
had a
kid?
child her sister had a child while in high
Hmm.
school, a teen pregnancy.
Okay.
I
Okay.
think she was her first year at Stanford. I think she
No,
Mhm.
sir. If
I
I
mean,
may,
from what I read, she was a
and I will
freshman at
clarify for
Stanford.
you.
Mhm.
And I will clarify.
I'm just
for you,
saying,
sir.
from what I read, she was a freshman at Stanford. She got impregnated by some random white guy. And they
No, it
kind of
was in high school,
the whole thing. But
actually.
I'm not gonna argue with you about it. I'm just saying what
Okay.
I read.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify for you, sir.
Mhm.
Although I'm not trying to argue with you either, Bakuru, as an elder. I'm just clarifying. She had her child while she was 17 years old, while still in high school, senior year to be exact, junior or senior year to be exact. So she had a teen pregnancy in high school, graduated from high school from a white classmate.
Mhm.
She would go on to college, and then it was in Stanford she met her future husband. They met at Stanford Law, and then a few years later they eventually married. Now her daughter, however, sired by a white man, will go on to college. Was raised, as she was, and and eventually graduated from Stanford. And she herself is married to a black man. I think his.
So basically, Kamala's
he's
niece.
I think he's Niger. I think he's Niger or Nigerian.
So Kamala's niece is married to a black man, basically,
and has 2 daughters with this man.
Okay.
And if you see her daughter, and if you see, Kamala's sister, a lot of brothers, especially if you were like Montel Williams, would look at Kamala and say, "I should have fucked your sister. I should have fucked your sister," because her sister looks more Indian than Kamala.
Asking you is the sister and the niece are both married to black men.
Black men.
Okay, that's the question.
Has 2 daughters with the black man.
Okay, okay.
Right.
So the sister had a child from the white dude, and then they both. Okay, okay, yeah. Okay.
Are Indians patrilineal? Let's consider that, because we were talking about how she was raised. What's the probability of her sister and her sister's daughter marrying black men if they were raised strictly Indian? What's the probability?
Good point.
Yeah. Has anybody seen Mississippi Masala? That movie?
No.
Denzel Washington. It's about about the interaction.
Yeah, it's a very interesting early move by Denzel Washington. Mississippi Masala. He falls in love with an Indian girl in Mississippi. Yeah.
A Native American girl, Indian?
No, South Asian.
An Indian.
No, 7-11 Indian.
The stereotypical family owns a motel. Indian owns. That's what it was.
Yeah.
In Mississippi.
That's what it was.
What the fuck?
This was in Mississippi. This was set in Mississippi.
Yeah. Bro, they got hotels everywhere, man.
Yeah. Hold on.
Charles Dutton was, I think, played his brother in the movie.
Yeah, he played his brother and business partner because remember him and Denzel had a cleaning business.
Yeah.
But shit went sideways, especially because his interactions with her, not to mention the Indian woman's family. They were deportees from Uganda, and her husband and the father had been trying to sue the Ugandan government for compensation for decades. Okay. That was the thing people forgot. From the 70s, they were deported from Uganda in the 70s.
During what's his name?
Idi Amin.
Yeah.
My question is: Are Indians the community her mother's from? Are they patrifocal or patrilineal? Like
they are a patrilineal society. Yes, they are. Right. First of all, having grown up, I grew up around South Asians because growing up in the Middle East, you got plenty of South Asians of various stripes and whatnot.
No, but my point is, so they full of shit. If you go to India and ask them, is she one of y'all? Because her dad. They're gonna double.
Indian. They will say she's Indian when she's convenient because for a couple of reasons. One happens to be she's a U.S. national.
Right. Yeah.
And she's making a precedence, right?
Yeah, of course. But
her family.
The line was broke when her mother married her father.
Exactly.
The line was broke.
Her mother. Yeah.
From
a little clarification.
Yeah.
Excuse me. A little clarification. First of all, y'all gotta keep in mind one thing about Indians. First of all, there is colorism there, and her family is from the south. They're from Tamil Nadu, from the city of Chennai. And from what I understand, her mother was ethnic Tamil. They were Hindu, and Tamils are dark skinned. Another example of a Tamil, the prime example of a Tamil you would want to see is, what's his name? Aziz Ansari. No. Hold up.
Aziz.
Aziz Ansari. Aziz Ansari. Could y'all please?
Bro, we listen to you, bro.
Sorry, I'm just getting interrupted, getting frustrated. I don't
listen to you, bro.
Somebody be cutting not get.
I know. Yo, you're Borgen, fam.
No, we hear you though. No, appreciate
No,
it.
Z was Borgen is what I said. But anyway,
we hear you though. We hear you. We trying to.
Name of your ADHD is off the chain. Go ahead, name. Go ahead, just go.
I don't have ADHD. I got BPD, but not ADHD.
Oh no, my God, go, name it. That's the point. Go.
All right. It's like I said, prime examples of Tamils would be like Vivek Ramaswamy, although he's from another state. He's from the nearby state of Kerala. Aziz Ansari, Mindy Kaling's partially Tamil, but they first of all get a lot of flack from Indians from the north. Like for example, somebody like Hassan Minhaj, who's from the north, because they're fair skin and dark skin, and there's the ethnic issue. There's also because some of them, and there's also the religious issue. There's also the caste issue because it's not just Hindus who have a caste. Muslims and other religions, they all have castes of their own. You even see this in neighboring Pakistan, also in Bangladesh.
Well, Pakistan was part of India. It's India.
Yeah, the whole South Asia, they have this type of shit. And you ask them, is she one of yours? In certain cases, they'll say she is. In certain cases, they won't.
What's this name? When you say South Asia, we just hear India. So all of India has a problem with this, even the different states of India, like Bangladesh or Sri Lanka or Pakistan.
Sri Lanka is bad over there, bro. They kicked out half their population over that shit, man.
Oh man, I mean, you'd be surprised. I mean, especially the if I can mention this group, the Sikhs are one group, for example. I mean, imagine if Nikki Haley was the Republican nominee, the Sikhs would be coming out for her. Except they would kind of call her a traitor because she did convert to Christianity. But that's it. The floor is yours.
Just to say that she is what her father is. So whatever her father is, that's what she is.
Yeah. Jamaican. Yeah, true. And her father's still alive. In fact, he did an interview recently, didn't he?
Her dad, I thought her dad was Jamaican and Irish.
Well, he probably was. I mean,
that's
who else is Jamaican and Irish? Bob Marley was.
When I looked up her history, it said her dad was her black word. Her dad was his dad was Indian, was Irish, and his mom was Jamaican, right? So that would be a mixed Irish Jamaican guy, right? Then Kamala's father necessarily was raised that way as a very, very wealthy Irishman. That's how he was raised, right? But he lived in Jamaica. That's what I'm saying. So I'm like, so even in his upbringing, how does he view himself? So that's what I'm like. That's when it comes to her. I kind of just back off. But that's everybody has their
point. I mean, you do have white populations throughout the Caribbean. People forget about that. Just like you got South Asians and Asians in these various islands. Some people forget about that. And let's not forget, like Ado's folks in the U.S. You see folks in parts throughout the Caribbean, as well as in South America, as well as Central and South America. They have some level of, white in them, if they do their ancestry DNA.
I mean, did he stop speaking or that's just
I was done talking. I was just wondering, why is everybody quiet?
Oh yeah, because I ain't know, because we ain't trying to interrupt you or nothing like that. That's all.
I appreciate that though. I think unfortunately you guys took the conversation in a direction that maybe the rest of the panel wasn't particularly interested in.
Man, let's get back talking about the friends.
I think we have beaten a dead horse into protoplasm.
Yeah.
Like literally.
Yeah.
After it was taken to the group factory.
Let's stop it now.
So let the host Z recenter us, because it's your show. Recenter.
Okay, so first let's do this. And Leon says, and thank you for the super chat, polygamous societies send the bastards Jon Snow to the Night Watch, sned them to the front line for our family's freedom. King have always done it. Kings of, I know you tried to say done it, but yeah, no, Jon Snow. So yeah, Jon Snow turned out to be. If I'm spoiling this for you, Jesus Christ, Jon Snow turned out to be what's his name's sister's son that he pretended.
Rhaegar. Rhaegar
So
Targaryen.
and he pretended, but no, remember it was his sister's son also. So the Targaryen was on the father's side,
Yeah.
side, on
It
so
was
yeah,
Ilya
so
Stark, if I'm saying the name right.
yeah, exactly. So and he claimed it was his son from an illegitimate type of situation, and he was even willing to go through the crapper with his own wife by claiming it was his illegitimate son. Instead
Right.
of being honest to protect him, instead of being honest that your mom died in childbirth and then we offed your fucking dad.
Right.
So yeah, instead of being honest about the shit. But and send him to the front lines, which is funny because didn't he meet a No, it wasn't a Targaryen. Yeah, the
Yeah, he
old
did.
guy. He just he essentially was going to become the old guy in the future, like that. He was going to become him.
Well, it was interesting
Mhm.
about him because he was actually, I think his name was Aegon.
Yeah, he was supposed to be the next one up.
He was supposed to
king,
be
bro.
He was supposed to be king, but
he turned it down.
Yeah.
Yep. I
And
remember
it
that.
passed to John's great grandfather.
Yeah.
It passed to Sean's great grandfather. Because
Mhm.
John's grandfather was the Mad King. And of
Yeah.
course John's father was Rhaegar, the one who was killed by Robert in the rebellion.
Yep. So yeah, no, that's a Leon. That's a good. We see you done made us go into Game of Thrones, which I still haven't watched the new stuff yet. I'm waiting until probably like my lady hates this. I'm waiting until like season 4 or whatever the hell so I can binge it. I can't do the single episode thing no more. I'm spoiled now. I'm spoiled now.
What, 20, 35?
Listen, I'm one of those people that will wait 3 years, 4 or 5 years, and then that way I can binge 2-3 episodes a night type thing. I'm that guy. I will wait. And I'll dodge spoilers for the next 3-4 years if I have to. Just I tell her to watch it now and then just watch it again when I watch it. Yeah, because when I watch Game of Thrones, it is. When I watch Game of Thrones, I wait. I had an ex that tried to introduce me to it, and I was like, no. And I watched it with my lady, and I want to say I watched all 8 seasons in a matter of like a month and a half, maybe 2
I
months.
caught on the Game of Thrones super late.
Nice, bro.
Yeah.
But did you know life this thing?
Right. Like it was. I liked it that way. No, it was good. It was good. It was
I
good.
mean,
It's
the seasons were only 8 to 10 episodes.
episodes.
So they
Yeah.
weren't really that. The seasons weren't really that long. They just seemed long because there was so much time in between the.
They was trying to drag it out because George fat ass wouldn't finish writing them books.
Right.
George R.R. Martin.
Yeah. So
well,
like,
yeah, but when you think about it, I mean, dude was creating a whole damn universe out of his head. So this whole business where he's supposed to hurry up and crank out a book for Hollywood,
some of it was
always
inspired by
kind of dubious to begin with.
Yeah, that's how commerce
like,
always
well, we
fucks
don't
up
care
the
nothing
art
about
form.
that. Once you commit to being an author, then you do what we say and get our shit out.
Yeah, that's how commerce
I
fucks
we don't care nothing about that.
George was like, I started writing this shit like in the 60s. And y'all expect me to
Well,
you ain't finished by yet?
Yes, well, nigga, you done fucked up us. Now we done caught on, and now we want you to rush them shits out. You done fucked up.
Shit, he wrote a whole video game universe. He ain't wrote that book yet.
Has anybody ever played the video game?
No, I never played it. I didn't even know there was a video game up until
Me neither.
better you
there
just
was
said it.
one.
Yeah.
It's on PS3
No,
and Xbox 360.
Elden Ring. He wrote Elden Ring, the whole universe.
Oh, yeah, I
Oh,
never
okay.
knew that too.
Oh, I
Okay,
didn't know
well,
about
but
that.
the one, obviously the one thing with Game of Thrones, but of course the black people gotta be the slaves and the servants. But of course we already know, like there was no high noble black people.
In the new season, they call themselves trying to interject some niggas. I noticed.
Yeah, but I bet.
I
I mean, like if you
Ice and Fire.
no, it's the new stuff, but the new stuff is a prequel though.
The new series does feature black people quite prominently in the.
They all mixed up. I ain't gonna say
Yeah.
In fact, and at an aristocratic level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like when you read some of the backstory, so it's low key kind of like real life. Like black people live in a different part of the world, and like they have
It's just
different
not
type of
part of the
dragons.
series.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And where the dragons are, where black people are, they don't
It's an
have
EEI
they
show.
don't spit fire, but they do. There's something else dope about them, but to make up for them not spitting fire, but they don't spit fire.
They spit ice.
And yeah, they have the black people have their own type of aristocratic system, obviously, et cetera, et cetera. It's, you know,
Yeah, I want to
it's
see that Game of Thrones. Fuck this.
yeah,
I'm tired of the
yeah,
white universe.
yeah. I mean, like I did find it interesting with with like the Southern Italian type of dude,
Mhm.
in Game of Thrones, and yeah,
Yeah,
it
there
was
was like the
interesting.
Moroccan
Yeah,
Byzantine.
exactly,
Yeah, that was
exactly.
as far black as they went. They had
Yeah,
some
yeah,
niggas scattered in their society too.
Wouldn't
yeah,
it be
yeah.
Yeah,
So
easier just to say it's a feudalistic society because it's all based on feudalism?
it
it
was a
basically
feudalistic
is. It
society.
was open.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was
it,
clearly
Yeah,
medieval
it's
it was
based
feudalism.
on the
literally a
war.
Hold on.
feudalistic society. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead,
It,
Gunny.
I
the whole saga of Game of Thrones is based on European history, in particular the
Mhm.
War of the Roses.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh
so that
yeah,
makes sense.
British
Yeah,
Civil War, the 1610 to 1620 something is when it does.
Mhm.
I remember that
Yeah,
history.
that's right, folks. They, white people just fight fun. It's a lot of them, a lot of fucking wars anyway.
Oh, well, better you in that case. Here's my question: who would be Oliver Cromwell? Since you brought up the War of the Roses.
What's his face? Not Littlefinger. Yeah. Little. That's a good question. But there's two people that's coming to my mind that could be. Three people
Oliver
that could
Cromwell.
be. Yeah. The one that what's her name burnt. The Targaryen. The one that she burnt. The bald dude that they said got castrated. Him or the one that I forgot. I'm forgetting their names. What is his name? Was it Littlefinger? Little. What is his
Little
name?
finger.
Littlefinger, or
Mm-hmm.
the short one, the midget. What's his face?
Oh, Tyrion Lannister.
Yeah.
Tyrion
Which one? So
played
would
by
you
Peter
say it was one of
Cushing.
those three, or would you say I'm way off?
As Oliver Cromwell, I don't know, but I will say this. Oh, by the way,
You the one who asked the question. Wait a minute. How you ask the question and then say you don't know? Go ahead.
I'm asking you because I don't know. That's why I asked the question.
Oh boy, go ahead.
But I'm like, not really sure. But here's what I will say. From the War of the Roses.
Mhm.
Oh, by the way, can somebody keep that dog down? Anyway, from the War of the
That's
Roses.
a baby, bro.
Oh, that's a baby? Oh, it was either that or a cat.
Oh, my bad.
No,
I got
Either that or a
better
cat. You never know.
better use kids is chiming in some wisdom. So go.
Oh,
Right.
oh, hey, babe. Oh, hi, baby. Just behave yourself. But anyway, what I wanted to say was, let me put that down. Okay. There are two terms I remember from the War of the Roses. It's the derogatory terms that both sides have for one another. And you can tell by their hairstyles. Those who were sided with the king during the English Civil War, they were called Cavaliers, and they usually wore their hair long. Those who opposed him, they usually had a bowl cut haircut, and they were called the Roundheads. Of course, those terms are also used regarding a certain procedure they do to children, to little boys. So if you've been cut, they call you a Roundhead in the UK. If you haven't, they call you a Cavalier.
True.
It's interesting how these two.
I said, ew.
You learn something new every day.
Yeah. Fun facts. Fun facts with Namer.
That's a freaky fact. No, I'm playing.
It's a weird. It's hey. I've been around Brits, and I've been in. Somebody just explained that term to me once when they asked me, "Are you a Roundhead or Cavalier?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
They just ask you if you circumcised over
that's
there.
really too much information. But
Hey,
but girls and
the Norwegians are worse.
Identity.
The Scandinavians are worse with that question because they will ask me, "Are you Omsharafet?" Which means, "Are you snip?" I'm like,
Wait,
I went with a level.
AB, what
Sorry.
did you have to say? Because I haven't heard AB say anything. Maybe it was when I was I had to speak to my lady for a little bit. So what's up with you, AB?
Hey, what's going on? Well, I didn't get a chance to look at the description because I just woke up. But I looked. Y'all were talking about Kamala's skin color. It really doesn't matter. I'm more focused on her policies.
That true.
You know, her skin
We
color.
went through the policy, and there was none.
Yeah. I went through her WordPress site and I didn't see any policy. You know, I saw about her, but I saw a store with a bunch of merchandise, but I didn't see any policy.
AB policy is if you don't control, you ain't black.
Yeah, that part.
I need to point something out. I pointed this out before, and I know they're listening. So, if anybody in the Democrat Party is listening, WordPress. I noticed y'all want people to send you money. WordPress is known for the security holes. Y'all better patch that shit up.
So, AB, when you gonna start your Mookie save the group class, bro? Cause we waiting on it. Cause I know you got some you should be teaching some classes someplace, man. I'll pay you like $1,000, man.
I'm getting that.
Don't listen to Zulu. Don't
I'm
listen to
serious
Zulu.
about that $1,000, man. I'm serious, bro.
Man.
Hey, man, to be
I need Zulu's address. I need Zulu's address for research purposes. Rob Zulu ass. I said I need Zulu's address for research purposes. I'm about to rob his ass. Sitting in the bushes.
Hey, well, you ain't gonna get that much money.
Alexa, play Biggie. Give me the loot, please.
Hey, bro, all you gonna get is 1 month from me, bro. That's all you gonna get.
Right.
But also to Z's point, like it or not, Kamala Harris represents a certain sector of black women.
Yeah, the black bourgeoisie.
That is true.
Yeah, black petite bourgeoisie.
And I think it's at a deeper level than people think. She literally represents the spirit of certain ADOS black women. The actual spirit. Kamala is that representation.
I agree.
Now that I'd agree with. Nah, definitely.
But it's not limited to her class.
That's
because
true.
As Z has described, you have this 5-10% strata of women who are your actual Kamala Harrises, right?
Yes.
But then you have a lot of women who are okay with vicariously living through that 5-10%.
Like
some
that
of
feed
them
them.
aspire to possibly be in them. Maybe some of the younger ones who might, under a certain fortuitous set of circumstances, could become Kamala. Of course, most won't, because it's just not statistically possible. But
right.
it's better to dream than to not, right?
Yes.
But then, even though many who will never be Kamala, some of them older, some of them even older than Kamala herself, or some younger women, middle class, lower middle class. But again, they can enjoy vicariously living through her, seeing her in the position, seeing, men salute her as the commander in chief, as the head bitch in charge, as I said earlier, amongst
Black Uru, I gotta pause you. Black Uru, I gotta pause you. I need you to read this because Pensive is a clown. Oh man. Oh my God. Pensive, you're a clown.
I was
no. We're gonna throw us off. Go, because I want Black Uru to finish. Go ahead, Black Uru.
When that guy first appeared,
hysterical.
Was it Solid Gold? I think it was 1981.
What are you talking about?
Man.
And
the song. Go ahead.
And you had
Culture Club.
Black men saying, "Man, she's fine."
I remember Boy George.
It was brothers thought that was a woman.
For real?
Lot of brothers.
It was worse than Mickey Free a couple years later.
Who we talking about now?
We're talking
Boy
about Boy
George.
George from Culture Core.
I'm
Culture
talking
Club.
about Boy George. A
Oh,
lot of men thought that
I don't know
was
who
a
that is.
woman. A
Yeah,
lot
it's
of men did.
accidentally
And it
exposing
was
themselves.
it was a weird time. But it was a lot of, you know, you had the David
Androgyny.
Bowie, and there was a lot of gender blending. Prince
Don't
was doing a
don't
lot
do
of
that. Y'all know what
weird-
name we need to mention. Don't do that. Y'all know we got to say his
Prince.
name. Thank you. Thank you, compassionate. You knew what I was gonna say. Everybody trying to avoid Prince's name because we love him. Y'all better mention Prince.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah,
only
it's a
reason
lot of-
Luther wasn't wearing the same thing Prince was wearing is because he was heavy set and
I
dark.
remember
That's the only
growing
reason
up.
Luther wasn't wearing what Prince was wearing. Go ahead,
Well,
y'all.
yeah,
Um,
Luther would have probably
Annie Lennox
been
from
very-
Eurythmics, if anybody remembers her, because she was androgynous as hell in her appearance.
And it was so odd
Um,
growing up. I got an extra brother, and growing up, not, you know, I'm a millennial, so I wasn't really in the Prince era, but growing up watching Prince and like trying to reconcile, like, how are you tough ass extra niggas? Y'all love the shit out of Prince.
Yeah.
And this androgyny was kind of
Well,
blazing.
The artistry.
Here's the
Yeah,
problem. Here's the problem with Prince. Prince is, in my view, the most musically talented human being who's ever lived.
Oh yeah.
Now there may have been better singers. I don't know if there's ever been a better guitarist, frankly. There may have been
Jimmy.
There may have been. He may have had an equal in everything he did individually, but there is no equal to Prince in the totality.
Beyonce then of his
It's
time.
not even real. I mean, Mozart,
not even.
but I don't know if Mozart could dance. I mean, there's no human comparison. So we were overwhelmed because I came up during that time. We were overwhelmed by the sheer talent of the man. So yeah, we were wincing. We were wincing as we were looking at him. Make no mistake.
With the assless chaps.
We were like, we couldn't believe what we were seeing.
Yeah, you wore assless chaps.
Damn. I mean, he was.
Oh, you ain't know that, Zulu? Yeah.
No, bro, I was born in like 19. I ain't gonna say, you know, in my era, I didn't even know that I came up in the, you know, the sagging pants era. So, you know, like
the hyper masculine era.
He was so talented. And not only was he so talented, he was so prolific.
Yes.
I mean, he was
a workaholic.
Hit album after album. You never got a break with him.
Yep.
You know,
he was
so
constantly.
it was overwhelming. It was overwhelming.
He was constantly in the studio. He was a studio rat through and through. This is why, if you go to Paisley Park, he had his own studio and he was constantly working. He even admitted, when he was on George Lopez's show, he said that he had been at that time he had been cutting back on the number of hours he was in the studio, because he said sometimes I need to take a break because I'm constantly writing and I get burnt out a lot easily, especially when he got older.
Yeah. Let me read this real quick. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Stock market is dead. Crypto is about to be on the rise because Trump. Let's see. That's an interesting question. Will Trump help to usher in? But it can't be. It can't be cryptocurrencies. That's not. The world is not going to work that way. If there's going to be one designated cryptocurrency that the U.S. goes by, or different major banks use a cryptocurrency, that's a different conversation. But I don't see a world where we're using 50,000 different, or 50 different, 60 different, even 15 different cryptocurrencies as a form of currency. I just don't see a world where there's 20 different currencies.
I think a lot of people don't know what a currency really is. A currency is betting on the credibility of the system itself.
Yeah.
And betting on, when you American dollar, you're betting on the going concern of the United States of America. That's not,
which is backed by its military.
That's
fiat.
Right, by its military, by its technological capability.
Yes.
By the X number of hundreds of millions of dollars of miles, square miles of forest, and you know, I mean, there's so much that goes into the value of a currency that you can't just trick up on the damn internet. So I think there's a lot of fantasy thinking going on in the crypto thing. I'm not saying that there won't eventually be some blending of cryptocurrency and significant to some significant degree, especially as we become more technologically connected and maybe even at some point cybernetically connected. I think that will become more of a thing. But this whole notion of just the stock, do y'all know how much of the United States of America is invested in the stock market? If you're saying
20% of you,
dead, you're saying the United States of America is dead.
Yeah, because I think 80% of stocks are held by 20% of people or something like that. But is it like these are the people though? These are not like obviously it's not. Yeah,
and they ain't just Americans.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Chinese.
They're the Saud family. And
the Saudis, the Saudis. Yep.
They're the I don't want to mention their name, but they're this very famous banking family. I don't like to mention.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So this is not a frivolous thing, brothers.
Yeah.
You know,
even some of them same Russians that the U.S. is going back and forth with
predate the United States of America itself.
Yep.
You know,
Can I ask
these aren't
this
people that just frivolously come and go. These aren't entities that frivolously come and go.
True, but go ahead. I'm better you with that.
So I've been trying to grapple with cryptocurrency and the view that I currently have settled on it, because I know you're a CPA, is that it seems to function more as like digital gold as rather than a currency itself. I'm not sure how much you know about it, but would you kind of say that's
that's my fundamental problem? Because I'm glad you mentioned gold, because again, you know, gold is valuable because for X number of millennia, human beings of all type on the planet have deemed it to be valuable.
Yeah.
Human beings that never met each other placed an almost metaphysical value on gold. That's why gold is so valuable. That's why it's retained value over the spans of oceans and
it's scarce.
millennia.
Yeah.
And whatever. So when you say you're going to replace it electronically, I mean, I'm hard pressed to see how you replace it as easily
and back it by what?
Exactly.
It's back intangibly.
And where's
the breakthrough? Trust? Apparently, you're
right. Very often you'll hear the word the trust and faith. Have you ever heard that phrase before? That's a very important financial term. You'll hear backed by the trust and faith of the United States of America. I'm sure you've heard that phrase before. That's everybody saying we trust that. When we issue T-bills, we got trillions of T-bills out here now, all backed by the trust and faith of the United States of America. So I'm not discounting the potential future utility of crypto, but read about what money is. Read about what the history of money is. Because money,
if you open that channel, we'll know because we waiting on you.
I got your ass. I got him. And he was even ready.
Means a lot more. Money means a lot more than spending and being able to get Prada bags and all the shit that women have fooled people. And it means a lot more. Money is communication. Money is placement of value. Money is investment in future and belief, belief and control. Faith in the government. You know, so you can't. When you consider making investments, whether it is in crypto or stocks or currencies, derivatives, etc., ask yourselves those questions. What is behind this? What's the faith and investment and belief in what's going on here? And how long will it stand up? A couple of years ago, 10 years ago, there was one form of crypto. Now there are what? Several dozen? So then what's the value of any of it?
And let me
I just gotta ask you one question.
and Detroit, once again, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Go ahead, Zulu.
No, it's a simple question, man. Because like I've always wanted to kind of get into like I do trucking, I do a few other things to say, right? But I wanted to get into accounting, so like I was thinking about going out for a CPA, that's to say license, like because we have it out there in Georgia. But that's why I wanted to ask you your opinion, because we waiting on your channel about being an accountant / CPA, because it's a lot of information. I don't know if I'm saying those two things as they correlate, but I want the knowledge, brother. So we waiting on you anytime, but you got 5 more days, bro. We counting that.
Oh crap! Y'all took away the extra 5.
Y'all
It
done
was
cut it
10. Now
down
it's
to
5.
5.
You shorted me 5 days.
Yeah. Oh, by the way,
You shorted me 5 days.
yeah. Excuse me, Black
CPAing
Uru.
with Black Uru. I already see the name of the channel. I already see it. I already
Yeah.
see it.
Yeah. Excuse me, Black Uru. Just to run with a joke of a certain reference song, I just want to ask you to move away from me for a minute when I say this. Oh, you don't remember that song?
No, I thought I was waiting for the rest of the
Yeah, I
joke.
thought the
I was like,
punchline.
that's why I got
Right.
quiet. I was waiting for the punchline.
It was a joke. It was a song I mentioned because we were talking about Culture Club just a while ago, and I mentioned one of
That's
the
an
other
old song, man.
yeah, well, yeah. I was
I'm not expert.
Black Uru would have known.
Where's the Sandman with his goddamn cane? Because his name is off the stage.
I'm sorry, I'm not expert in the Culture Club. Like I say, I remember that song largely because,
Karma
like I said, I
Chameleon,
remember
because of Boy
that
George.
appearance on the.
Well, speaking of that appearance, would you say it was? Do you remember? Was it worse than when brothers were like looking at Mickey Free when he joined Shalimar and they thought he was a hot chick? Do you think it was worse than that?
He was never the star that Boy George was. I mean, even when he joined Shalimar, he wasn't even the star of Shalimar. The stars of Shalimar were I forget their names.
Jody Watley,
Jody Watley, and the guy who married the actress. I forget his name.
I'm looking them up right now. I'm looking them up.
Thought he was.
And Gilgami, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Gilgami says supporting black male media or black men media. Thank you.
Howard Hewlett. Howard Hewlett and Jody Watley. They were the real
Jody Watley.
stars.
Don't forget Jeffrey Daniel and a lot of people.
Jeffrey Daniel was more, and he was actually famed more for being a dancer. He was the one who taught Michael Jackson to dance.
All right.
Well, didn't
here's
teach
another
him,
name.
He was a famed he was a famed dancer. He was a famed choreographer. You know.
All right.
I think
here's another name I would also mention. Here's another name I would also mention. Here's another name I would also mention from that. Jermaine Stewart. Because remember, he tried out to be one of them. It didn't work out. He became a backup dancer, and then he carved his own path. A lot of people forget he passed away. When he passed away, that was overshadowed with the death of Biggie because he died that same week, I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
certain people you cannot pass at the same time as. If you famous and you pass when this other famous person passed, then we don't even remember you passed.
Yeah, he died.
It was somebody that passed around the same time as Mike. I can't remember, and I was like, yeah, that's it. And when Prince passed, who passed when Prince passed? It was one of these white women. One of these white women passed when Prince passed, and I was like, we just stopped talking about her ass. Exactly. We mentioned
you said nobody wrong. You're supposed to say nobody like Keith Sweat, nobody, just like on the Snowman show.
And yeah, so so we just completely forgot about who that. What was her name? Was it It was one of the moms from one of those damn TV shows, one of those sitcoms from back in the 90s or 80s or something like that. Something like that. But she passed it. Yeah, I can't remember. Who it was, but I just remember blonde and blue eyed. But yeah, passed around the same time Prince passed, if I'm not mistaken, and we just
maybe Suzanne Summers.
Yeah, was it Suzanne?
No, she died more recent.
Yeah, there go. Yeah, see, Hitflix said Farrah Fawcett died when
Farrah Fawcett died. You're right.
Yeah, when Michael Jackson died, and it was like exactly, and then like, and who remembers that? You do. That's just about it.
Because those of us of a certain age remembered her. But you would have had to come up in the 70s or
Yeah, I didn't
whatever
know. I
to
didn't give a fuck
really
about Sarah
to
Farrah
really kind
Fawcett.
of feel Farrah
Colon cancer.
yeah.
Throat cancer. She was giving that.
No, colon cancer.
Throat cancer.
That throat was cutting, boy.
Ooh, no, Zulu. No, who said throat cancer? Who said throat cancer?
No, wait, that was definitely Vince that said that shit. I heard that shit.
Vince.
Well, you know what was interesting about her was it was kind of like a scandal back then because she was still married to Lee Majors, the famous $6 Million man. If you guys
remember that
yeah,
show.
I remember that show.
Steve Austin.
Yes.
Yeah, Steve Austin.
To
$6
Lee
Million.
Majors while she had ran off with Ryan. What's his name?
Ryan Reynolds.
Not Ryan.
Ryan Reynolds was way too young. Hell no.
He was a kid at the time.
Ryan O'Neal. And I don't know if they ever married. I don't know if her, or maybe they did like recent, in their relationship, but for the longest time she was living in sin with Ryan O'Neal while she was still married to Lee Majors. And it was a big deal because, when she was with Lee Majors, they were like the so-called quote golden couple. They were both these two blonde, blue-eyed people, right? And so they were like this golden couple from Texas or whatever. And she ran off and started banging Ryan O'Neal, which back then had a reputation for being kind of like a playboy type anyway. So it was interesting. It was an interesting story.
Of course, like I said, it was a lot of people. There was a lot of scandals going on.
Yeah.
But let's not forget.
Name it, please. Wait. This is why I'll be trying to rep because name will take that conversation a whole
back to the 1730s.
Bro, I'm like, wait, how did we end up here? What the hell? This don't got nothing to do with nothing we was talking about 2 minutes ago. No.
I was just gonna say.
Nope. And KMS is Black Guru Tax, the Chronic album, track 16, the get more ring true Snoop for profit. Go.
You're Borgen.
And KMS once again says, can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
You're good now.
Yes, maybe so. Okay. And KMS Black Uru Tax, the Chronic album, track 16, the older I get, the more it rings true. Dre and Snoop were prophets. And so, and thank you, KMS, for that super chat. Thank you, KMS, for that super chat. Right. And
look,
compassionate, you're right about the likes. I stay 20 likes below what I need. I have 119 listening. I have 109. 1 likes. I don't know what's going on.
Lazy.
Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. All right, go ahead, Black Guru.
Well, I mean, famous bitches ain't shit.
Shit, but that wasn't true.
They only as good or bad as the powers that be
Absolutely
allows
them to be.
I think that's the coldest piece of
where
game.
BGS comes in and says the environment.
I think that's the coldest, most underrated piece of game that men have to internalize. As far as if you want to understand the nature of reality for real, that just is what it is.
Well,
They're dictated by the environment. Don't take it personal. Terraform the environment.
I think the biggest lie that has been told, you've spoken on it quite eloquently, Mr. Z, quite prophetically, and a very important thing for a lot of young men to consider is this fantasy notion of women being somehow more virtuous and decent and honorable. And that has never been true. And in fact, if you read your history, you read your literature, you read your poems,
it's riddled with debauchery.
I mean, there's so much red pill, to use a popular parlance. There's so much red pill in media about the nature and behavior of women. But, you know, in America in particular, to sell things to the masses, you know, people were encouraged to believe a lot of fantasy notions about females, about this sort of inherent goodness and wonderfulness and Virgin Mary and all this kind of bullshit. And what Dre and Snoop aptly describe is, well, the truth is, these bitches ain't shit. Now,
Bitches ain't shit, but hoes and tricks.
but this is what, the 80s, 90s, crack, you know, whatever. This is a lawless, you know, society. This is a fallen, you know, community, or a state that is in the state, an environment that is in the state of falling. And this is Big Mama no longer having, you know, sway over little sister and them. This is the church, the usher board no longer being able to tap somebody on the ass who's getting out of line, who's wearing her skirt up too high.
Yep.
This is the prom queen, a girl being a prom queen in June, and by November being a crack hoe. You know, this is a lot of bad stuff was happening in a short period of time. I mean, I remember seeing the most beautiful girls reduced to rubble by way of crack cocaine. You know,
and this is in the 80s.
Yeah, and 90s, but it was really bad in the 80s because there was no forewarning of it. You know, at least in the 90s, you knew how bad it was and gonna be and whatever, and you could kind of try to protect yourself from it. But in the 80s, it was just it was awful. It was a zombie apocalypse scenario.
First of its kind,
DGS used the term strawberries as well. He's talked about his interactions and such.
And we're still reeling from that particular era.
Yeah.
Let's not forget.
I don't
also,
think we'll ever recover from it.
No.
I don't think we'll ever recover. There's no.
And KMS, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat.
I would say that era is just as I think it's so destructive. I think it's damn near biblical, to be honest, about how bad it was. Like you said, zombie apocalypse. I'm not. The way it left people and families for generations to come, I would argue say that was biblical in the worst way.
Biblical proportions, most definitely.
Yeah,
I mean, if you look at it, like you look at a pestilence, a plague, you know, it definitely, when you look at the impact of it, it was definitely equivalent to those things, because it didn't. I mean, it impacted people at all. It corrupted almost everybody to some degree, because you know, you'd have people who were still in the church, but they son was a dope fiend, and they loved their son, so they giving their son money, you know, and then when they run out of money, then their son stealing out of the, you know, jewelry box. You know, it had it just affected people. You had people hiding the kids' drug money in the basements. It was
in the don't talk to my baby community, and hey, don't talk to them over there, and don't talk to your neighbors and stuff like that. You can't be friends with them and all that other stuff.
You can go to family events, and there are swaths of men who are missing. You go to family reunions, and you'll see many more women than you see men. Black family reunions, you see many more. Now you'll see a lot of little boys, right? Maybe some teens, you know, or younger men, and then you see some very, very old men. But very often there's a age group of about what
All the fighting age men.
50 to 30 or whatever that are missing, and that
Black
was your
Rooster?
crack.
And that's by design, totally by design.
Excuse me, Black
Checkmate.
Rooster? Yeah. Black Rooster?
Yeah.
To also further compound that you also had another thing that was affecting the Black community to an extent. That also hit a lot of people in the 80s. HIV/AIDS. Because remember, that's a 1-2 combination.
I don't think it was that bad, was it?
It was terrible. Yeah.
Yeah,
really?
But here's also
I
another
had
thing that
family
further
members that died
complicated
from that era.
Let's also further complicate it. Let's not forget for millennials, because among us, you had the first generation of babies born from crack mothers, as well as how many also had siblings who were born or relatives who were born to HIV positive.
Well, HIV, unfortunately, what it also did was it changed who was making children, and it basically increased it to a large extent. It led to the descent of the Black community in this regard. Black men who had something to lose, had prospects for a future, were strapping up, right?
Especially after Magic came out.
The dudes that born to run, or I don't even know if I'm gonna be alive anyway. I'm gonna bust off Raw. So then who makes children in that environment? You have the signs, the scions of the guy who's busting off Raw.
And running off or getting killed or getting locked up.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. So when you look at even the acceleration of a lot of the problems that we see vented off, manifesting in media, hip hop in particular, your King Von types and all that, they're the children and the grandchildren of that phenomenon.
Uma, let me ask you a question.
They're children and grandchildren of that phenomenon.
I mean, real before you go, Vince, I remember when Keith first came out, when I first started hearing about him, it was right before shit I don't like, right before it. And come to find out, I was like, wait a minute, he already had a kid, and if I'm not mistaken, him and his mom was living with his grandma. And I think his mom was like mid-30s, like 35, 36, maybe 37, but I think it was like 35, 36. So think of this. Keith has a daughter. Him and his mom are living with the grandma. So if mom is in her mid-30s, how old is grandma? Maybe 55?
Yep.
55, maybe 50.
Yep.
So it was very possible that if Keith wasn't deleted, that the daughter could have came home at 14, 15, 16 with a kid. It's very possible that Keith's grandma could have been alive, his mom, him, and the daughter having a kid. It's very possible that his daughter could have made his grandma a great grandma by the age of, let's say, 70, maybe 75. Very possible.
Have y'all seen the video?
Right. No, what video?
No, it's the video that said it's going around on TikTok, right? I'll just type in a super grandma or something like that.
Oh yeah, I saw, yeah. But
grandma,
yeah.
You got the great grandma,
the Latino family, right?
Mom, and then the little girl, she got a baby necessarily, and it's like 5 or 6 generations all in one.
You talking about the Latino family?
No, it's a Black family that's doing.
Oh no, the one I saw was a Latino family.
Yeah,
it was a Latino family. But that okay, so these things, the reason why it's the structure that we built, it's the society. Because if you rewind back just 2 centuries ago, not even that long ago, but 2 centuries ago, this is normal, right? If a woman was to live to 80 something, she would be a great grandma, maybe even a great grandma by that point, right? But because of the world we live in currently, it is very possible that you might not even be a grandma by the time you pass. If you pass in your 70s, it's possible your child never gave you a kid. Yeah,
That's
right. So like
that's
we living in that world
crazy.
now. Yeah. I mean it. Yeah. No, I have girl cousins right now who are in their 50s who don't have any children. So
Yeah.
Wow.
right. So yeah, who don't
Half
have
my
That's
any
a
children.
rarity in
children.
the
So
past because
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
we forgetting that traditionally, like 2 centuries ago, in fact, over a century ago, for some people, in some people's cases, women were married off by the time they were in their mid-teens. By the time they
Mhm.
began their cycles and everything, they'd be married off.
Yeah. Life expectancy wasn't
Life life
long.
expectancy, mortality rates in childbirth were pretty high. It
Yeah.
still is in certain places. Hell, in the U.S., you guys have the highest one in of the developed world. So
Yeah.
childbirth was no joke. I mean, even if
I
somebody
mean,
once
if
said,
you live in a world where the men are out of here about 30, 35, 37, definitely by 40,
mhm,
you double that and maybe the men live till 75, 80.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a completely different world. But
Millennial. Yeah.
also, real quick, what it takes to be considered air quotes an adult. We're not just talking about age. We're talking about, especially for men, what you have to acquire, but being able to afford a home, being able to afford a car payment, be graduating from school or whether it's trade school, all of those things, and then you add women to the mix, it becomes even worse. All these things push back, quote unquote,
Yeah. Delay. Yeah.
adulting. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just yeah,
Is that
and now
really
we're
true
looking.
though?
It
It,
is
no, no,
because we're in a. Yeah.
I say that for this reason. My
Hmm.
question is, now Black Uru, right? Back in your day, when did they start teaching trade skills?
Always. What's
No, no,
that?
Yeah.
Well,
no,
I
no.
mean,
It was a part of
you
life.
actually
Hmm.
would
Yeah.
initially learn at home.
Yeah.
I
It
mean,
was part
Hmm.
of life.
you learned. I mean, I had an uncle. We built cabinets together.
All right.
My other uncle, he taught me how to change tires, change brakes, change the
Hmm.
alternator. You know, uh,
Hmm.
change oil.
so the initial, like, in terms of creating an interest for a trade, started shit 4, 5, 6 years old.
Hmm.
Okay, four,
Then
five, six
by the
years old.
time you get to high school, when I was in high school, most of Chicago high schools that I recall had rather good trade uh classes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
had auto shop, you had woodworking, you had carpentry,
Yeah.
you had
Butcher.
metal, working
Metalworking.
in
Metallurgy.
high school.
Yeah. Yeah.
I made a wrench with my own hand. I made hammers with my own hand. I used fire furnaces to melt metal. I use a
Yeah.
lathe
All for
to
smelting.
to spin
Hmm.
metal, to trim metal into screwdrivers and shit.
Yeah.
At
Uber.
Exactly.
14 years old.
My father went to CVS. He was a butcher at 16.
That's what I'm
A
saying though.
union butcher.
No.
No, no,
Oh
no. That's
wow.
what I'm saying. It's not that quote unquote that it's just that it takes forever in a year to learn these skills. Like legitimately, if your parents are engineers necessarily, they start schooling you on this stuff at the age of
Yeah.
like damn since you can speak. Like my mom necessarily was a teacher. She started teaching me how to read and do calculus and all that stuff at the age of 5. Like 5, literally,
Traditionally,
right?
Zulu, traditionally, you were home life, family life was the bastion of your education. And
Yeah.
as public education came online, we've
Hmm.
increasingly, like everything, outsourced things to the market. So
Yeah.
now, to your
Yes.
point, we
Look,
don't learn to
the
make our
biggest
No,
own.
no,
reason
I
for
can't at the
public
same minute though.
education was to put women to work,
Like
to
this
be
is what I'm
honest.
saying. Legitimately, bro.
Hmm.
It's not the fact that we can't get back to that. It was a simple fact that like this. You start growing these skills at from the home to the schools. That's just by the time that boy or by the time that individual necessarily like even in like in these schools in Uganda, like the place that I hang out the most, they are teaching those girls how to be wives in school. So there is
Mm.
no woman in Uganda, regardless if she's from the poorest class to the richest class, that don't know how to be a wife in Uganda. At least I can't say for every African country. But at least for that place, I know for a fact. The thing is, we took those shits out of the school because we wanted to go to a service economy. No, not we. The elites wanted to go to a
Yeah,
service economy to serve their needs. That's the problem.
Yes,
yeah,
and you allowed, and when I say you, I mean we allowed for a very highly specialized society would increase, and for you to become that specialized in whatever task or career that you're pursuing, that's longer in school,
Yep.
more in school. So
Yep.
and we allowed for blue collar work to be looked down on, us, but particularly certain type of blue collar work. And all of that, you couple all of that together, yes. If you're trying to go into a very specialized career field, you're trying to make a certain type of income, you're trying to live a certain type of lifestyle, you are foregoing having children, starting a family
Yes.
early, and then you
Yes.
pushing up against women's biological clock.
Z, there's two
Right?
things.
Go
There's
ahead.
two things that I think pushed against the, going blue collar and being quote unquote average, which I'm starting to learn that is a cuss word now. That those two things that influence not only the rich and the capitalists and all them motherfuckers, but the drugs. The drugs made people not want to be normal. They said, forget school. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna take the back way and stuff like that. And people started putting less emphasis and less care on getting a regular blue collar job. Because if I could go get $100,000 in a day or a week or whatever like that, all this stuff, I think that also made people myopic in a way. Whereas
I don't think it was I push back a little pushback to that. I don't think it was necessarily.
I wasn't there.
Drugs.
You could push back all day because
Yeah, no. Respect. No, I definitely hear you. I think it was like the training. We were trained to be conspicuous, consuming, negative libertarians.
Yes.
So people don't like. By the time you get millennials, you have, and going back to kind of something you said, Z, like about the failure, like essentially the paradigm is shifted. We don't build our lives anymore, partner and build our lives into what our life is. We are in a paradigm, to your point kind of earlier, of a specialization. You go to school for 10 years, you graduate and specialize in some field, and you earn your wealth, and then you partner once you got everything built, and you partner with your counterpart, quote unquote, who's been doing the same thing.
Right now.
I'll give you the example, Vince. Black Uru, BGS, even Art New Style and them, you walked into adulthood with your spouse. So you're meeting your spouse in early adulthood. You're getting married in your mid and late 20s. That is not how we
High
have
school
organized
sweethearts.
this, right?
Yes.
No, that's even further back. But yeah, that's more of Black Uru's parents' age. What I'm saying is, Black Uru's age, it's early 20s, mid 20s, right? So sometime in college, maybe just a smidge out of college, but definitely by 25, you already got a kid, and maybe even a second one on the way. For us, that's not how you were raised. You're raised that getting married is part of the trophy of adulting, right? That means that you had all your
There's a
ducks in a
different
row.
paradigm.
Exactly. So you're not getting married at early adulthood, and then you and your wife are gambling with each other. Y'all are risking it with each other. Y'all are literally building a life together. Women are still using the term building, and see even some real quick, Vince, real quick. Women and
I'm
men are
after
both
Vince.
still using the term building, right? And women in particular building a life. That's bullshit. You're not building nothing. You're waiting for me at the finish line of quote unquote adulting, and you're doing your own adulting journey over there. So we're not building anything. If we're meeting each other and in case of emergency, break glass, marrying at 37 years old, so you can hurry up and knock out a baby before your biological clock shut down by 45. We're not building nothing. We are working from emergency. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I mean, not
And
only
then after this,
are
Vince.
you not building with them, but they are incredibly wasteful in this regard. Chuck Wu said something that was nonsensical. I don't know if he know it. And it's not an insult to him, but it's to highlight a point. He said his wife was an attorney. She's no longer attorney now.
Exactly. I heard.
What does that mean? That means hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Literally.
Wasted money.
Literally.
How many years from high school when she would have started deciding she wanted to be an attorney?
At least 7 to 8, because law school is about 3 years, 3, 4 years. And undergrad is 4 years. Yeah. Undergrad 4 years.
Think about how incredibly wasteful that is. And we're saying the majority of women should, because the majority of women and people in college are female, the majority of women and people in law school, medical school, female. And a significant number and percentage of them are going to throw that all away the moment they can hook up with the right guy. Think about how wasteful that is.
It's
Think about
very
that,
wasteful.
and think about how those resources could have been utilized for men.
I got
Would
one
be
even.
yeah.
No, I got one even. I'll add on to that, like by saying what you're saying. And based off what we're seeing with the marriage data, those are the people that are getting married. The women that can most afford not to be married because they went to these particular institutions and they're educated and they can literally financially
Ironically.
provide for themselves. Funny enough, exactly. So those are the people that are the most likely to be married. Now, the women that are struggling, that are poor, that are working class, those are the women that are least likely to be married to that same type of guy. That's so what we're finding, and this is why I'm saying this is really on women. Women are the ones that saying either him or nothing. But in the meantime, I'm gonna get very highly educated. I'm gonna make my own money. I'm gonna have my
Yep.
own status,
I'm gonna
and then
rent an
I want the
apartment for
elite
10
man.
years.
And if I can't have him,
Yeah.
then I'd rather be working class poor. Then
And I have an
And then
exhibit
when
to
I'm,
that
and then when I
fact.
get him,
real quick, Lion.
I done wasted $1 million of
Yeah,
training and
And
investment.
yeah,
law school spot. Right.
yeah.
Also,
So what we're gonna do is wait, Nema, because it was supposed to be Vince, then Nema, then Lion will go in, and I think I have Ben here also. So then Ben, okay, go ahead, Vince and then Nema, go ahead.
All right, this time I'm gonna take my time a little bit because I'm a little bit heated. I'm upset. I feel like like we woke up and the rules were changed, but nobody told us. Not only because I'm compounding all of this. Not only I was told about how to date incorrectly and things like that. There were some things I did learn that was true, but not only that, but like thinking that I'm like realizing that someone's going to be waiting for me at the finish line. It seems so disingenuous. It takes away all the consumers and stuff like
You
that.
want the rules? You want the rules? I got the rules for your ass.
Wait, Lion. Wait, Lion.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Vince, and finish up because Lion, keep those rules. Keep those rules.
Yeah,
We're
I
gonna get
got
to
the
you.
rules.
Let me breathe real quick. Right? So,
take your time.
It's like this capitalism stuff and everything, stuff like that. I think a lot of it, and people putting so much emphasis on money is taken away from genuine connection. So, like now we have to meet people at the finish line, get to know them and things like that, and hope that they're not there to exploit us and things like that. Luckily, I'm not someone who is down, who sees my future being down bad, but how like it getting older and realizing that like the marriage I
Then
might
what's the
have,
incentives?
basically because one of the incentives
See?
that's not there, is likeness of not having a genuine connection. That's making me upset. Whereas like that it's not just grown
I
with
don't think it was
someone.
ever about genuine
But
connection.
I got you. Vince. I got you, Vince. I'm gonna tell you the rules. Let me tell you.
I guess after this, then we'll get Nema. After this, we'll get you Nema. Go ahead,
I'm just gonna say this real quick, and then I have this excerpt to give after everybody speaks. But Vincent, here are the rules, and this is what's going on. You might not like it, but unfortunately, this is what it is. Welcome to modern dating, where men practice self-improvement and women practice self-sabotage under the illusion of empowerment.
I promise you, I'm gonna do a live on that title. I promise you, I am lying. I promise.
This
Go
is
ahead.
where we're at. This is exactly where we're at.
Lay the map out.
Self-sabotage
That's the map.
Self-sabotage under the illusion of empowerment. Do what you will.
You have to. We gotta. I mean, obviously, we put in a position to reframe the motivations to what our aims are in life. And like you said, we're in a new era where that's actually being redesigned right before us. To your point of like you saying, feel like the rules of the game is changing. Men are gonna have to
adapt
to the storybook and this goes back to what we were talking about kind of maybe an hour ago, which is why you can't the blue pill narrative that we have meaningful relationships and we get together and build families out of love and we do it all out of just wanting to be healthy pro-social human beings that love and socialize with each other. That narrative we've been operating on for several hundred years, I guess now, or at least 100 years. I guess in the Great Depression, you didn't have that the luxury of feeling like you were getting together. You were getting together strictly out of necessity.
Yes.
But hey, hit the pause button real quick. Something just came to me, right? I'm realizing that when women say we're all the traditional men, I think that's another woman saying we're the blue pill men. That
yes, that's what they're
that's
saying.
exactly what they're saying. Where are the men that it's like you're right, 100%. My point is, men are gonna have to. Your aim is not going. You're going to have to be motivated to do for yourself. Essentially, is what I'm saying. It can't be the old thing where you're really working as hard as you are to provide for this lovely lady and you love her
and the
and all this
problem our
shit.
society has is that they have four, and this is something kind of where Zulu was going. No, but it's not the women, it's the men. The world has forced too many red pill men to wake up. Too
Yes,
many, and it's not. It's still, by the way, it's still not even the majority. It's not even a large minority. But it's
exactly.
too many. It's a
It's
small
one
it's a
third at
small
most.
minority. No, I don't even think it's a third. I don't even think it's
It's not a
20%. I
third.
think
No.
I think
No,
it's like
it's a.
I think it's 10-15%. I think
We're
it's
at a
10-15%.
Mexican stand. I don't like the hell with the numbers. We're pretty much at a Mexican standoff.
Yeah.
To hell
Yeah.
with the numbers. We're at a
Mexican standoff,
Mexican
where it's a
standoff.
handful of us versus the masses, but even the masses of men are feeling the burn. They just refuse to acknowledge why they're feeling the burn, because it's frightening.
Well, the
It's frightening
construct is
to see yourself
dissolving.
as
Yeah,
nothing but a walking ATM machine to
the
a chick.
construct is dissolving before everyone's
The
eyes.
social
Still
Nah,
contract, social
waiting.
contract burn.
Go ahead, Namer.
he sounded like Sonic. Real quick. Go ahead. Waiting. Go ahead. Go
But
ahead.
Still
but happening
waiting.
shit.
Because Z knows I got the tow truck. That's why. Anyway. What? No hysterical? Man, fuck all y'all. Going back to what Black Rule was saying about education, the education system. You guys were talking about you had shop, you had all this, and let's not forget. What about home ec? Home ec.
That's what we're saying.
Because how many people?
Name it. Please,
What?
we are flowing. You bring it this way.
Yeah,
We already had like
that was 2 minutes ago.
yeah. Wait,
Yeah.
no. But by the way, I'm okay with that. But like, you got to tie that back in to where we are now. It's okay if you
Yeah,
go back like 5 minutes ago, but you got to go ahead.
yeah. I'm bringing it. I'm bringing it in here because it's
Mhm.
connected to everything, right?
Mhm.
Because we're talking about home ec.
Mhm.
Because how many people know how to be we're taught to be fiscally responsible and how to budget and everything? Because look at the situation we're in. Because we're talking about how many our generation right now, debt peonage is a thing that they've been using to keep us under control. When you think about it,
Mhm.
with student loans, car notes, older generations they're dealing with housing, with the housing and mortgage rates and everything, and a lot of people have lost a lot of shit as a result. So you see where everything's connected.
We can't have a critical mass of people being fiscally responsible because too much of our system is built off of your inferiority complex, your insecurities, your attempting to buy your humanity through products and things, mainly the women. So we can't actually have too many people who are okay with not having the F-150, so they get the Ranger, right? They don't need the F-150. You can get the Ranger, and it's like 15 grand cheaper, right? 10, 15 grand cheaper. So
Home
yes.
economics was based off one basic principle,
Mhm.
and that
Home.
was a family, a
I knew
Exactly.
home,
it. That's why I said
Yes.
home. That's
Yes.
why I said home.
a husband, wife, children, home,
Mhm.
property.
Yeah.
I mean, when you when you want to sell a bunch of shit to bitches, you ain't gonna have no home economics, brother.
Say that.
Exactly. And this
You
is
know what?
When
and I
you
have to
want brothers tricking
yeah.
at the
Yes.
at Magic City, you
It's
ain't
by
gonna have
design.
no
Yeah.
home
It's
economics
by
in no
design as we
schools,
You're
and
right.
brother.
You're right.
and
You know
that's why
what? You know what?
no
When
name
you
You know
want
what?
women had taken girls trips, right, every 3 months, you're
Exactly.
not gonna have a home economics in no damn high school. You just
And
ain't
this is
gonna have it.
Alexa, please
this is
play Pat the Cavassier by
we
Busta Rhymes
Right.
and
and P. Diddy.
this is why we have to read the Powell memo because
Yeah, no,
it
I
was
gotta go
it
through it.
was
Yeah, yeah.
released in 71 and the
Mm-hmm.
long and short of it is basically the thesis of it. There was a memo sent to the corporate sector that advised them to dedicate 10% of their budgets to advertising,
Yes.
textbooks in schools, to your point, probably lobbying to kind of change curriculums to make it less likely that families would produce revolutionary kids that would further push the envelope against the government and i.e. the corporate sector. So the reason why
Well,
like home
there
ec,
were certain things that you couldn't do in advertising. There were certain things you couldn't
exactly.
sell or market, particularly to children, in
Yes.
advertising.
Right.
And it was
Hey,
all
now,
about maintaining a certain moral standard. It was all about perpetuating a certain a standard of
It was social design.
prudence,
Yeah.
economic prudence, and family.
You were
Social
going to say the
engineering.
word. Wait, real quick.
Yeah.
Like Uber, you were going to use the word ethics just now.
Well, yeah, of course,
Yes.
ethics.
Right.
And I mean, there was a code of conduct that advertising was not supposed to surmount. You know,
You said, yeah,
the
essentially,
big thing about what Al Gore's wife, Tipper Gore,
Tipper
and
Gore.
the labeling of well, they targeted hip hop, which was some
Explicit
bullshit,
the
because they
explicit
could have been
sticker.
targeting rock music or whatever
Since the
you know,
80s,
10 or 15
Actually, they did
years
target
prior
rock music
to it.
first.
But that's beside the point. But that was all part of a culture where, you know, we were to be a certain kind of people, we're gonna limit
we
how
were
much of a
engineers.
certain
Yeah.
sorts of things that we're gonna allow too freely. I remember in my younger days, you know, pre-internet, you want to see some pornography, man, you ran the gauntlet to get to some damn Playboy.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
true. That's true.
Penthouse,
Yeah.
whatever. It was
Now
in
we
the
are
bag.
literally a search away.
You know, how
But-
old
but-
are you? And
Look.
God forbid if you're going somewhere and somebody knew your mama, you know, it's just.
But it, but that
Let me
I
say
got
this real quick. Let
excerpts.
me say this to Black Uru, because clearly Black Uru was there when we were on Rogue's channel and we went through that clip from Wisecrack of Malcolm in the Middle, and they showed how the Disney execs and other executives purposely targeted kids with lifestyle advertising, particularly the girls who are now women, right? So there's that, and we went over the price of Birkin bags too, and you know, $500,000 Birkin bags, that part too. But go ahead, Nema, and then I think Lion was trying to speak, or Compassionate. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I
Thank you,
was.
Z.
Go ahead,
Yo.
Nate.
Okay. Go.
And just to pick up where Black Guru said about you can't advertise and stuff like this. And Z, I mentioned this movie to you before, but I think everybody should check out this movie. It's David Duchovny. What's her name? Demi Moore. What's his face's ex-wife? You know, Miss Crapped on the Bed. There's this movie called The Joneses, where they go into suburban neighborhoods pretending to be a family, but they're covertly advertising, products to these families and whatnot. It's called The Joneses.
Is it a recent?
I remember
that's
watching.
a recent movie. That's a.
It came out in 2009. 2009.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Z, let me say this, and I'll drop out.
Okay, go ahead.
Check the link in the back shot. You'll realize right now the bar is at $1 million. At least it's gonna be now. It's not at 100,000 anymore. Once you review that video, you'll see what I mean.
Okay. It's an answer on video. I'll check it out. I'll check it out. I already clicked it. It's in my history.
I got
and that person in the video was wasn't Kevin Samuels one of Kevin Samuels live. So you get the context, you'll see.
Okay. $1 million. I mean, like when I hear women say 100,000 now, I know they really mean 250,000. I know they really mean million. I know they because if you ask anyone that's saying this six-figure stuff to describe the lifestyle that they actually are trying to achieve, it's not $100,000, bro. You're looking at least $500,000, $1 million lifestyle. They can't count. Go ahead.
I know what that means. If they say that, and if you ever hear a woman say 100,000 and she says that, the only thing you can say is, "Oh, so you're broke."
Ooh. Well, the thing is, it's in her case she can command it, but what's gonna happen is a lot of girls gonna misunderstand what she's saying, and they all gonna want the same thing.
Well, I mean, they've always been.
Once you watch the video, you understand what I mean.
I'll check it out.
I got an excerpt though. I got an excerpt though, because you guys are talking about selling product. It's not even more about selling product. It's even they're selling a mindset. And I got an excerpt of this chick. This chick was like, I've come to the conclusion that the odds of me meeting a man who I believe meets my standards enough to make a long-term commitment are very small. And I do think that most women who marry men end up settling. They just don't ever want to admit that. To my response, and I responded, has it ever occurred to you and other women who think like you that maybe none of y'all are settling, you're getting what you qualify for? You do understand that you do not only have to meet but also maintain the standards of the man that you're with. Can I have a sip of that delusional juice y'all are drinking? Because it must be great.
Let me.
You
I
have to
still think
understand.
you wait, real quick. I think you were being a bit nice, Lion. You said that they're getting what they deserve. Let's be honest. They're getting better than they deserve. They're just
Better than
so
they deserve.
delusional. They're so delusional that they think that they're actually settling when the dude that you're with is either oftentimes desperate, or he likes you. He just
But
likes you.
that's why
It's
I
that
say
simple.
you're getting what you qualify for. Because women always want more than what they deserve. That's the point.
But they'll also blow up their whole situation if they're not getting what they want. They actually like, and I think that's blowing the potential that they could get from a per. I think women just go and just say fuck potential at these days, because the guy who likes them, who probably do have that all going on, they'll trade him off for the possibility of someone better. End up with nothing.
Well, possibility over
That's a fact.
probability has
Yeah.
always been there. It's
No, but
always been there.
Well, no,
what Vince said
a
is
lot of
very,
times
very
they're not,
important.
but a lot of times they're not just trading off of possibilities. Because a lot of these chicks don't want nobody, really, like
Mm.
on a permanent status. A lot of these women just want the options to pick off a bunch of men.
Yeah.
Pick off this
Yeah.
dick here, pick off this
Yeah.
money here, pick
Serial
off
monogamy.
this car
Yeah.
repair there. You know, for a lot of women, the ultimate man is about 6 or 7 or 8 different men. You know, because you know, even the very best guy, you know, what's his name? Bezos' wife dumped him.
Mackenzie.
You know, so I mean, there is none of us is gonna be the
But
perfect guy
is
to
he
any
only the
woman.
best because
And
he made a
her,
lot of money, or was he like? I mean,
We're in a hierarchy.
Either way,
Saying.
to be honest with you, it doesn't matter. It does. Once you're with a billionaire, ain't nowhere to go. Yeah.
Angelina Jolie dumped Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt. Yeah.
You know, it don't matter. You're never gonna be this Kryptonian, Tony Stark,
Thaddeus
Robert
Thundercock.
Redford, Denzel Washington, all this magical shit that one
Well-
human being is supposed to be able to be. You never gonna be that D'Artagnan. You know, Prince Charming. You ain't gonna be that guy.
Not
None of us is
D'Artagnan.
gonna be that fantasy figure.
But
They're lost.
But here's the part that really pisses them off.
Watch
But here's
Cinderella. Watch Cinderella. Watch the Little Mermaid. Oh, that's what you're dealing with. That's what you're competing against.
Yes.
You're not competing.
Here's the worst
You're not
part about
competing
that,
with the reality of. You're not competing with reality. You're
Here's the interesting part, though.
I've been saying that. You're not
Here's the interesting part. The
Oh
individual.
yeah, no. It was. Let me say this real quick, Black Group, because it was Line. I got to give Line some space on this, because I was trying to remember who said it is Line. That
It's
said
me,
you're
I
not
said
competing
that.
against other men. You're competing against women's delusions. Yeah. It was Line.
Yes, you're not competing against that. And here's the thing about that. And here's the part that's worst part about all that what you said, Uru. Here's the thing. When you realize that you're not that Kryptonian, you're not that anomaly to them, and then you have the nerve to tell them you're gonna pay for this productivity.
Yeah.
That's when they get offended. When you tell them you're gonna pay for this productivity, you have to earn protection and provision. That's when they really get pissed off. Hence,
well, let me ask you this question: When did you see Cinderella earning? When did you see Cinderella earning Prince Charming?
Exactly.
Yep.
When did you see Snow White? When did you see Snow White earning? You know,
there was
whatever.
no hero
When
journey.
did you see Sleeping Beauty
At all.
earned the guy kissing her to wake her up? I mean, I don't ever remember seeing any of them bitches earn any of them guys.
And I think
real quick, y'all. Let me read this. And a Split Gym says, and thank you for the super chat. And we're gonna have to get back to this. And Split Gym says, would Marcus Garvey be able to thrive in our community today? I think no. Yeah, nah.
No.
I mean, he could. Wait. Let's be honest.
He ain't got the look. He ain't got the
Black
money.
Rock, I went better. But wait. Did Marcus Garvey even thrive in his era? What happened to Marcus Garvey?
Exactly.
What was one of the reasons why he got shipped out of here?
Yeah, the Leviathan.
Did we forget that they sold him out? It was internal and external. It wasn't just external. It was internal too. I'm looking at you, the boys in them.
It's gonna be a
Uh-oh.
coolness too, bro. We can't stop that, bro. That's like
Yeah. Zulu keep looking at me. He's like, "That's always gonna be sellouts."
Although I would say the difference between Garvey today and yesterday is he had more of a fighting chance back then.
Yeah,
Today
true.
he don't even get
True.
off the parking lot with that shit.
He won't even get up the boat.
There's too much
Can y'all
stuff
hear me?
he ain't got that wouldn't even
Look.
let him get to, even get started. Marcus
True.
Garvey is on top of a crate, on some street corner today.
Yeah.
25 and 5th.
True. In New York somewhere, in Harlem, exactly. So let me let Meech go real quick because I know
And it's not an insult
he's
to
kind of
him and what he did as much as it's just the reality of the world.
the environment. Yeah. So let's let Meech go, and then Chuck just came back, and I think he got something to say too. So go ahead, Meech.
All right, so we have to remember this, and I've said this to you before there, Mr. Z, and you, Black Uru. Women don't operate under the honor and discipline system that men operate under. We get, as men, we gain something eternally when we operate. No, I'm driving a truck. When we operate under honor and discipline, women don't operate under that. In fact, society actually bigs them up if they make a gain off of tricking somebody into thinking that they're honorable. Do you get what I'm saying? So they operate on a completely different system than us. But I'm gonna tell you something. Edward said this before, and it made me think. Edward said something. He said, if anybody's gonna be gentrifying black people, he said it should be black people. If you're gonna get gentrified, you should be gentrifying them. If they're gonna get gentrified anyway, right? If these bitches are gonna be sitting here spending money recklessly, going after whatever they want to go after anyway, then we should be selling them that fucking dream. We might as well make a fucking gain out of it. We've certainly paid into it enough.
No, true. And once again, thank you for the super chat or split, Jim. Go ahead, Zulu. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Now, when it comes to this delusional mindset, I want y'all to understand how powerful this delusional mindset is, bro. I was in Uganda last month. Bro. Uganda is one of the most poorest countries in Africa, bro. I think the only country more poor than Uganda necessarily is probably like Chad and Somalia. Like Black Hawk Down, Somalia, right, bro? When I tell you, the chicks over there, I'm watching chicks now. Say when they get on the internet or when they quote unquote get on that, walking around, whatever. It's I need to find a dude who's a millionaire in U.S. currency.
Wow,
bro, and I want you to understand, $100 over there.
Wait, repeat that.
Hold on, $100 is the equivalent of 1 month's rent over there.
And even they're Ugandans.
Imagine what you are really asking of an individual man from that country. When I tell you the delusion is real and it does spread, bro.
So then let me ask a practical question. So you're saying she won't bust it wide open in Uganda for $100?
No. No. Pull like this, right? And Uganda.
So then she ain't. So from a practical standpoint, she ain't as delusional as you described earlier.
No. She's not delusional as an American woman. No, like American woman will literally.
So I'm saying. My point of asking is this, because women will say any kind of shit out of their mouth. True. Any woman is capable. Like I say, they capable of saying anything, but ultimately their behavior is going to tell you what they're really on.
Oh, okay, my bad. If that's the case, then never mind. Uganda is perfect because they busting it open for a soda and a Rolex over there. That's what I
assumed they were doing. That's why I asked you that clarifying question, because some brothers might.
I can understand the Rolex, but the soda too. Goddamn.
I just want to know what they're dealing with when they go over there.
Bro, I'm telling you, it's an egg sandwich rolled up in a chapati, bro. So an egg sandwich rolled up in a chapati, bro. They busting that shit open, and that is some Wi-Fi, my bad.
Yeah, Western women have been.
That sounds pretty far off from a Rolex,
right? But this is what we need to remind ourselves whenever you hear Western people talking about going overseas. The median income once you get out of the West drops to 8 and some change. Let's round up to $9,000 a year. Once you get out of the West, the median the median individual income falls like a rock. Everywhere else in Europe is 30 something, in America is 30, 40 something, and Japan and China, well, not China, Japan and South Korea, it's like 20, 30 something. But once you get out of these type of countries, that median income dropped to like $9,000, depending on the country, $8 and something thousand a year. So I just want us to be mindful of that when we talk. So that
Talk
speaks to
about seven.
what right. That speaks to what Zulu's talking about.
If we talking about 7, bro. If your rent for the entire month is $100, bro. Now imagine that your food is always way cheaper than your rent. So we talking about realistically, we talking about 5, 7.
Yeah, I mean, usually people spend about quarter to a third of all their money on rent or housing. So if you project that out, you got $1,200 a year. Multiply that times 20 by a quarter. That's about what, $4,800.
Yeah. True. Can I ask a question? I want to ask a question. I like pure ignorance to the financial aspect, right? When people leave when we leave how you say we leave the country and the median income falls or whatever like that, what does that lifestyle or what does that entail for a person? Is there is that 9,000 equivalent to them be able to kind of have the same as us, or just look exactly how it look like when we're looking at Slumdog Millionaire, or how it is in the countryside of some Caribbean countries and stuff like that?
Okay, say that again. I want to make sure I heard you right.
So Z said that the average income drops like a rock from 30, 40,000 9,000. So that means their lifestyle substantially changes, and what does that look like for people who don't?
It's completely different. Let me give you the numbers, because I just looked it up and made sure. So as of 2020, so that's still about 4 years ago. So you could add another stack on it. So it was 8,700 in 2022. Better yet, 8,700 was the median and per capita, but the average was 12,000. Where was that? I just saw 12,200, and that was so that was 2019, so about 5 years ago. So let's say 15 at most, right? 15 at most average, not median. Median is the halfway point between lower and higher. So yeah, let's say 10,000 median individual income around the planet once you get out of the West and quote unquote developed nations.
Exactly, but I'm gonna say from my eye, because I go over there and I be there for usually 2 to 3 months at a time frame, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say it's lower than that, because I can only speak for what I'm actually seeing, what I'm talking to dudes on when I'm playing chess with them down there, whatever. I forgot the other game we playing, but when I'm down there, I'm seeing it's about 7 or 8. At the max, right? On the ground level, at the ground level, and what I'm saying, and that's the dude that's pretty doing all right. He got a nice car, he running around, and he got a little boda, and he running around.
So if you making 30 racks in Uganda right now, you killing the game.
Oh, bro, you make 30 grand in Uganda, bro. Then you got 5 families, bro.
If you consider the exchange rate.
No, I'm thinking about you're making $30 US, and now you live in Uganda.
Yeah,
I think you consider
the exchange rate.
Every corner of Uganda, bro.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about the median,
I see here it says the average Ugandan monthly salary is about $650.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
But you have to take into account
I'm
$7,800 a
reading
year.
this right here, brother. It says it's an AI generated thing, so I don't know.
I was physically the average when I'm telling the run-of-the-mill person that's out there, bro. The average.
Well, okay, hold on. Maybe when they say salary, maybe they talking about people of a certain strata, because there are some much lower numbers here. So maybe you're right. You're right, because it also says here the average monthly wage for workers with no education in Uganda is it's $26. So okay.
I'll say this. Real quick, everyone. Real quick. Do y'all remember the African sister that BGS covered a few months ago, that she was saying something like, she was telling the American sisters, "Hey, y'all better get your act together, because if they come over here with $20,000, they could sit these women down with 20 racks a year." So that goes to
10, bro.
Yeah, no, but she was saying 20. She said you can't tell her nothing if she was making 20. That's what she was told. So yeah, but so go ahead, Chuck, and then we'll get KMS in.
What did he say? Did he mean $26 a month?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at $300 a
It
year.
says, for example,
Yeah.
I'm just going to read it here. For example, 2019, 2020, the average monthly wage for workers with no education was $26 US, while workers with primary education earned $57. So I guess there's a class,
Element
striation
of
here.
that. Yeah.
yeah. There's a high degree of income inequality. There are multimillionaires in Nigeria, but 30% of people live below the poverty line as well. So that median number is going to be skewed because there's going to be a handful of multimillionaires and even billionaires.
That's driving the average way out of whack. They're driving the average way out of whack.
Exactly.
Okay.
But
so the median number would probably be more relevant.
Yes, correct. But one of the benefits of coming from a shithole country is that you
not Trump.
Go ahead. There's a Republican here.
Go ahead.
The benefit is that you don't trust government. You don't see your government as a source of something that's going to help you. So like what I see here in America is that I think the government benefits from all this dysfunction in a way, because having women in the workplace and it drives down labor costs and it increases the amount of tax revenue that the government can collect from income taxes. So the more people who work, the more taxes are collected. So I think there is an economic incentive for two people to be working instead of one. And inflation is like another hidden tax that all of us have to pay. So I think somebody's benefiting from all the dysfunction that we're seeing. And the government, I see like America is like a business. It's kind of like
the oligarchs.
Right, well, somebody, but it's not the average
Kleptocracy.
person. Right. But America is like a business. It's kind of like a casino where we live in this token economy where all of us trade hours of our daily life in exchange for tokens called dollars. And the amount of dollars that you can collect and hoard determines a lot of aspects of your life, what type of neighborhood you live in, what type of car you drive, whether or not you have access to healthcare or education, and what type of retirement that you can expect to have, things of that nature. So the reason why you have a lot of people coming who want to come here from Nigeria is because the American currency is the strongest currency. So if you can get over here and get some of these currencies, you can live a good life anywhere in the world. So I just wanted to put it in perspective.
By the way, I want to insert that Uganda is, lest we forget, is where one Duke Jackson resides, and he has a channel King Gunda showing us all the realities over there. So
also, it's not just like just to caveat what our brother said about
we got to get KMS after Nima. Go ahead, Nima.
Trying to get stateside. You have the same thing going on with Africans in general trying to get to Europe as well.
True.
In other words, getting to the countries that exploited them over the past few centuries.
Yeah. Whether we're talking euros,
it's in other words, it's just getting our resources back, is what you're saying.
Yeah. In a sense, yeah.
Western countries,
and not to mention, a lot of those countries, a lot of African countries, they benefit from their people being overseas because
remittances.
One source, yes,
exactly.
They tax it, especially through companies like Western Union and whatnot. I mean, then again, others have other outlets and whatnot where they try to, scurry kind of way. But
yeah, at least they're being honest about it. Western Union, Western exploit.
Western Union is the honest way.
But the
Western Union is the honest way. But some
I know, but I'm just saying at least they're being I'm saying at least they're being honest about what it is. Western Union, there's a joke in there.
Yeah. Some PayPal if they can.
The dollar is a world reserve currency. This American
by 80% or some odd.
Yeah, so if you can get some of this currency, you're gonna live well. That's what it's all about.
Interestingly, as a lot of people are migrating from India, China to like US, UK, and parts of Europe, a lot of Europeans are moving out of Europe, going to Dubai, because of taxation and all that stuff too.
They're going
So
to Africa.
Let me
There's no
let me
taxation in
wait
women.
y'all wait. We got to get KMS in here, but let me read this before we do that. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Watching at 2x speed, but Black Uru is right. Female friendships are dumb because females are horrible friends to men. This is true. My parents told me as a boy, a woman needs to be either paying you or laying you.
Shout out to
It
Jesse
has
Williams' ex-wife.
serves me well. Yeah. Oh,
Well,
she mad about that. Oh,
let
she
me
mad
put
about
this
that.
caveat. Let me put this
Mhm.
caveat on that.
Mhm.
The way you all make friends with women is horrible and is counterproductive, counterintuitive. The right women placed in the right circumstances can be
Mm-hmm.
Act as
of
great friends.
immeasurable
I agree.
value to you as a man.
I agree.
Facts.
I agree.
I mean, imagine if, for example, for whatever reason, Kamala Harris is your friend. For whatever reason. Now, I
Mhm.
mean, we can debate the merits of her politically or whatever. But I'm just saying, just taking into consideration what her position is, what her position has been, you know, attorney general, district attorney, et cetera, whatever. If she is your real friend, immeasurable value to you. You know, so
Yes.
part of the problem with Black men is we make friends with bitches for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
For the
Oh
pussy. The
yeah.
pussy is the worst reason to make friends with a
You
woman.
make friends with losing
By,
women.
by,
That's what you
by
gotta say.
far the worst. You'd be better off making friends with some chick who works at your local grocery store, frankly,
Yeah.
than just off some ass.
Well,
You
you
know,
should.
Yeah. No.
Well,
Wait,
you
y'all.
so
Wait. We gotta let KMS in
part
this.
of the problem,
Okay.
but when you look at how women are with each other and what they do with each other and for each other, if you accept them for what they are, and you can actually get them to operate on some basis of mutual benefit, they can be incredibly valuable to you. But part of the problem is we don't deal with them from the basis of having a job for these hoes. That's a mistake we make going into those relationships. Any kind of relationship you have with a woman, I spent time with my daughters yesterday. Both of my daughters yesterday. They doing all kinds of shit for dad. One of my daughters bought me a pair of jeans. I don't even wear jeans, but Daddy, I want to see you in some jeans. So she went and bought me some jeans just so I would wear them, you know, and some sandals. You know, Dad, I want to see you in some sandals. Make them do something for you.
Not
Make
Black
them
Uru
be
with the
of
chocolatas and
value
the
to
toes
you.
out.
But the thing
With the
about
Right,
O'Shea
right,
Jackson.
but
exactly.
hold on.
I
But
like
here's the
having
thing
my
about that,
toes
Uru.
out like that. Like,
But here's the thing. The thing about that
but
is
you gotta
you
have something for them to do for you, to give for you, because a
no,
lot of
but
these
you have
bitches
to
are
see.
a lot of them are well connected. A lot of them have friends of friends of friends of people. A lot of y'all might be 2 degrees of separation from Barack Obama. Don't even know it. So
Honestly,
find
Uru,
Yes.
something.
honestly, I see what you're saying, but that's bullshit. A lot of these women don't have no friends.
That part.
No,
I know that. Go.
but
Wait, y'all. Wait.
I'm saying from the standpoint of what they can do for you. I'm not
No, but
judging the
that
quality. I'm not judging the quality of their relationships, brother. I'm just saying,
no, but
can can
you're
she do
implying that
something
they
for
have
me?
value. But you're implying that they have value. And here's the thing: I understand what you're saying about reassessing your mindset and assessing them. But here's the thing: you're asking us to assess them like men, and I understand why you're saying that. But understand, when you really start assessing them that way, you come to
It's gonna
find they
look
really don't
worse.
have any
It's gonna
value
look worse.
outside
Yeah.
of that.
No.
But
I'm kind of with line on this.
I'm not saying you're wrong for what you're
I
saying.
disagree, because part of the problem is the approach in which you deal with them. Because look, when you get started with a woman from the beginning, you're gonna know from the beginning whether or not she's of some real value to you. And
But
that's
that
gonna start out with what you're actually getting from her. Now,
but that's the thing.
if you start out on the pussy tip, you're behind the 8 ball right away.
We
And the
we
Okay.
reason
get that,
why
Wait,
is
wait,
but
y'all.
because
what I'm
Wait,
saying is
everyone.
you want us
Wait,
to
all of
assess
y'all.
them like men. That's what I'm not saying you're wrong, but what you're saying is you want us to make assessments for them like men because we do that with other men all the time. So if
Wait,
we
Mhm.
start doing that with other women, you're going to find
It's
that the
gonna look bad.
overwhelming majority of them don't got it like that to do anything for you. That's what
Well,
we're
but that's the
saying.
point.
then
That's
Yeah,
the
that's the
that's
point.
the whole. Wait a
That's
then
minute.
the
Hold
guess
on a
point.
what?
second. Hold on a second.
Go
Then guess
ahead,
what
Meech,
you do,
because
brother.
real quick, Black Widow, because I know Meech is pressed.
But that's the whole point that Black Uru is making. You find,
Mhm.
because first off, every woman, if she has some sort of job, has some sort of income, and even some of them that don't, they are of an event. They have something to offer to some guy. Maybe not
Yeah.
you, but they have something to offer to some guy. You need to find out if that woman has something to offer to you that you want, and whether or not your time, the time that you offer her, whether what she has to trade with you, they call it horse trading, whether the horse she has to trade with you is worth the money that you're willing to spend.
I get
Look,
that, but
I
Yeah.
have gotten business from women that I've never known or met before. And the reason why I
You live
got
in a
that
different era,
was
bro. Different.
No, but no,
It's not even that.
but
It's
no,
not
no,
even that.
wait, y'all. Yeah, let's pause, everyone. Black Uru has a point. I've benefited from this both with my own intimate relationship and from homegirls. When I told y'all I worked for the Florida Democratic Party, that was off of my sister, right? That met up with a woman that used to. Now this is a woman older than me by some 15, 20 years who remember me having political conversations with her a year ago, a year before that, and I was able to parlay that into a whole ass job. So what Black Uru is saying, it does make sense, but what Lion is saying makes sense too, because if we assess that the way he's saying, then you're gonna find like 80-something% of them don't got
that's
nothing to offer. What else?
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, no,
yeah.
no.
But wait, everybody, wait.
I'm simply
I
speaking
didn't
to the
say
result.
every
We
I
gotta
did
let.
not say
I
every
agree. I agree
woman.
with you, Black Uru.
I
But
did not
we
say
gotta let
every
KMS in,
woman.
everyone. We gotta let KMS because I'm blogging forever, and I read his super chat. So go ahead, KMS. Go ahead, and then Black Uru, and then Lion. Go ahead.
First off, Black Guru, I just want to thank you so much always for your for your candid comments. I really do appreciate it. Like I
Always.
really do see you. I really do see you as me 20 years from now. So I greatly appreciate that. We're like minded in a lot of ways. All I'm going to say to your comment is that I really see it just as two fronts as far as dealing with women as friends. I wasn't being flippant in me saying what I said, and I always anchor to this basic thing, which is that in most cases, bitches ain't shit. But let me expand that on that. Usually, we're dealing with women as far as in friendships, is you're dealing with it in two ways: either you're gold mining or you're cat herding. Now, as far as in your regards, as far as there are values in women, like say you're Kamala,
You
say
know you're gonna have
your
to go
friend's
into that,
Kamala
KMS.
Harris. Oh no, I will.
Gold
Really,
mining and cat
saying
herding and the difference.
yeah. Saying your friend is Kamala Harris. That's true. That would be like gold mining, but that'd be like gold
Okay.
mining in the 1800s, as in you do find this nugget, but you had to take down goddamn half a fucking mountain to find it. And that's what everyone here is saying, is that no, there are values in friendships with women, but you got to shift through a whole bunch of ain't shit bitches to get there. And then it comes, then it comes a situation. Wait. And then it comes a situation of a time money thing. Is it worth your time to shift through a whole bunch of women to see one that would be a friend to you as a friend, or just have a male friend? So
That's what I'm saying.
hold on. And then let me say to the whole thing of the aspect of, then that's gold mining. So that a lot of men are like, look, man, I'm not going to shift through all these ain't shit bitches to find one bitch when I can just get me a male friend and he'll treat me as a friend. And the reason why I say that, it ties to the even greater narrative, which is cat herding. And here's the issue that I've had, which is like, I've sworn off having female friends since middle school. The issue with having female friends is like cat herding, because you always have to keep them in the parameter of them being your friend. You're going to have to do things for me as a friend. They're always trying to slip out of the friendship box and put you into a situation of, nah, I need you to do boyfriend stuff for me, but I'm not going to give you any boyfriend benefits. Women have a horrible time literally being friends. anytime they're friends for a man, it's always to their advantage. You always kind of got to remind them, hey, you're also my friend too. You need to do things for me. You need to, hey man, if we're at a bar and you're my friend, pay this tab. If we're at a bar and you see a girl over there that I like,
if you have to, can I speak, brother? If
go ahead,
you
please.
have to remind her to do something for you, you know she's not your friend.
No.
See a lot.
Wait. You're walking right into my point. You're walking right to my point, which goes back to gold mining. You are right. Most women aren't friends,
I'm not saying you have to gold mine. I'm not saying you projected a lot of work that I've never suggested that any man should have to do. You shouldn't have to do all that. If you have to do all that, that's not a friend. Why are you doing all of that?
Where are these good female friends then?
A genuine friend is going to communicate to you very early whether or not this is going to be a genuine friend. And
you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
We can tie this all this up with a question. That I can tie all up to what KMS said. I can tie this all up to a question. What is the probability of that getting a genuine friend in a female? What is the probability of that?
That is my own. That is my only
probability. You got, for some reason, it seems like you guys are doing a whole lot more work than is necessary dealing with.
They're missing the point. They're missing the point. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
In most cases, I've already profiled whether a bitch is legitimate before I didn't hardly even had a damn conversation with her. Much less actually spent time with her and did all the shit y'all talking about. I probably have already known. I probably have already.
Hold on a second. Y'all
already known whether or not I want to spend any time with her funky ass before I've ever even had a conversation.
You don't know we've done that. That's my question. You don't think we've done that already?
I don't understand why we having to do all this extra work. I know whether or not I should deal with it. It's 100.
Let me jump in here. Let me jump in here real fast.
Wait, y'all. Wait. Everyone. Let's let Meech go, and then we'll get back to Lion and then Black Guru.
Here's what y'all are adding to what Black Guru was saying. This is the point y'all are missing. Nobody's saying to search for female friends. Y'all are making it seem like we're saying search. No, you're gonna encounter. Hold on. You're going to encounter women, right? Okay. You should. There should be automatic filters, right? You should be able to make judgment calls just by a person's appearance and by their personality. You already filter them out. What he's saying is the ones that you're gonna have a conversation with, and eventually you're gonna have a conversation with or work with a woman in some shape, form, or fashion, right?
Yeah, some capacity.
From that, you can make judgment calls as to whether or not this is a person worth more than just that interaction at work.
I got
right?
you.
You don't need. No. But that's y'all. Yeah, but you're making it seem like it's a lot of work. You're saying go through a whole mountain. Nobody said. Here's the thing with gold diggers. The gold diggers went looking for gold. No, he's saying you don't. This is gold that happens to be coming past you. Recognize it for what it is. You don't have to go searching for it.
Didn't BGS said that his primary mentor?
And if you never encounter it, then you never encounter it.
Yeah, no. Say that again. My apologies. Say that again. Black Guru, because
his mentor is a black woman.
Yes.
You know, just because she's a woman, that don't mean she might not be incredibly valuable and making incredible contributions to your life. Now, if you tell me I got 100 women in a room, I'm gonna tell you 98% of them bitches, 98 of them probably ain't worth shit. We agree on that. But that don't mean that I don't be friends with the two that's not.
My whole I fully agree with that. My whole aspect of it is that as far as the female friends, sometimes to the point to where it is okay. I'll use this analogy, and Muhammad Ali used this as well. He said like you open the door and there's 10 snakes. There's 100 snakes at the door. Now 10 of them might be decent. All right, 9 of them might be decent. 10 of them might be absolute pit vipers. Now, do you actually find out which ones are which, or do you just close the goddamn door because there's snakes there? That's that is my philosophy. That's my philosophy as far as dealing with women, and it has served me well. Now, granted, I figure out of 100 women,
what's the value of a snake that's not venomous?
No. I'm just using that. I use that as an analogy as far as differentiating something that's going to be bad for you and something that at best is not going to it's going to be indifferent. I'm using that towards the situation of women where I agree with you. No, as far if you see 100 women, there's probably 2 of them that are decent or valuable of any type of value. The whole thing about it is what process are you going through discerning that, and then furthermore, is that process even worth it if you already know going into that 98% of these bitches ain't shit? Why?
For the value and not for the
I would
gender.
say all of my genuine female friends. Look, like I said, I basically got 3 classes of female friends. Those that I met, like I say, before I started to want to fuck anybody. Those girls, like kindergarten and shit like that. Those are like siblings. Those are like women who appear at my family reunion type friends, right? You have wives of my friends. Those are the only women that in my elder years that I become friends with are the wives of my friends, right? And then the other women are this rare group of women who, for whatever reason, took some extreme liking to me and just did shit for me. And almost exclusively, they did stuff for me. They made incredible gestures of some sort. Maybe they started out liking me romantically. I don't know.
There we go.
Maybe they were an elder female who saw something in me unique or special. Maybe they were a friend of a friend or heard some wonderful thing about me. But the key indicator amongst all of them is they did a lot more shit for me, especially on the front end, than what I did for them, for whatever reason. So they came in investing in me for whatever
Let me read it. Wait, before y'all go, because I gotta read this to go along with what Black Rule was saying.
Y'all just met some bitches and y'all, she gonna be my friend? No.
I agree.
Wait, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. And Afro National says, and thank you for the super chat. And Afro National says, when you want to sell a bunch of shit to yitches, you not gonna have no home economics, brothers. Hashtag Black Guru podcast tax. I'm telling y'all, all of us are trying to get him to start this damn podcast. We trying.
No.
And once again, thank you for the super chat. Go ahead, Kim.
Black Guru, I do agree with that, and I also practice as far as dealing with women. I also practice the 3 B's. There's either blood, they're my relatives, and we have a investment in there just based on family dynamics. There's business, chicks I'm doing work with strictly from a professional standpoint, and then there's booty. Chicks only do it from a sexual standpoint,
Exactly.
But that's the thing.
Blood, business,
don't
booty.
misunderstand me, Black Bull. I am not saying you don't have a point to what you're saying, and I do think there's definitely a place for that mindset, and I think it could be beneficial to you if you act that way. I'm just simply speaking to the probability of it. That's it. I'm not saying you shouldn't.
Hey, Black Guru, can I get in real quick, Black Guru?
I think men should definitely consider it.
What me and Black Guru are saying is, if I have tools, I'm going to use them. If they're available, I graduated college majorly because of women correcting my fucking papers. More women helped me in college just because. My references, it doesn't matter why. People want to see people succeed, regardless. If you're not hostile, they want to see you succeed. It's just real.
Briefest law, bro. I'm gonna bring it back to Briefest law. The female.
You can bring it back to you can bring it back to Doomer shit, but every single time something's positive said or how you can utilize something, you throw the tool away. We don't.
Don't worry, y'all. Hey, let me get this.
Throw tools away. Black Guru doesn't throw tools away. He's saying the same thing I said when my battery was dead. I use women for what they're meant to be used for. I don't meet women to just fuck them or think about fucking them. I look at them like, are they an HR manager? I tell y'all that my dad goes to those HR meetings. I met all them
Yeah.
chicks.
Real quickly on real quickly on real quick.
Blood.
Lion, check the. I know how to calm Lion down. Lion, check the back chat. Check that. Click that link real quick and let me know if you know who this is. You probably follow this person too, but I would if you don't, you should because
You talking about
that's
this
right up
YouTube,
your alley. Go ahead.
this YouTube short right here you
Yeah,
gave me?
click that.
Cool, I'll check it. I'll check it.
Yeah, check out that page. That calm you down, right? Calm you right on down. Go ahead, Lee.
It's literally
Finish it.
like women are like 40 to 50% of the economy. If I got blue collar skills and white collar skills, I fix shit.
Mm-hmm.
If I fix a bitch shit right, she's gonna sit down. Oh yeah, Leon did that. Let me hit him up. And my cousin needs something. And like I said before, I fixed my coworker's mom's water heater, cleared the shit out, cleaned the shit out, and she was butt naked in the house when I came in. And she paid me, but I didn't even hit. But that shit is usual. The shit is usual.
Pause right there, Leon. And
Let me
pause right
just
there, Leon.
let me
Real
get
quick.
the last part in. You
Go
don't have to
ahead.
fuck all these. You don't have to fuck all these chicks, but they'll throw it out to make it available. And
That's
some
a
of them
fact.
just want you to get more work. I didn't fuck her friend, but she gave me more work. So her thinking of me is important.
I don't think you
Like
listen
straight
to
up.
what me and
I
Lion
don't
are
think
saying,
there's
bro.
pushback to what y'all are saying. I'm not saying y'all are wrong. I never said y'all were wrong. I never said y'all were wrong with this. Like me and KMS, me and KMS agree, and me and KMS both agree with y'all. That's
No, yeah, y'all just
don't
saying the likeliness
misunderstand me.
of
I don't
running into
disagree with what
someone
y'all
that
saying.
has those attributes is the issue.
But nobody ever said there was a high hold on. No one ever said there was a high likeliness though.
Guys,
We know
Let me
there's.
clarify with Lion and KMS. I never once said you should troll or market for female friends. I think that's an incredible waste of time
Left it open ended,
and resources.
Okay. Yeah.
So if that's what you all
No,
are, we were marketing. Please disabuse yourself of that notion. I would agree with you in
No.
most
I didn't
cases.
take it as that. No. I didn't take it as that. I understand what you're saying. It's something that you should probably keep in the back of your mind, and I understand and I appreciate that. And trust me, I will take that for what it is. I never disagreed with what you were saying.
I'm about to drop out. I'm about to drop out. But let me just say this. No, once again, I think we're all on the same page. I think we have slight differences, but I think conceptually we're on the same page. Here's how more or less how I see it. This is a overarching concept. You got blood, you got business, and booty. And most women you're going to deal with is going to fall in one of those three categories. Now, as far as outside of that, I would call that's the mythical, genuine, platonic female friend, which to me is the equivalent of finding a diamond on the ground. Now, my
can we get that
hold on. Now, my only argument is that how much fucking time are you going to take looking on the ground for a goddamn diamond? And that's my only statement on that.
Thank you, KMS.
I got dropped.
Let me clear that up.
Wait. All y'all, wait a minute. Before you go, because I want Lion to tell me what he thought about that video in the back chat, but real quick.
Yeah, I got something to say. I fucking hate you because I do follow this woman.
I knew you followed her. I knew it.
I have seen this woman, and I've heard her speak. And this woman, if I ever find this woman, it's over.
You gonna marry her? That's a
I want to say quickly in my Minister Jab voice. You perverts.
Go ahead.
I already said it. I just wanted to see that. Just wanted to say in my Minister Jab voice, you pervert.
Right, but going to what KMS was saying. This is what I would say, and I think this is where Black Uru is coming in. It's not about looking on the ground for the diamond. Spend time looking on the ground. Just be aware that there might be a diamond on the ground. Right. Okay. That doesn't mean that you look. You're walking with your head face down, looking for the diamond. But there might you could come across a diamond. Do not think the diamond is cubic zirconium. Treat the diamond like it's a diamond. Right. So that's what I was saying. Go ahead.
Well, even then, Mr. Z, hold on, back off that just a little bit.
You're Borging a little bit.
What Black Uru is more. How about now? Still Morgan?
You're
We can hear
good.
you. Go
You're
ahead.
good.
Okay, so I think more so what Black Lulu was saying is that if you should happen to be tying your shoe and there's a diamond next to it, to recognize that it might be a diamond. You don't even have to.
Yes.
You don't even have to think that there might be a diamond on the ground. You just happen to see one when you look down. Because believe it, somewhere on this earth, there's a diamond on the ground.
Yes.
All right, so this is where I'm gonna get in. I'm gonna say something that all you gonna dislike. It just so happens that black men are the lowest caste of human beings in America. So when we get this idea of a diamond on the ground, I get the concept of it. But if you do not have people within your network that this plutonic that you can consider, you walk past someone, oh, that's my friend, and she says that. And then, like I said, when I got my second job, I got it from a white social worker, a white woman. That was my reference. So I recognize that you have to treat people like in my mind and how I look at the world is black pill, kind of red pill, majority. But I'm aware of how to operate to make sure that I have those people in my network. I can call people that lease, people that sell homes, women from any fucking field, HR managers, whatever. I don't have to sit down and operate like that. Like I need to fuck them. I need this. But women have tried to drop the draws, and I have hit some of them, and some of them I don't even have to because that's not their interest. But it's important that I'm cool with them. So when I see a lady out, like I said, I operate like she's the coolest fucking woman in the world because I don't know who else is in that room with her. That's my whole fucking point. You don't know who she's attached to. So when you go to a job and they don't hire you, and I walk in, I say, yo, that's one of my boys. I trust him. She'll say, okay, Leon said he trusts this guy, and my boss says, well, give him a chance then. So if you're wondering why your resumes ain't fucking getting picked up, maybe you want to have some more references and some more relations with people that you really don't want to have them with on a deep level. I'm just saying. Friends, female friends are good for what they're good for.
We understand.
It doesn't. You're not a diamond. We're not diamonds. Okay. I'm straight up saying we're not diamonds. We're black men. We're not diamonds. We're at the lowest caste of America. The least hired, the first fired. Exactly.
Okay.
All right. Let me wait, y'all. Let me read this real quick.
Add a R to all three of those B's. Add an R to that bitch.
Wait. Let me read this. Let me read this. Let me read this. Let me read this real quick. And Congru says, and thank you for the super chat. The salary is relative, though. The dude making 600. He's talking about the examples we were using in Uganda. The dude making 600 a month is living like a dude making 40K a year in the U.S. I get what you're saying. I get what you're trying to say. But the only person I can actually speak to right now is there's one person that goes to Africa regularly, and there's one person that is African, and there we go. So either Zulu or Nema, and those are the two people that would probably be more likely to be able to answer that. I'm not sure. Ben, what's your background?
Oh, I'm a Zoe, man. I got on here before.
Oh yeah. Definitely can hear it. That's one of my peoples. I just want to make sure because he could have been francophone from Africa. But okay. One of my fellow Haitians. We need to have a whole Haitian Creole conversation in front of everybody.
My thing,
I
would
say, let me put what Black Rule was trying to say, and try to everyone understand this. Basically, if you have a supercar, right? You have the air intake, right, to cool off the engines. So basically, the women that serve you, the air that goes to the air intake, they cool off the engine.
Yes.
And all the rest of the air that goes around the car, it's just a waste of, it's just to maintain.
No, some of that is downforce, and it said I purposely used downforce. Some of that is downforce.
The air that goes in the air intake is the most important part.
Yeah.
There you go. I don't know why you guys are making it so complicated.
No, I got what everyone was trying to say. I just wanted the conversation to go because I got what Line was saying, and I got what Black Uru was saying, what KLS was saying, and everything.
It could be terminology too. See, some folks are just associates; they're not just friends. I think we use this term "friend" far too loosely. Some people are just associates. Let me tell you something. I can have an associate that I hate if they benefit me way more than they hurt being around. Then hell, shit, I don't need to like you for you to be an
But that's
associate.
the thing. I understand that we do that with other men all the time. That like that's nothing new. That's not lost. So it's like I don't know why. Like we're getting wrapped up in this. Like there's a misunderstanding. There's no misunderstanding. There's a low probability of that with other men. That's all I'm saying. You do this
Right,
with other men, and there's a low probability.
but when you come across it, you take advantage of it.
Yes,
Right?
when you do.
Of
When
course,
you
I mean
do
that's what this is right here. It's like what hell,
But that,
what 7, 8 men on this
yeah.
thing. Like we all have
but
different
that's
backgrounds. We come from different places, but we all come in here to gain information and knowledge. That's what we're saying.
Exactly right.
We
So
understand it,
what we get that there's a low likelihood, but y'all started saying that there's a low likelihood, like we didn't already understand that. We understand that already, which is why most of us don't really have female friends.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Also,
saying.
We already understand that.
Also, when you think about it, yeah, hold on a second.
Like
Also,
based on that assessment, because I'm pretty sure before we even like set it in our mind, I'm pretty sure you ran into a female where you knew you didn't want to sleep with her, but you were trying to assess her in the associate category to see what you can gain from it. And you honestly tried and you didn't get anything. You couldn't find anything there.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure most men already did that in their adult lives, because I'm assuming the majority of us are in our 30s or the lowest at like at least 25, and we probably ran into a woman and we actually tried to make that some sort of assessment and got nothing there. That's all I'm saying.
And also we forgetting something. Friendships for men is not the same as friendships for women. I mean, I've said this time and time again, and I guess I gotta break out the sledgehammer and beat it in every single one of y'all when I say this, but women there's this concept we keep forgetting about with women. It's called frenemies. You are a friend under certain circumstances, but you're always an enemy. Because women take it because it's basically the female version of what men say. It's what's that old expression that men have? Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. That's what women are doing, and everybody and women know. Oh, you know, they're always bullshitting one another. They're always around each other because they just need to be on some they're always on some bullshit and everything. I remember there are women who admit that they hate each other's guts, but they will hang out with each other because they realize, hey, I might learn something from this other female.
Yo, that
it's
is
covert
so
friendship and shit.
That is so fucking dysfunctional.
Yeah, I know it's dysfunctional, but they don't. But you think women thrive on dysfunction. They need that dysfunction.
Let me read this now, because this goes to what Leon was saying. And Leon says, no, don't y'all start agreeing with me now. Don't agree with me now. Shaking my
We
head.
never disagree.
Oh, you forgetting to say something.
And thank you for the super chat, Leon.
We got one old man per channel, bro. We gotta lose.
You're forgetting.
We never disagree.
No, don't worry. Black Uru gonna leave us behind now that BGS is here, because now they got the boomer connection.
Yeah, you're forgetting something though. You're forgetting something.
It's a generational misunderstanding. You guys don't get it, but it's okay.
Look, see, Black Uru got the back end. See, now the gray swords is out here. Go ahead.
Basically, okay, because I've done this most of my life. We had female friends from the time I was in elementary school. Not that big a deal. And sometimes it's organic because you're going to school with them, you're working with them, you're around them, and you same way you get a friendship with guys that you're around, right? Most guys don't get friends just walking off the street. 9 times out of 10, right? You don't start a friendship. Just you might get a buddy if you hang out at a bar, hang out at a sports event or something like that. That's a buddy. There's a difference between a buddy and a friend. And having a female
we
buddy
call
is
those people
hard.
associates. That's what we call those people on today's
Exactly.
associates.
Well, associates, buddy, whatever kind of name you want to use it. I don't know why we're arguing over semantics. Okay. Your associate is a buddy that you might hang out with. Okay, or you associate with during certain things. Right. Okay.
True.
Friend. Okay. And most people, I don't know, most people don't have a gang of friends, and it's not like you got like 40, 50 friends that you
Especially our generation. We're not social like that.
And I was just saying that, BGS. I was just saying that.
Any generation, that doesn't male or female. Okay. So the thing is, most people that you have as friends are organic, and having a female friend is not that much different than having a male friend. Okay, it's really not. The thing is controlling your dick. Okay.
Yep.
Facts.
Yeah.
Most of my female friends have tried to sleep with me. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna say that much.
Because they're not your friends. Okay.
Yeah. Nah,
You have friends.
they wanted to
Alexa, play TLC. What about your friends, please?
No, basically, same thing. Same thing I tell women, right? It's not your friend, okay? And a lot of guys, most people. I'm not gonna say a lot of guys. Most people can't differentiate between the two, okay? And most men I know don't have um, a clear delineation between their women and their friends. And I've turned down a lot of women that I friend zone is because they did want to sleep with me. But I have a clear delineation between a woman I sleep with and a woman that's my friend, and they have to choose.
Oh yeah, I understand that concept too. That's what I'm saying. Like we totally agree. I am in totally agree about. My only thing is like I said, just like Lion has said, bro. The reality of finding such an individual is rare. Like for me, I can say for a fact, I think I have at least. I have at least 2 to 3 friends. Everybody, I have a lot of associates. 2 to 3 friends that I can say if I'm in need, I can call upon.
Talking male friends?
Yes.
Yeah, well, yeah. It would be the same thing with females. So I don't know why it's such a big deal. I mean, if a female is your friend, say like it's a childhood friend that you grew up with, right? Because you grew up with her, you went to school with her, blah blah blah. She's married, blah blah blah. That's your friend. I don't know why it's so hard.
Oh, by the way, I'm glad
I think the biggest problem
here because the GS was asking about the Miami girl that you reviewed, Mr. Z, the other day. And it's not just Miami, it's Broward also. You get the same
Oh yeah, Dade and Broward. Yep.
You get the same thing. And
It's the same women. Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County.
But when I reviewed it, it's not so much the women that I'm concerned with, right? What I'm concerned with is why do guys put up with chicks like that? Okay, why do you even date?
Remember what my answer was, though, BGS. It's the same answer.
It might be the same answer, but the thing is, guys has to go deeper than that. Okay, what is it about you guys? What is it about men that throw themselves off the cliff to get mediocre pussy and get very little return on investment? What do you guys?
They don't know no better.
I mean, so what do they get from it? What do you think they get from it? Because God, I don't care who you are. I don't care what if you're a simp or something like that. Everybody gets something out of the interaction. What do they get from it? Validation? What?
Probably that. Yeah, it's probably validation.
And women that's talking out their aspers, they still giving them the vagina to certain dudes.
They don't have other areas of their life that they really feel validated by, and so they put a high premium on some raggedy head ass chick. Giving some token validation.
Not the raggedy head.
Yeah.
Mr. Z, when you review,
I mean, it's really that simple. Because look, if you really vibing with other shit you got going on, you compartmentalize the shit out of these hoes.
Yeah. I mean, because it's also generational how you guys talk to each other, and it's like it's something that when I was younger, okay. And especially millennials, right? When you guys were like in your early 20s, 18s, and 20s, and see how you guys talk to each other. I look at dudes and said, "You let this chicken head talk to you like this?" And
the answer was yes. The answer is yes.
That way though. That's what I'm saying.
So it's hard for me to understand it because I used to have them little chicks talk to me like that. With that snark, do I know you? I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're 10 or you're 3. You don't talk to me that way.
Hey, Mr. Z, when you review that video I put in the back chat, I want you to compare it and compare and contrast to the one about the Miami girls. Because she's like a better looking Steph Cole.
I will.
Hey, so
I will.
Here's the
one at a time.
Real quick, Black Guru. Here's the thing, B, just about what you were just talking about and the way these women talk to men.
Yeah.
Men talk to men on some goofy ass shit nowadays. You know, back in the day, you couldn't start a conversation by talking to another man start the conversation with bitch the way that women used to do. But they'd be like, bitch, I just went over there to the what's the name. Nowadays, these dudes talk to each other like that. Calling each other bitches. Yes, the fuck they do.
Yeah, they do.
Hey, bitch, what's up now, bro? I ain't never seen that.
If that is the case, why do younger men complain about the women and their interactions with them and being transactional?
Because at the end of the day, it's the vagina. It's the vagina part.
Same time. The host goes first. What?
I would argue it's really the vagina part. It's not. What I'm saying is and there you go.
Riot.
I would say it stems from
Why spend $250 or $300 on a $40 piece of pussy?
But yeah,
because they
that black men are not there yet.
Can I
White
say
men are
something?
there, but black men are not there yet.
What do you mean they're
They
not
want the
there yet?
mouthpiece.
They're not there yet because
Hold on a second. Whoa. Let me deal with that, right? How old do you have to get there?
Well,
50,
that's the problem.
60,
It's a culture.
70? Huh?
It's a culture. They want the mouthpiece, they want the swagger.
It's called maturity, okay?
Exactly.
Okay. When
the disrespect.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, the source of the disrespect is the women, because if you recall, BGS, there were certain ways that our uncles, our fathers, or whatever talked to us, certain kind of language they just didn't use. You know, you just didn't. Like, I often observe in this environment, even in this virtual environment, where brothers will get disrespectful quick as hell. I mean, and I'm like, and I'm thinking where I come from, and I'm sure it's the same way where you came up in LA. But where I came from in Chicago, when you say certain things to a man, somebody should be catching the flight. Like, you know, we're supposed to be doing something. Because there's certain things you just don't say to a grown man. I don't even give a fuck if it's even virtually. You don't say certain things to a man.
Well, you know, Uru, and this is something that I've gone through into YouTube, and a lot of content creators behind the scenes don't understand it. Okay, they think it's because I'm pretty lenient and I'm pretty understanding that they can just say shit to me. Okay, and then when I cut them off, they said, "Well, what's wrong?" I said, dude, where I come from, you know, we have this thing in Cali. I don't know what about the rest of the country. Okay, we have this thing in Cali. Okay, at a certain point, I don't fuck with you. Okay, I'm not trying to go out and murk you because that's the next step. Because you know the next step after I don't fuck with you is like 50 Cent, right? Okay, many men. Okay, that's what's gonna happen to your ass. Okay, and to keep that from happening, Cali,
I gotta leave you alone.
Hey man, you know what? Well, you know what, brother, you go have a good life because I don't fuck with you, right? So don't come in my space, okay? And I've had
I like there are people in this environment where I've kind of blocked them out of chat or whatever because of disrespect. And it's not because, you know, I mean, it's like, okay, how many times am I gonna observe you disrespecting me where then I'll start to like try to figure out how we gonna resolve this shit, like for real. You know, which is crazy. I'm too old to be even thinking like that. That's why I'm like, I gotta block you out of my space because you taking me down some road that I ain't even supposed to be thinking about going.
And then we complain about the women doing the same shit.
Have y'all heard about the hammer situation?
Well, real quick. So look, it don't even take being. Look back.
After this, we got to get Zulu in because I think he was trying to say something.
Illinois. I'm about. Go ahead. All right. I grew up about 20 minutes outside Chicago in Joliet, Illinois. It didn't even take for us to be grown ass men. When I was 15, 16, we got to come down to fisticuffs. But nowadays they're becoming more feminized while having the physicality of a man, but they're having the feminized thinking.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's super dangerous. I agree. Okay. That's supremely dangerous. Go ahead, Zulu. You were trying to say something.
All right. When it comes to that, how people talk to each other. Now, I can say I've been in Georgia. I ain't never heard nobody start no conversation of, well, hey, what's up, bitch? I ain't never heard no man.
I've heard women do that.
I heard women do that. I have never in my life heard a man.
It depends on where you are. It's a regional thing.
Yeah, that's like at least out here in Georgia, them fighting words.
Unless he's not straight.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying. I feel you on that. Yeah.
Now, what I was going to say is like the reality of where the world is, like we do all live in an effeminized society. So that is part of it, right? But on the second end there, let's say it right, you live in a digital age when you can throw threats out, like for real, let's be honest, but like we all out of the younger crowd, we all been on Xbox or PlayStation. One guy say F you N-word.
Oh yeah. Them white dudes be heavy on the N-word.
You can say that in this necessarily 9 out of 10 environment because, bro, you can say and get away with it, bro. But if you put that same kid, put him in school and tell him to say the same shit he said, that he can get his teeth knocked in, right? And they even had one a case of what the hammer situation. That's what we call it down here now, the hammer situation, right? What are these cats were playing? Was it Fortnite or whatever, right?
Okay,
One of the dudes said something
you have,
about. He said something to him.
you have to define it to me, okay? Because I don't.
He's telling me he's giving a story right now. He's giving a story right now. Go
Like
ahead.
the hammer situation is basically one of these guys. I think it was Fortnite or one of the other games, right? Or I think it was League of Legends, whatever, right?
Okay.
One of the dudes got into it with her. He was like, "Hey, bro, you keep saying this bullshit to me. I'm gonna come with this hammer and I'm gonna come and F you up, right?" Yeah. And the dude thought he was lying, right? One of the guys was acting smart enough to figure out his IP address, looked up where he lived at, got a hotel with the 2 miles down from him, got a hammer, broke into his house, and beat that man almost half to death with that hammer. Now, granted, if that would happen on a regular basis, I guarantee you, a lot of this kind of conversation when people saying F you on the internet and shit, it'll stop immediately, bro. Because if your IP address was tied to your digital character, bro, and everybody knew who you was, your name, address, and everything, bro, I promise you, this shit will start dying down very.
I doubt it, man.
Give me Zulu.
No, because I think what BJS is speaking to is something larger than just being the anonymity of the internet. It's a cultural thing in our society, right? Among the women mainly, but the dudes is engaging in it too, where they talking reckless to each other, like from the start. Like there's certain words, certain phrases, just the things that people are saying and doing, and I was trying to put my finger on it too. I don't know what's going on where this is okay to speak to people certain ways. If y'all even see the way I speak on my channel, I try to refrain from profanity for the most part. Even when I make certain sex jokes, it's kind of pause, tongue in cheek, right? Like I'll imply certain things, suggest certain things, but I do think that the way people are speaking to each other now, especially concerning the internet, it's wild. It's wild.
This had
to
to start like 10 or 15 years ago. I'm not gonna lie. I started making different friends, and I think they assumed that we could be friends and hang out and we could talk to each other like that way. And I'm like, I'm not necessarily like too aggressive, but I would check them like, yo, we can't be friends. You talk to me like that, bruh. Like
people are reckless with it.
Well, you give them a lot more sway than I would. I wouldn't even say anything. I just look at them.
Stay away.
I know. No,
and then it'd be like a ghost. Poof. Where'd he go?
I've seen worse reactions than no. Yeah, I saw violent stuff go happen. People think they could talk to people like that.
What I'm saying is if you think you can just walk up and start talking to people like that, that means I don't need to be around you in the first place. Okay.
Yeah.
True. Let me read this real quick, and then we'll get Neymar after this. Give me a 1 second. And L's Active says, depends what you deem as useless. A female friend is great if you want a extra burger at Popeyes. Burger at Popeyes. I get what you did there. I get what you did there. Burger at Popeyes. However, cat herding, I think, is a tax you pay for it. If I understand what you did correctly, in line, thank you for the Cash App. Thank you for the Cash App. They don't sell burgers at Popeyes, so I see what you did there, right? I see what you did there. Unless you're talking about the chicken sandwich and you put burger by mistake, but they don't sell burgers at Popeyes. So what he's saying, it ain't no female friends. If I get what you're saying, correctly, L's Active. But go ahead, let's get Neymar, and then I think BGS was trying to say something. Go ahead, Neymar.
The same way you have a male friend, right?
BGS just bogarted you, Neymar. Go ahead, BGS.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, BGS. It's too late. Elder privilege.
I mean, I get used to this. He's the elder.
No, go ahead.
If I got in the way, he would have beat me to death with his cane for it.
Not with the cane.
All I gotta do is throw a shoe at you, Neymar. You get back in line. Okay?
Right.
No. The elders among my elders, they usually have their canes or walking sticks. So I know. I got an uncle back in my who still lives in my ancestral village. And when he comes home to visit you, he always has that walking stick with him because they need it as for multiple purposes, but for walking mainly. Even though he's not that old, but if he has that within reach, I'm like I'm watching.
All right, now you were trying to say something. You were trying to say something else. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, to pick up what Zulu was saying earlier about the hammer thing. There's another form of it. People might not know. It's called swatting. If anybody's familiar with that concept.
Yep.
BGS, you know what I mean by swatting?
I know what
that's what they pulled that on Tariq Nasheed a few years ago.
There should be a federal crime because
I agree.
There's been a case where somebody has been convicted for. People were convicted for that.
Yeah.
It's also, but it's not just in the U.S. I've seen this also happen in the U.K. It's also happened in certain parts of Europe. But that swatting shit. People talking reckless. I remember I myself, I remember I was playing a certain particular video game. It was a UFC game online, and the person had a created character of a certain Yahtzee, the little mustache dude, everything. And they were talking all kinds of crap when I was playing, so I had to block that person. There've been times where I've received threatening messages from people, and you have to block them to protect yourself and make sure and report them so they don't try to dox you or some shit like that. So yeah, this shit gets way out of control sometimes when people talk reckless to one another, especially on Xbox. People talked about getting racial slurs and everything. You got to block them.
Yeah, well, it used to be the same thing in message groups back when in the early '90s and stuff like that. You had to do the same thing, but that's why I said people take off the mask when they're online. That's who they really are. People say, "Well, that's not who you really are in person."
I'm in
No, that's who
agreement
you
with
really
BGS
are.
on this one.
It's who you really are. The thing is, to socialize and not get beat up every day, you put a mask on, okay? And a lot of that shit.
The real you is the online you. The fake you is the one in real life.
It's right. Yeah. That's what I actually know it. So it's one of those things we said, okay, well, that's not the real life. They're just saying stuff. No, that's the real them. Because
by the way, BGS.
In real life. Go ahead.
By the way, BGS is the shoe thing. That's mostly the women. The men always have a walking stick. Just remember that.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But the thing is, for you to chastise you, I wouldn't beat you. I just throw a shoe at you. Get back in line.
And you know what'll be a Stacey Adams.
Every time you say that the online you was the
Meech, that was hysterical, by the way.
I can barely hear you. I can barely hear you.
I said every time I hear you say that the online you is the real you, I wince a little bit inside.
Why? Well, I'm not saying for.
I knew it. I was about to ask you too. I was like, I was literally about to ask. Is it something about you, Black Rule? I was literally about to ask you that.
Well, I'm not saying fair. I think it was.
But then that's what I was gonna say. Exactly. Yeah, BGS. Exactly. That's what I was gonna say. I don't see nothing. There's nothing. There's some people that be adding extra on the online stuff, but it's not you, Black Rule. Yeah. The online you is pretty cool.
What I'm saying is, I'm pretty much the same in real life, and people.
Me too.
The same real life as I am online, okay? And I think Uru's probably the same way, okay? What you hear see online is the real Uru. He just doesn't, his mask doesn't get in the way in real life, okay? He tries to be genuine in real life. But
one of the things about getting older is you just really just don't give a fuck as much anymore. I mean,
that's true.
The power of old age.
I spent some time with some family members, and I was looking at folks, the generations of people, and the women. I was talking how fat so many of my female relatives have gotten. It really kind of disappointed me, and I found myself saying, or like, "Girl, you're a lot bigger than I found myself saying, and part of that was, me, like, damn, you bigger. But I know I would not have said that years ago,
Probably not.
And I know part of it is just getting older, and part of it is me being disappointed at how, because some of them were so pretty, when they were younger and thinner. So part of it is a disappointment. Is a disappointment of that. But look, I might have certain views about a lot of different things, but I'm never gonna want to come here to demean other people. That just seems so. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. People, I'm not in my. I don't get it.
Because that's not who you really are. But you got to remember, you're not the atypical person. A lot of people have a lot of rage inside that they can't get out in the real world because it's going to negatively affect them, right? That's why you see a lot of even now that they have cameras, right, and you see them on TikTok and raging out in their car. It's because the real them needs to come out someplace.
Right.
Excuse me, Black Guru. Excuse me, sir. I think when you in that situation, you could have used the Paul Proteus approach. You could have looked at her and said, "Damn." No, inside you would have said, "Damn, she went from elegant to elephant."
Right. Real quick. So
I'm done.
What I would say to what Black Uru was saying is like, but Black Uru also you've lived a pretty successful life, right? And so, like BGS is saying, there's a certain rage and a certain like disappointment that you don't have that you're not taking off on other people, right? There's a certain, you're not getting off on bringing people down in size to make up for your own inadequacies. And there's people online, they do that. They do that in real life if they can, if they feel like they can get away with it, let alone, online with a sense of anonymity, and you maybe not be able to see their face, or maybe even if you can, you don't know where they live, you don't know much about them. So they get off on that, right? So it's, yeah, there's yes, this transference of energy. They love the, oh look, I'm getting this type of rise out of you, and yeah, great, now I get this boost in my day. Right. So I don't engage in that either because my life doesn't suck. So
well, you know, Mr. Z, I was going to say something sort of related to that. Is that nowadays it's actually kind of stylish, especially amongst the, I'd say probably 30-ish old. It's kind of in style to be disrespectful. They see this shit as cute. You get what I mean? And because so many of them see it as cute, they get checked less by amongst their peers, the people that are in their age group.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Which is why
they're all engaging in it, or many of them engaging in it.
Amongst the women, I think you can say.
No, amongst the men too. Amongst the men too. You got to understand something. When you're talking about there's a big difference when you're talking about a 10-year gap in age as to how these folks are coming up. There's a big gap.
I'm not even gonna read that out loud.
Things were vastly different just 15 years ago, as far as how men interacted with each other. 15 years before that, they were vastly different.
Meech, I'm gonna say I think you wrong on that, because I'm gonna say that maybe it's a sample size of where I'm getting this information from, right? But I know for a fact that in Georgia, so I can't speak for Tennessee, but we wear guns on our hips out here, bro. If you literally came out to somebody, like you said earlier, because you said earlier, you can come to a grown man and say, "Hey, what's up, bitch?" Bro, you will not make it. You won't make it that long, regardless. Whatever where you.
Bro, I am throughout Atlanta all the time. Not everybody's like that in Georgia. That's not even a majority of Georgia has guns. They don't walk around with guns like that in Georgia. I am throughout. Let me tell you something. Between Atlanta, Georgia, Marietta, Georgia, Social Circle, Georgia, Covington, Georgia, I am throughout there often, sir. It is not like that. Now, you might be around a certain group of people that are like that, but believe me, especially when you go down to Atlanta, especially at Marietta, Atlanta, Covington, Social Circle, all throughout Atlanta, all throughout Georgia. It's not like that, man. You just know of the people that are like that.
Let me read this too. Then
we got to speak in generalities, though.
Let me read this real quick for y'all. And KMS says Black Uru start the damn channel fund. And thank you for the super chat, KMS. And thank you for the super chat. Look, BGS, it's not just you. Everybody from Roger's channel to your channel to my channel, everybody be telling Black Uru to start this damn channel.
I want the CPA channel, but he playing with me, bro.
Hey, I'm gonna start a channel called the Black Uru Start the Channel.
I'm telling you, it's a Black Uru Start the Channel dedicated to the clips of Black Uru and his one-liners and his quotes and the wisdom, right? And when they tag team, when BGS and Black Uru tag team people, right, and stuff like that. The Gray Sword, we gotta call those episodes the Gray Swords.
Right? Somebody said that they were gonna start the Somebody Gotta Pay for These Bitches channel.
Right. Somebody gotta pay for these. Look, I remember the first time I heard him say that. Whose channel were we on? We were on Black Men Being Brutally Honest. We were on Kev's channel, and Black Uru, we were talking about the prices of things and how they might try to extract the resources from men that don't get married to pay for the women that don't get married. And Black Uru said, somebody's gonna have to pay for these bitches, because either they get it through y'all subscriptions, or they gotta get it through y'all from Netflix or Xbox or porn or something like that. And I died laughing. They gotta, and I agree.
You better go sell that poo name, bro.
Right, bro.
Well, that's what the child tax was.
Go into that.
So you were getting when you filed your taxes, you would get a larger refund if you had children that were below a certain age. If they were 18 or below, or 17 or below, you get an earned income credit for them, right? Well, if you don't have children, then you're not getting that earned income credit, right? But that earned income credit has to come from somebody. Somebody got to pay for these bitches. And it's generally assumed that if you have children, you got a woman there with you.
Oh, real quick,
Yeah,
Mistress, I gotta go. Black Roo, I gotta say this because they going in on you in the comments. Jetro says, "What happened to the C-suite series?" Els Active says, "Black Uru resisting half the manosphere at this point." Venom K says, "That's basically treason."
Hey, Mr. Z. Hey, when we start the channel, everybody's welcome on the panel except Uru.
Except for Black Uru. He got to start his own channel to be welcomed on the channel.
So y'all just go in on me.
Just go. And Spade Man says, "Uru sure got some quotables."
You know how I
know and we're gonna have animations as well.
Right.
You know how I know that Black Uru doesn't care?
Go ahead.
I'll be typing. Sometimes I see Black Uru on other channels. I'm like, oh, long live the habitual line steppers. Black Uru's like completely, I ain't got time for this.
No, but I mean, like, it's, you know what it is. I think it's what a couple of brothers here provide. Art New Style, BGS, Black Uru. There's a couple of brothers, Obsidian. I think a couple of what they provide a certain level of wisdom, life experiences, and they help to connect us to the silent generation. They help to connect us to even before the silent generation, their parents and grandparents, and they just help to kind of disabuse us of certain like things we thought used to happen back in the day that didn't, or things you didn't think used to happen to the back in the day that does, and just remind you that certain things were always here and certain things just started happening in the 80s or the late 70s or something. So it's just a certain level of wisdom and life experience, I think, that helps to usher us in the right direction, and it's appreciated. And so I think that's why people are like, so big on Black Uru starting his channel and kind of imparting that by way of Mississippi, Chicago wisdom, right? So yeah. So that's what it is. Yeah.
Y'all just like the grandfather my grandma kept me from.
Right. That, see what I'm saying? That type of stuff. Right. It's just, and then it's just good to have people that and then I think what also the fact that Black Uru is professional, also that like that's where him and KMS kind of connect, right? So yeah, no, I think that's important, especially in the time that we're in, where if we don't have those elders, the women do though. The women do. They're commiserating with each other on all the little schemy, scammy ways to get money out of our pockets, or to get seeds out of us, or just to use it. Talking about the friend zone, use us as perpetual friend zone, right? In case of emergency, break glass mechanic. In case of emergency, break glass boyfriend. In case of emergency, break glass. Anyone, right? Someone to like Sherry Shepherd was saying the other day. Well, a few months ago. I want to rent a husband from my homegirls that are married, and having the arts and the BGS and the Black Urus like keep us away from these things that some of us might have fell into if it wasn't for the Black Manosphere and for the elders
a
in the
lot
Black
of us
Manosphere.
get played by women because the reality is that we I said earlier, we haven't really kind of put together what our life mission is. Like what? I mean, imagine folks are going to your funeral, right? What are you thinking they're saying about you, talking about you, crying about you? What are those? What are those things? Because if you know what those things, what you want those things to be, and those are valid pursuits, then it helps to frame your relationship with everything, especially women. Look, if I know I want to go and save Africa, for example, just to be throw it out there, then there's certain things I got to do with my life to set that up.
Yes.
And maybe that means I can't be with no half-ass type hoes making babies that's gonna, have me tied up in child support court. I can't even get a damn passport, for example. So a lot of this is not really having a clear view of how you really want your life to go and be, and the women just come in and fill in the time. Well, whether it's pussy or friend zoning, and you know who the worst friend zones are? And it's going to sound a certain type of way. It's true, but the worst damn friend zones are your female family members.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Because
Those are the
often they
worst.
haven't. Because
Those are
often they
your
haven't.
worst friend zones. They have you doing all kinds of shit. Your sister will have you secondarily friend zoning other bitches.
Look,
well, because
hey, Black Uru, I know you sound like you know this from experience. I know this from experience.
Man, we remember that one.
Right?
And your sister, your female family will actually loan you out to their network.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had you secondary level of friend zone to these bitches.
Oh yeah, I ran into that though. I ran into that. I know that's true.
Yeah. The thing is, it only works if you have children, right? Because then they know if they ask for something, okay, it's going to come back at them. Because okay, well, you know what, I did this for you, blah blah blah. Guess what? I need to go to the I need to go someplace for the weekend, and hey, guess where the kids are coming?
Oh yeah, that's it. I've experienced that from that.
But
from
now,
that
see,
aspect of
here's the thing with that, BGS, and this is where the baby mama phenomenon comes in. Because it's one thing if I'm babysitting for my daughter, who her and her husband has gone off somewhere. And vacation. It's a whole other thing when I'm babysitting for a baby mama daughter. Because that means she's made some decisions that don't necessarily conform with the most productive use of her time and my genetic heritage. And moreover, you made some decisions now that the rest of us have got to, make up for.
That's why the majority of the load of that kind of stuff has to be borne by the women, because they're the one to co-sign that shit. Okay,
Exactly.
Like grandpa, I need you to blah blah blah. Hey, you got your grandmother, your great grandmother, your aunts, all that kind of stuff to co-sign with shit. Go take the kid to them. Okay.
Because truth is, they knew you were running off with the nigga anyway and wouldn't tell you.
Ooh.
Oh yeah,
Okay, what?
As a father, you're the last one they run you by, because they know that you're not going to approve. But they look at me like, at the last second, and like with my daughters, right, when they got pregnant, okay, and at the last thing going to introduce me, I don't know why you introduced me to him now. You already picked him. That's what I told my daughter about about her baby's father, right? Because she had all this stuff to say. I said, you had the baby for the nigga. Shut the fuck up, do your job.
Oh man.
This is kind of switching it up, but we're talking about generally the treatment of men, right? Especially black men. So a link was sent. I had a link the other day that I clicked on and sent to me. There was a guy. He said he's from Florida, I think he was somewhere in the South, right? And he was talking to a guy on the show that he follows, right, on YouTube. And the whole family knew. The chick this dude was married to for 4 fucking years, born a man. The whole family knew, and he found out at a picnic that the family was having when his wife stood up and said, "It's just time for me to live in my truth." He found out then, and do you know what the family did? They stood up and started clapping for him or it or whatever you want to fucking call it, while he sat there fucking dumbstruck about it. He was calling into the show because he was so disturbed. He was thinking about killing this motherfucker.
Wait.
Nobody
What was the
considers
living the
black men.
truth? What was the living the truth?
Coming out and letting it be known that he was born a man. That went through the transition.
Oh
yes, and that's how he found out.
Wait. Let me pose this question this way. Y'all give me some space. Meech, are you telling me that those people were allowed to leave that venue not deleted? Is what you telling me?
He might not have even had a gun on him. You get what I mean? He's not prepared to hear that.
If that's a white dude, that whole family getting aired out by an M16.
You see what I'm saying? You are not lying. You are not lying.
16 people were injured on the park.
Yes.
But on Channel 7 News.
Too, though. But here's the thing, Uru. A white family probably wouldn't be bold enough to try some shit like that.
Nah.
or at least not to be around. At least not to be around. Because if he said, "Oh, okay, hey, you know what? I'm going to step away real quick and go to the
I'll be
bathroom," and
right
then it takes
back.
him 2 hours to get back, they're like, "Oh, this motherfucker coming back with something."
He coming in there, flak jacket and everything. He
Coming in
airing
hot.
everybody out.
I mean, but
Everybody
we
now
didn't.
scared,
now
right?
he has something to say.
Wait. No, go into what you were saying, Meech, and to what Black Uru was saying. Y'all remember one of the reasons why those talk shows slowed down is because in the 90s there was an episode where one of those LGBTQ dudes admitted to his friend that he always had feelings for him, right there on the show, and that friend deleted him. And all of those talk shows had to slow their roll, and how the title of the show, the format, all of that. Yep.
Hey, can somebody find
And
that?
every time they were black.
Yeah. Oh,
No,
by the way,
No, this one was white. This was white. This was white.
Can somebody
I never
find
seen
that?
the white ones.
No, this was a very famous case.
Yeah.
David
And
Shep, it's because, in fact, there was a law that was passed under the Obama administration called the David Shepard Law, which made this stuff a hate crime afterwards, if you might recall.
Didn't they
to
shut
bust
Jimmy
somebody
Jones
out?
down after
No,
that?
to actually delete somebody because of something like that.
He's LGBT.
Yeah.
David
No, I'm
Shepard.
saying, didn't they shut down her show because of that, or there was
No,
some, what?
it started going
No.
downhill after that.
Yeah. Okay.
But
well, just
all of the
forget
talk
about
shows, all
Whose
of the
show
talk
was that?
shows went
Jimmy
down.
Jones?
In fact, she said she couldn't do it
Ricky Lake?
anymore after that.
Yeah.
it. Okay.
Because she was in court. It was a court case after that.
It was a big court case after that.
Whose show?
Jenny Jones.
Oh, okay.
Back in the 90s.
I remember.
It fucked her up because she had to go through the shrink behind that shit, man.
Oh,
because
wow.
she didn't plan on that. This is the thing, and Black Uru, and even a lot of Xers and boomers notice. Some of us millennials may not, depending on how old you are. These talk shows just kept on ratcheting up the insanity. They just kept on ratcheting it up. So Jenny Jones was part of the head of that. So when that happened, that put the brakes on a lot of that weirdo stuff that was going on those talk shows, because like literally somebody got deleted behind this stuff, right? So yeah. So
can I say something?
Remember Oprah had the Klan on her show, and one of the dudes called
yeah.
Remember that shit?
You're not a nigger.
Yeah.
I remember watching Jerry Springer, an episode of Jerry Springer, and the title was "Honey, I'm Actually a Man," because it was it was a bunch of Transformers opening up to their significant other that I used to be this,
and sometimes Jerry Springer was real, and sometimes it was a setup. But
ratings,
this particular thing with Jenny Jones, it was not. It was real, right? And
it was real.
Yep.
And the guy that he was bringing on didn't know that his friends had feelings for him like that. It would have been fine if it had been in private. The thing was in public, and in public,
it was a humiliation sense. And you flip out because of it.
And I remember, and that goes to show you, for the most part, the way those moon blondes respond to humiliation. For those of you that don't know what I mean by moon blonde, I mean, come on now, right? Those moon blonde, you're right. The way they respond to humiliation, especially the men, is completely different the way we've been socialized to deal with that type of embarrassment.
Because we've been humiliated our whole lives, so we're used to it.
Yo, I think
they snap.
When we see stuff like I think for me it's us looking at people who are trying to do the social engineering and them not knowing how they're interfering with nature and the unforeseen results. And I think that's how we got where we are now.
They don't care. The thing is, they don't have to pay the price for it. We do.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then remember this too. You're talking about them being embarrassed in what I said before should just be called Whitelandia, the United States. You're one of these. These are the most resistant, most belligerent white men on the planet.
I mean, you gotta remember, these are black pill people. They don't. If they lose 100,000, 1 million people, it's just part of the cost of doing business. Okay.
It's a big new Brzezinski literally said it.
In the name of science.
Right. And no, I mean, like, you gotta remember, like, these people are weirdos too. They just keep their stuff under wraps. Like, I remember finding out some stuff about some of the news anchors at CNN and some of them on MSNBC. Y'all already know what Bill O'Reilly was on Fox News, and then Tucker Carlson and them. Like, when you find out what these people are, not just cheating on their wives, that's light work. That's actually the easy part. But just one of the anchors on CNN when they were doing when we were working from home and stuff like that during the COVID session, dude was like pleasuring himself on camera, right? And then got caught, and then they fired him. Then you find out, like they started busting him out. Dude had got one of the
During a
co-workers'
meeting.
daughters pregnant. All type of yeah, exactly, and like all
Oh
different
shit.
type of weird stuff. Yeah, there's all different type of weird stuff that you would think they're not into, but they are into. And you think those people wouldn't be funding some of the weirdo stuff we see on TV? Yeah,
And
they are.
that's
Hey, Z,
that's
remember that
that's
anchor in
the
Miami?
lightweight stuff that comes to come to light.
Mhm.
You go deeper into that shadow world, you're gonna find a whole lot worse shit.
What anchor from Miami were you speaking about, Ben?
It was he was a meteorologist, and I think it was on Channel 7, Fox. He got caught with child stuff. I don't want to say
Yeah,
that.
yeah. There was another. Remember the weather lady, the white one, when she got into this is so funny, y'all. White lady got into an argument with her neighbor. She works for, I think she worked for Channel 7 News down here, ABC or Channel 7 News. She got into an argument with her. So this is a white woman getting into an argument with her white neighbor about parking. Right? They have those side of the street parkings, and so I guess she always doesn't find a parking and whatnot. So she got into an argument with her neighbor about it randomly. I mean, when I say out of nowhere, randomly, she's like, "Well, that's why your son's dating that nigger girl anyway." Like, wait, what? And that literally like out of nowhere. When I say out of nowhere, it had nothing to do with the argument whatsoever. And
Yeah.
she just came out on it. But that lets you know she felt a certain way.
Her mask slipped. That's all.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I've been trying to tell these sisters these
Did I say that out loud?
right. Oh yeah, they summarily fired her, and you better believe they let her go. But
Oh, well, they had
she,
to.
remember?
Her
I
mask.
want to hold on. I want to say something. I wanted to say something real quick, and not trying to change the subject or nothing, but to Uru and BGS, I don't think it gets said enough. But I want to say I truly, truly appreciate you guys for being here and putting up with us. Like especially you, BGS, because I remember because I've been following you for years, and I didn't like the way you were talking a few years ago, like you was about to hang it up. But didn't like the way a few years ago.
They're coming after my family. I think that's why sometimes you have to draw a line.
And I understand, and I understand, and I appreciate that to protect yourself and protect your family. But I truly, truly thank you for still sticking up with us and still sticking it out with us. I truly do appreciate you.
Thank you, BGS.
Uru, and I'm telling you right now, Uru, if you don't start your channel, I'm gonna start blocking you from coming up here.
I'm telling you, bro. VPA channel by Black Uru. We want it, man.
Yeah, we need that.
Teacher. It's coming. It's coming.
Hey,
We'll be looking.
And Salchi is the co-host, okay?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh, that'd be beautiful.
Like Uru, you don't even have to have a subject. Just fire it up. Just say push play and just start talking. We'll be there.
Right.
He does that now. What are you talking
about? Right.
Hey, Master Teacher.
That might be the only way I can get started, Frank.
Right.
Yes, just fire it up. Yes, sir. Just fire it up. We'll be there.
Yeah,
fire
old nigga ramblings.
Right. Oh, I mean that is a dope ass channel name. Old nigga rambling. That is a dope ass channel name.
That is a dope ass channel name.
ONR.
Right.
Yeah.
ONR. But thank you. But truly, from the bottom of my heart, I truly appreciate both of you.
It's good to be appreciated.
If I can chime in.
Go ahead, Black Uru, and then Naaman. Go ahead.
Okay.
No, I mean it is good to be appreciated. You know, I think BGS would agree with me. Yeah, you know, you younger guys, you know, help to keep help at least for me. You know, maybe I should just speak for myself. Help to give us some hope for the future.
Yeah,
you know,
maybe
maybe something will come.
We're not listening. Like, don't ever think we're not listening. We don't value what you guys are saying. Don't ever think that. But not for 1 second. Don't ever think that. Even if we're at a disagreement and it may seem like we're at odds, no. Understand, we're listening.
One thing I'll say, you guys are gonna go out and try it. I won't believe this old nigga is real. So, wait a minute.
That's what they said about Patrice O'Neal. And then when he did Black Phillip, and then 2 months later, a lot of people were like, oh shit, this shit working. I gotta start listening to it.
He was getting calls out the ass.
Yeah. Anyway, first of all, like I just like.
Well, it's kind of sad that Patrice did not live to this day because he was such a prophet. You know, he was a great prophet. you know, a great seer
Well,
of
the
things.
thing was,
Name a real.
yeah,
Let Black Root land with that. Let him land. Let him land. Go ahead, Black Root.
actually, I was going to coach them on that one, you know.
Yeah, but let him land, please. Go ahead, Black Root.
Go ahead, Name. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, go ahead,
Well,
Name.
the thing is, you said about him, you know, he should have lived longer. The thing was, you got to understand, if you ever watched his special Elephant in the Room, he talked about turning 40, and he knew he was not long for this world. He was aware of his mortality. He knew he was going to be going soon. And then just days before his 42nd birthday, you know, he succumbed. He had a stroke that left him, you know, completely incapacitated. And he died that November in late November 2011. And it was just a shock. They kept it under wraps until the family decided to let the public know through Opie and Anthony. But he admitted himself, he was not long for this world. Because remember, Patrice was 6'4", 6'5". He was anywhere between 350 to 400 pounds. Type 2 diabetes. He had hypertension. Two things he had inherited from his mother, who's still alive to this day, from what I understand. So he knew he was a time bomb, and he was gonna go. So yeah, I understand what you mean about him. It's a shame he was gone and such.
Yeah.
But he cared more about living his life to the fullest than like trying to like live another 4 or 5 years.
But what I wanted to actually say was,
let me read this real quick. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. And KMS says BGS tax to the chat. Mind you, I'm going to say I'm hyper compartmentalize all my interactions with women. Blood, business, booty. 99.9% of women fall in those slots for me. The mythical platonic female friend isn't worth my time, literally.
True.
Thank
by the way,
and thank you for that.
Yeah, as I wanted to say earlier, I just want to show my appreciation to BGS. In fact, I sent an email, and there's also a link I also put in for Mr. Z. I mean, there's a link in there that sums up my relationship with him, and I have to apologize because this sums up his frustrations with me. It's a clip I put in the chat. You might want to put it up
on a private chat. Wait a minute. No, I can't bring it up right now because I'm on my phone. So
okay, it's let me sum it up. It's a clip of, it's from the Cosby Show. It's the 90s Cosby Show, and it's Cosby interacting with Busta Rhymes. And this sums up BGS's frustrations with me, and I'm sorry, but you know, he understands I have my head issues, and it just sums up our relationship.
Hysterical. I know what clip you're talking about. I just clicked it.
Let me say this, if you don't mind my saying. Hey man, we all got something. We all, you know, we're sometimes the source of what is great about us is also a source of what troubles us.
Yeah. You gotta take the good with the bad.
What fuels what's good of us is the things that we struggle with. And we all know that. We're all mature men here. I mean, sometimes, you know, we can go astray here or there, you know, and we rely on the brothers to put us back on course. But it's, you know, a lot of the most wonderful people, especially a lot of the most wonderful men, you mentioned Patrice O'Neal, obviously was flawed, particularly in terms of his health, and it led to his physical demise. But it might have, ironically, because of maybe how he lived his life, it may have provoked of him and inspired of him a wisdom about things that he might not have acquired had he lived 40 years longer.
And I can also substantiate what you're saying, sir, if I may. You have to go back to, and the I remember when Dr. Tia-san did his review on the documentary that came out by Comedy Central about Patrice. However, there was something they left out. And this happened to him when he was 16, where he was convicted on a false accusation. I can't go into it, but Patrice on when he was on one of his many appearances on Opie and Anthony on Sirius Radio before the merge with XM, he told a story of what happened to him when he was 16. And understand, folks, we're talking mid-1980s Boston, Massachusetts. This is the time we're talking about here, folks. that the way how that affected him negatively, and then also how he started, like, traveling to Brazil or on some escapades, like a lot of brothers were going down to Brazil, and he realized, why am I going to the third world to have this kind of appreciation, and stuff. And his interactions with Opie and Anthony, those conversations, especially because he kept always saying, "Bitches make me sick." He always go off topic, and they said, "Dude, you need your own show," and that's where the Black Phillip show came about. I remember some of his jokes, like one of the big jokes he had was about Mike Tyson, with his interview with Greta Van Suskin. And it's some of these things, like, and he even said this. He did even when they were discussing what happened in 2011 when Tracy Morgan was in some hot water.
You mean Greta Van Susteren?
Yeah, Greta Van
Yeah.
Susteren. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
When he talked about when he was discussing with Opie and Anthony about the whole issue of Tracy Morgan when he was in hot water for some rainbow comments he made about his son and such. In a comedy, he said in the South at a comedy club. And he talks about how everything's interconnected and such. So he said, you got to take the good with the bad. So you're right about the things that make us great are the things that make us trouble. Like in my case, my mental health issues, how I'm prone to psychosis sometimes, and and my own psychosis, or my own psychotic antics are sometimes the source of my sense of humor. But it's also the source of my pain because I learned how to take pain in my own way and try to convert it into comedy. Just like how Richard Pryor talked about the pain of his upbringing and turned that into comedy. Bernie Mac talked about that comedy is pain. So I hear what you're saying, sir.
No, I recall listening to Corey speak about that also, right? Corey Holcomb speaks about how many comedians low key are miserable as hell, and like you would never know it, right? And like and he speaks about that often. But remember when I listen to you, the thing that is the knowledge, especially of international politics, and like I know like if I'm slipping on a name from someone from overseas that I know, like name probably is gonna know who that person is.
You got me. I got you.
Yeah. So like that's the thing.
I would think, based on what you're saying, I think part of your neurosis is connected with your ability to recall your psychosis.
Yeah,
I think they're connected. I think they're brother, sister. I think they're hand in glove.
Absolutely.
So if I'm dealing with you, I'm appreciating both sides of you because I know that they are companion parts of what makes what you are.
Yeah.
And part of having, like, I have two daughters, and they're very different people. They look a lot alike, but in some ways they're very different people. And and my oldest daughter, much more gregarious. Has a whole lot of friends. She was always the finest girl with the big booty, all that kind of stuff, right? My younger daughter, very different, more speltly built, much more cerebral, intellectual, not as many friends, shyer, very different. They love each other dearly. They had their little thing growing up, but they grew to love and appreciate each other and grew to love even the things especially that they initially disliked about each other. Because my daughter's gregariousness actually started to really help my shy daughter, and my shy daughter being a little more cerebral, a little more logical, really started to help my elder daughter with some of her things. So, again, when you observe people, particularly over time, you very often see the things that you might initially wince at are like also the source of the same shit that's great about them.
Yes. Sorry, folks. I was kind of crying because there were tears of joy being appreciated. I'm that sensitive. It's not the first time I've cried on a live stream. But it's like you see how everybody interacts with each other, and the level of empathy for everybody. You know what I'm saying? And the level of understanding of this, that, and the third. And like, I'm sure your daughters, like they used to have their little battles with one another, and they would insult each other all the time, right? But if somebody said something to one of them, the other one's gonna be, oh hell no.
Oh hell no.
That's a dead. That person's dead.
Oh yeah, for sure. But that's always how it is. Like when you bring
Yeah.
in, like when we name other people, like when FD in here and they come in FD and of the like, and they come in here with their BS, I'm like, oh no, you get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, you seen that Voltron form up? We was
Yeah, we'll form up.
we were all on Bernard Riley's channel. We were all.
You have no money. No, sir, you have no.
Hey, when I listened to Bernard, I was so bad, bro. I promise you, I got an email from Kareen. Kareen was like, "Z, where you at?" He FD's on Bernard's channel. Where you at? And I woke up to it, and I was like, "Damn, I missed it. Oh, I missed it, right?"
Oh yeah,
But I loved it. Everybody formed like Voltron when it came to that. It didn't matter where you were on whichever side of the Black Manosphere. Everyone, because
you can't come in here on some bullshit and then come to find out you don't even know that much. So all this shit you've been talking and you don't even know much. Get out of here.
I think it really is seeing us like now that I saw him on when he spoke to and if y'all haven't checked it out, it's gonna take a lot. But if y'all haven't checked out FD recently on Themis' channel and I want to say towards the end of the conversation, maybe the last 40 or so minutes, 40 50 minutes, because it's like a 4+ hour long stream. They speak about and better you just came up. They speak about the Black Manosphere and how their issue with their issue with FD is that they feel like FD's playing patty cake with us, which is interesting to say the least. Yeah, they think that FD isn't coming at us with the energy that he should. And what FD pretty much said is that he can't change our mind. What he can do and what he did do was work around us and essentially make us obsolete. And he mentioned his subscriber numbers. He mentioned that he helped to platform people like Little Bill and Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, and et cetera, et cetera. And essentially, so he's made us the fringe crazy uncle. And to FD, I say, all of that shit sound nice. Let me know what that interracial marriage rate look like in the next 5 to 10 years. That's not what the women are actually complaining about. You're missing the point.
Exactly. You really believe those women when they talk about being leaders? You really believe
at the end of the day, what this comes down to is you think what these women are looking for is somebody to take care of them after that baby daddy that they keep on saying is no good left their ass. What they're looking for is for a cleanup man. You think your subscriber numbers mean something because these brothers are listening to you and Foreign Man and Foreign Land and all. No, what they're telling you, and you're missing the point. What they're telling you is we need you to socialize these niggas to clean up our mess on the other side of the 8-ish baby daddy, on the other side of having a kid with the white dude, on the other side of I'm just not getting my mind right because I've done burnt myself out at work and I'm 42 and I need a dude to hurry up, knock me up, marry me, and I can divorce him in 7 years. That's what you don't get. But you think you get it, but you don't. And you're the one with that almost became a PhD. Anyway, go y'all.
In other words, look, nigga, we want a cleanup guy after our whole phase.
Yeah,
No.
well, some of it is that, but FD don't really appreciate. He really think he's taking what they're saying at surface level, at face level, what do you call it? Face value. There we go.
Nah, the hell with that, Z. Nah, lean all the way into Z. He believes them. He believes them.
Really, I believe
them. He believes them.
Z, I want. Let me say this real quick. First of all, shout out to those last 2 videos you did. Little Jumps was you did that well. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I'll say this. My thing with FD to me is like he's just so fucking disingenuous, and the black community don't need that. You as small as you are, you're so disingenuous, bro. Like I'm so sorry.
If going to what you're saying, Vince, he on Themis said, "Oh yeah, I still believe these niggas ain't shit." He let Herbie say that on Ole's channel like 5-6 times, right? So like, understand something. For them, the default is exactly what we say in the Black Manosphere. The default is that black women are correct, black men are fucked up, we ain't shit, and they let them LGBTQ niggas say that shit. They let the women say that shit, and they occasionally themselves say that shit. That's why it's perfectly okay for foreign men in a foreign land, a Bahamian nigga, to call us nigcels.
Here's my thing.
You
Here's
see what
my
I'm
thing
saying?
about the LGBT. But hold on. Here's my thing about the LGBT dudes.
Wait.
Like the thing about the LGBT dudes that come in here and want to talk about straight men. I'm like, there's only one way to shut them up. Like, listen, it's not my fault. Your straight man crush didn't want to fly you out.
Low key though, low key. I mean, like low key, that'd be an issue.
I don't know where you LGBT dudes come in here trying to talk to straight men. Listen, it's not my fault. 99% of the other men don't like dick.
Yeah. Right. I mean, that's one of their issues. But also, real quick, AB, real quick. That's one of their issues. What you're saying, Line. But the other issue is, to be frank with you, they're taking up black women's charge. Like.
No, but there's a hidden agenda about that.
No. You're right about it. You're right about that. I'm not saying you're wrong about that. What I am saying is they're being sent off on send-off missions to come at us. Pause. But to come at us at with that energy, right? Because essentially what you're saying there is being weaponized. So the fact that they can't get the dude oftentimes that they find attractive like that to switch sides. That's being weaponized against us.
But they keep talking about download. They keep talking about dudes on a quote unquote download. No. You wish he was on the download. That's what you're really saying.
So let's let Vince go ahead, AB, and then we'll get Vince. Go ahead, AB. Go ahead.
I'll be after Vincent.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Go ahead.
Don't talk about Christian Walker like that. Why y'all picking on him?
Wait, isn't that? I'm gonna look that up because I think I know who you're talking about. I think I know who you're talking about. Go ahead. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. But by the way, and it's not just on the left. I've been checking out. There's a couple of LGBTQ brothers, dark-skinned brothers on the right, and they do all the negative stereotype shit, right? So they're essentially Candace Owens, but LGBTQ brothers, and they do the whole, family values. I'm like, nigga, you're gay, and you're like flamboyantly like female gay, and you putting out this type of content for them racist ass white boys. Okay, I get it. Anyway, go ahead, Vince.
All I wanted to say is that FD is the uncle who got the money, but not the swag. That the kids want the money, but he don't have. Like I don't know. It's just something about him. Just like
no, but he'll use. But here's the thing: he won't care about the swag because he'll use that that he has a family and he'll use that shit against you.
It's not. It's not.
That's some sort of status. Like that's supposed to mean something.
It's deeper than the swag, right? It's not like the coolness or whatever. Like he have his nerd style or whatever like that. But there's a certain wisdom that comes with it. Like I don't think that he's going to appeal to the quintessential black man because he's the one who could like get along with everybody else and everything like that. But there's certain things it's just like. It's a certain frequency. I don't think he's really.
He's not into.
No, but the thing is, the fact that FD has the following that he has, it just goes to reinforce that there's more of them than us.
Yeah.
That just reinforces it.
I think he missed the point on that.
Hold on, we don't, or maybe Z, you're more plugged in this than I am. We don't really know who his subscribers are, do we? I mean. For all we know, most of his subscribers could be white people. Well,
there was that video a while back where everybody exactly. Yeah, go ahead. Exactly.
Like you could pull up people's
wait. Let Better You go through that. Let Better You go with that because he was about to speak on that. Go ahead.
Yo, how's that Yandy mission going? Better You?
Hysterical. Aborted.
I need a field report, sir. I need a field report. I expect my field report soon.
Hey, field report, man.
Christmas is coming.
I'm smoking my cigar and my coke.
What's good?
He's going to Baltimore. He's going to Baltimore. He's going to be drinking buddy with Charles.
But y'all let him Better You finish with.
But there was that video he did. I can't remember the title of it, but there was hundreds of comments, and everybody was commenting really weird. It was like, as a transsexual, this, that, and the third.
When you talking about,
and it was like you could just keep strolling. They were black people, but it's like a rainbow coalition over there.
Yeah,
the Misfits.
Yeah. Zulu.
What that's the wrong word to say?
No. I'm just saying. Hey, he said it. Go ahead.
I don't do that shit.
Zulu said, "I'll say it."
But I
Better
just
you
wanted
over here
to.
walking around and Zulu said, no, I'll say it. You mean him right there? he downstairs.
So basically, what you're saying is that even though he has a large following, the women and the Fruit Loops know. The women and the Fruit Loops know that he's not really appealing to the people they want him to appeal to. That he hasn't really made any hay amongst the Black manosphere.
Yeah.
The real men.
And so it doesn't matter to them how many
Exactly.
subscribers he has, because he knows their mission, or what they think his mission should be, is not being
It's to
accomplished.
dismantle us. It's to and to be antagonistic to us and to shout down us with a bunch of stats and data. And one of the women actually said that you have the data on your side, and that's what they don't realize. FD
He
tried
does
to
not
pull
have
the
the data
data
on
thing.
his side.
Exactly.
He does
FD
not have the
tried
data on
pulling
his
the
side.
data thing, and he couldn't do it to me, let alone BGS, let alone Bernard Riley, full of hood conservative Ed and all the rest of them that was on the panel. He couldn't do it to me by himself. And I want to be very clear. FD's not dumb. I'm not just saying that as an argument tactic. He's not dumb. This is a highly educated man, but FD is the brother that knows what we're saying, and he knows how accurate we are. His issue with us is that, nigga, y'all are being antagonistic to the whole. Like when he said y'all scaring the hoes, he wasn't joking. He was joking, but he wasn't joking. For him, we are scaring the women because we actually don't want to play ball with this weirdo shit they got going on.
Good. The truth should scare them. The truth should scare them. They should be scared.
And these heavy people realize FD's not built like that. He can't come over here and tell us what to do.
Yeah, right? And that's essentially what they wanted him to come over here and do and pull a Dr. Umar or a Steve
You said
Harvey
it
and
on
back his
BR.
finger at us.
Like when he was on BR, and he started talking that high and mighty shit, like I don't have to be here. I'm doing you a favor. Everybody was like, then get the fuck out then.
Hey, Mr. Z. Fuck Umar Johnson. He ain't even built that damn school yet.
Well, that part.
I don't want to hear nothing from him. I'm like, you get more headway with Suki Hana than that damn school. Get away from me, dog.
Well,
Anyway,
I have seen the recent picture. I have seen it.
Yeah.
Can I get this one thing off real quick though?
Go ahead, baby.
Because I came up here for a positive purpose. I'm probably have to drop off in like 5 minutes, but I did want to come up and actually say this to everybody. Like, I'm glad I passed across that. Y'all are some really good brothers, and I've learned a lot from each and every one of y'all. And I think we're all a pretty opinionated group of guys, but even when there's disagreements, it's always in a brotherly spirit, and I really appreciate that with y'all.
Nah, man.
Thank you, brother.
I still want my field report on Yanni though.
Right?
I still want my field report.
Better you than fail the mission, because she sounds like she getting worse and worse. She going further down in the goddamn in the
she's
gutter.
beyond help. She's gone.
Nah,
She's
better
gone.
you got it. Better you got it. I want him to go find out.
Right.
No.
Line that homie that set you up right there.
Right.
No. Wait.
Well,
fellas.
You said you was gonna do it. I'm just trying to hold you to it.
Correct.
No, fam. You got it wrong.
By the way, that rhymes. You said you was gonna do it.
You got it.
To it. I'm using that.
Yeah. You gotta understand. You gotta understand, folks. He realized what was wrong, and right now he's gonna be like what's his name? Ron Isley, when he's singing Tears, because he's got to say goodbye to that dream. He can't. He knows he's seen the truth, and he's like, I'm just
Kevin.
gonna. Or if not, he's gonna be like Craig Dave, just walk the fuck away. He's walking away from that bullshit.
And let me read this real quick. And L's Active says, women bull herd their platonic friends. Say that.
Ooh.
Say that.
I'll say this.
Bull herd?
Go ahead.
When it comes to that mission, I thought it was kind of like the old house on the corner that need a fresh coat of paint. It ain't really got no big problems like that. I got inside that big foundation bad, brother.
Hey,
it's a muddy pit.
You said you was gonna take on the mission. Do you need some? All right, I'll tell you. Like, do you need some paint?
Nah, he need way more than paint. That thing might need to be bulldozed and rebuilt.
He need a whole new foundation.
He's got to destroy it. Whole new foundation and everything. I mean, the building is the building was long
Damn, they're
ago
dilapidated.
condemned. No, it was condemned long ago. It was scheduled for for being torn down and shit. It was I mean, hell, the demolition team was getting ready to tear that motherfucker down, just like one of the big old casinos.
It looked good from the road, but you get inside that, you walking on the walls, bro.
Yeah.
Hey. Here's a good thing too. Also, here's another good thing, because I remember
there's a
one of our sisters, one of our beloved sisters down in Houston, said she was willing to be a wingman. Thankfully, because you avoided it, we don't have to worry about her being a casualty of that war.
Oh,
Thank
man.
you for saving a life, man.
No,
You saved a life.
medical. I'm covering medical expenses. Shut up. There you go. There you go.
But
I want you to go.
At the end, I wanted
Lion!
to finish this thing that we were saying about FD, because this is the thing for me with when I watch FD's think pieces. This brother really put thought into it. He actually counts the words he puts into the think pieces when he's creating them. Like this, he's not a dumb person. This is what annoys the hell out of me.
Okay.
Say it again, Eddie.
He's a dumb smart person, but okay.
Dumb smart niggas. but no, this is what my issue is with FD and the way he operates when it comes to this intimacy and relationship thing. It's the same thing with foreign men in a foreign land. It's the same thing with even the sisters. Nobody's being honest. Nobody's being honest and telling the truth. Like, yo, y'all are gonna struggle and y'all gonna starve because y'all not getting connected. Y'all don't earn enough. Y'all are not enough position. Y'all not moving the needle enough. And he's not being honest with them. What he's doing is coming here and chastising us. And when he was on Themis, and he's pretty much said straight out, and I'm gonna timestamp it for y'all, and so that y'all can know. But next time, because I'm gonna watch it again. He straight up said like he felt like he built around us and made us obsolete, and I find that fascinating because that lets me know either he's purposely being obtuse or he actually missed the point of what the ladies are actually saying. That's not their issue. Your subscriber numbers and the normies that you have listening to you and the LGBTQ folks, going to what Black Uru was saying. The LGBTQ folks, and Better You was right. When you went through the comments for that particular video, it was a whole lot, and it was him actually making fun of us and saying, "Stop saying that I don't got black men listening to me. Black boys, black young men, and black boys are listening to me." But then it was a whole lot of non-black men saying, "No, I'm LGBTQ and I'm a white woman from Ireland and I listen to you." And I'm like, bruh, like your comment section is not exactly corroborating what you're saying. When he says that he's making us obsolete, I'm saying to who?
To who?
Nigga, to who?
Mr. Z.
Like,
go ahead.
Exactly. To who?
Yeah, see, Mr. Z. Let me sum it up this way. To use a Mark Twain quote as to FD's dishonesty and his insincerity. If there was money in the truth, people would be speaking it more often. Think about that. Secondly, first of all, I noticed something about Themis. When I look at him, he reminds me of a certain character. He reminds me of y'all remember a Low Down Dirty Shame?
Of course, yeah, I remember
that little character. He reminds me of him with the hair and everything. So I'm really
I got a monkey wrench though.
That was delivered.
I got a monkey wrench for you, though, Z.
Go ahead.
You don't want to hear what Angry Man said last night on Single by Choices.
What did he say? What did he say? What happened?
He said, it hurts my soul hearing him say this shit. He was like, if a woman's body count matters, then your bank account has to matter.
Man,
for what?
Yeah.
Let's.
Who said? Hold on. Angry Man said that.
Yes, Angry Man said that.
Are you sure it was Angry Man?
I'm 100% sure it's Angry Man. He was on camera and everything. I am not making this shit up. This is not hearsay. You can go to Single by Choice's YouTube channel, and he was on last night, and also with Fat Man Scoop. He said it. I shit you not.
Were you talking like jokingly, or was he talking about like?
No, he said that shit with a straight face. He was not joking.
Okay, so if a woman's body count matters, then your bank account matters.
What's the
correlation? Like this, I think the correlation is when you get past 30 and you're worrying about a chick body count, but you just finally got to somewhat of the finish line. It's like, yo, It is what it is for you niggas.
No, you just go younger then. Fuck it. Because if you doing the finish line analogy, then at the end of the day, if you at the finish line, you get what you want, not
So
what you
no. So
settle for.
put it this way. We just do the same thing the women do. You don't say
Yeah.
much. You just stay the hell away. Oh, your body count what? All right.
Okay. All right. Next.
Yeah, next, exactly, bro. Next.
Yeah,
And let's be
exactly.
very clear. The body, we already know how the body count conversation goes. It's not something that you just usually straight up. I agree with Leon. That's not when you get to a certain age, you don't just straight up ask that, right?
No, you
But
don't
when that
straight up ask that.
conversation, when that conversation come up, when we get around that conversation, and you know she lying about the number, right? Shout out to sovereign black women. She got to lie about the number, and it's still gonna be high as hell. And you just move. You move accordingly. We know what that is.
Yes.
And if you just gonna put her a smash session, then she's just smash session from now. She has completely deleted herself from any girlfriend like activities. That's all that is.
Stop talking.
Yeah, but I don't
And
like
my
this.
guys,
Wait a minute.
like
I
we
don't like this conversation when we have it
when
amongst other men because for some reason
hey,
other men are under the
One at a
impression that
time.
we're
One at a
acting.
time.
Like here's
no,
the thing.
little.
Here's my thing about the body count conversation.
After
when
this,
I'm
Leon and then AB.
to other men. The thing is, other men for some reason think that other men are out here asking women straight up, "What's your body count?"
Exactly.
And that's the thing I can't stand with the conversation when we talk about that with other men. Nobody out here is asking women straight up, "What's your body count?" No one's
All right,
asking that.
so when this is how I measure body count, it's not by a number, it's particularly who they follow on social media. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that's an indicator. That's an indicator as well.
Instagram is a hell of a drug,
Yes.
and Twitter, but their Facebook snitch on them all the time. But anyway, when it comes to FDB, like I said before, I said a long time ago, I said, he's united a lot of LGBTQ with black and immigrants and people that live in Africa and the islands in South America. And so we were the first to say when you go down the chat, we know 98% of heterosexual men do not use pronouns. And they do not formulate their sentence like that to identify themselves.
Exactly.
So particular people, if they're not in the healthcare field and they're not in a social job like that, they don't do that. Like I made the joke when I went on Zoom with my aunt. I said my name and she said, your pronouns. I was like, damn, he and him. You know what I'm saying? But, FD, he can think that he's isolated to space, but it's more of the fresh and fit falling off and getting demonetized and all the surface level red pill shit, the surface level of just dating red pill shit got demonetized.
I don't.
What's up? Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish.
Okay, so FD, he understands that these people are hostile. He lost 25,000 followers for trying to speak positively on black men, heterosexual black men. He admitted it. In the same breath, he's screaming to try to get those fans back that these niggas ain't shit. So you're well aware that they're not investing in your boys. You got the island guy bringing up Tommy Curry working. They're trying to frame and try to frame. But when you look at how FD writes his paragraphs, he'll say that I was groped by a woman, then he'll get on to another subject. Or black guys have been touched by women or dealt with, then get on to another subject. He makes women break their neck real quick, then he gets off topic. He gets to another paragraph and he's on to another topic. That's how he formulates shit all the fucking time.
Well, if you have to sneak sentences like that, you have to sneak sentences in like that, then you have to tiptoe around your audience, then then I mean, you're
He admitted that on my channel during the second conversation.
Yeah,
he already said that the damage that being critical of certain female behavior, black women behavior would do, and these are essentially his words, and his sentiment is the damage that it would do. He doesn't want to green light any brother that might be on the spectrum of like these hoes ain't shit. He don't want to green light any of it that might lean a young man to lean more into that. So for
but you
him,
don't
it's
have
like,
to be. The thing about it is like, why is it automatically when you make a critique about how a lot of women are moving, it's automatically
Feelings,
translated.
line
I know,
feelings.
I know. I'm talking
Yeah.
about him. I'm
Yeah,
specifically talking
no, that's what I'm saying. He understands and he appreciates. He knows about their
if I
feelings.
may, if
Mhm.
I may,
Yeah, my bad,
I,
Uru. I'm sorry,
I,
sir. You were trying to speak. Go ahead.
well, no, I mean, I think you all make relevant points. I was trying to see if I could kind of consolidate it all together. But I think I'm gonna oversimplify. You know, and you can tell me, Z, because you've been an observer of this guy longer than I am. I just think he's a grifter. But all my Chicago spidey senses tells me this guy is doing what
You know what? You might be right. I think I'm
what he needs to do to
you know,
and you know what? Here's one of the indicators, Z, of why I believe that to be true, and it was because of me observing his commentary on your channel when you interviewed him. And it all seemed to be about him promoting himself, all about promoting how many viewers that I only started this channel at some particular date, and now I have X number of viewers, and I've grown X number of viewers over some short, relatively, I guess, short period of time. So what that says to me is, I mean, you don't really have anything that you're particularly invested in. You're just trying to utilize this as a way of elevating yourself, maybe economically, maybe socially, particularly in this environment. I'm sure he's able to, if he is an academic, I'm sure he's able to leverage what he does in this environment. If he lecture, if he's a professor, he could use this as a source of study and research to bolster any sort of academic bona fides he's trying to elicit. So I just see him as being on the make, on the grift. I don't get any more from him than that. I don't get that he's particularly sincere, and that's why his response to those people was, well, I've done this, I've circumvented. That's like hustle man. That's intellectual academic hustle man talk.
I'm sorry, I thought about Martin when you said hustle man.
Tracy Morgan.
You know, that's me coming up with some. That's me coming up with some shit on the fly. You know, you caught in a spot, and you come up with some shit on the fly to divert attention from the fact that these folks are asking you, you know, where's the shit that you borrowed from me the other day. That's kind of what I interpret of him. He's a grifter to me. And this environment exposes him because the caliber of information and clarity and debate is so much higher than he knows and he's prepared to engage in, that he's gonna stay the hell out of here, because anybody who sees him spend too much time over here is gonna see what his weaknesses are, and they're gonna clearly see you can't fuck with them over there. In fact, some of them probably already know that clearly, and that's why they're on him, because they know he can't fuck with us over
I'm
there.
on his ass.
And that's why they was at him.
Pause.
I mean, like, real quick. Let me respond to Black Uber by saying this. So I think the money is super important to him. I will never say that I don't think that's the case. I do think that FD represents a particular type of brothers, the particular type of brothers that, like him, foreign man in a foreign land, Conscious Lee, who I didn't know was like an award-winning debater. You know, brothers like that. To me, they're the ones that even if their father was in their life, they're the ones who took their mom's word as law. These niggas ain't shit. And I'm not saying, FD said that he didn't grow up in a house where he heard that type of rhetoric. Okay, cool. But they took their mom and their aunt and their grandmas and just black women writ large, their angst, their anger, their rage as black men, they took that. And I'm saying those men and the men that they represent took it
Okay.
as law. And so what ends up happening is that they can't agree with you in public, even if they agree with you in private. They can't. So when they're around women, they're very, very humble when they're around black women. Now, when they're around the brothers or when they're critiquing the brothers, that's when they get to call you all type of nig
Yeah.
cells.
See.
That's when they get to call you all type of nigger. Like it made me cringe listening to FD call BGS nigger back and back and back and back, right? Like, but they say that's them showing and proving, like you were saying, their bona fides to any woman that might be listening, any LGBTQ brother that might be listening. That's why they let her be called brothers. Well, say about brothers, oh, these niggas ain't shit. They can't
Mr.
help
Z,
but
hold on,
do that,
Z.
right,
I'm
to
just gonna
prove
get in for
themselves.
a
Go
minute.
ahead. Go ahead, AB.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let me get in.
Mhm.
I've been waiting for a minute. You know who FD reminds me of though? He's starting to remind me of people. Y'all may have forgot about this dude, but the amazing Lucas.
Oh, that motherfucker.
And you want to hear something funny?
What
I
happened?
was actually more insulted by his response video. Because I was looking at his body language. I'm like, you could tell he's the kind of nigga that tries to talk tough, but is really scared. You could tell all in his body language. I was like,
I don't know if I mm, I think FD gets off on us underestimating him. So I
yeah,
don't do
yeah.
that.
That's
But I will
why he
say
talks crazy when he comes over here. Yeah.
exactly. So I think he gets off on us underestimating him. So I don't underestimate none of them brothers. What I will say, and this is my thing, y'all politics, like this is what I think needs to happen. This is why I say time will reveal. Shout out to DeBarge. Time will reveal, right? For all my 80s and early 90s heads. Time will reveal how right we are and how wrong they are. We need to continue on this path. Black men need to continue becoming more successful. Black men need to continue as being stable and above. And what we will see in 10 and 20 and 40 years, and it won't even take that long, but I want the time to pass so that we can prove, hey, y'all told him they could do it without us, and look at where they are, and look at where we are.
Be like, what happened?
Look at our interracial marriage rate. Look
See,
at
one more
theirs.
thing.
Look
See,
at
one more
like
thing.
I think real quick. Let me learn with this. So we need to be successful. We need to get married. We need to have successful families, and that way that'll show. Hey, it wasn't the men, including especially us in the Black manosphere. It was never us, bruh. Look at where we are, and look at where they are. Right?
I got a quick joke though. I got a quick
Wait a minute,
joke.
let me get real quick, Z. Regarding the chicks that are no longer dating material, and just play toys. Why are you talking about Tia Mallory like that, man? That's not fair,
bro.
I got a quick joke because you said
Go
who
ahead,
you
go ahead.
remind me of. You know who FD looks? You know who FD looks like, and it just occurred to me. Do you remember Alice in Wonderland? Don't he look like the Cheshire Cat?
Oh, they call it the rabbit
Oh
to me
my
though.
God.
He like the rabbit, the
Nah,
round.
he look like the Cheshire Cat.
Let me get in here a little bit. I gotta say a couple things. First of all, to Lion.
What up?
Better you. Just to get Lion off your back, what if I introduce you to one of my kinfolk over in
Nah, he
Virginia?
gonna take this mission.
No. She red bone.
You looking for your black
Exotic.
man today now?
Right?
She red bone. I got plenty of red bone relatives. Don't worry. Just to
Oh,
get the
man.
line off your back.
No, I need a candidate to take this mission so she can shut the hell up.
He wants to take her out, man. It's not about
Yeah.
a woman. It's
It's
about
yeah.
that particular woman.
It's what she represents that needs to be getting the hell up out of here and being preoccupied. And better you can preoccupy her with that Geechee
Thank
North
you.
and South Carolina joint they got going on over there.
Get her
So
get
get her the hell up out of here.
Get her ass the hell out of here because 99 I've seen her subscribers on Instagram. 99% of those women 99% of those women look
Get
like
this kid an iPod, please.
a lot of
Get
those
that kid an
women,
iPod, please.
most of those women look like Porky Pig. I look at Yanni's subscribers.
Hysterical.
It is hilarious, bro.
Hey, let me say this real quick to Jade. Jade says Z is wet in the ear. He doesn't know a grifter when he sees one. FD is a charmed has charmed Mr. Z. I don't think it's that, brother. I'm saying what I'm saying for a
I
reason.
wouldn't say he's charmed you. But I will say this, Z, with all due respect, I think you're a little too impressed by the fact that he is educated. And I think you project too much into that.
Yeah, I would say,
and because I think were he not, if he had not had the formal education, I think you would vivisect. I think you would eviscerate him.
Yes,
I know you.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Oh, I'll just say it. I'll just say it.
Not with the formal education.
Nah, I'll say it. No, I'll say it bluntly. Z, you showing this motherfucker a little too much respect.
Courtesy, exactly.
But I'm saying I'm saying, but it's not enough to say to see y'all describe what is. You have to describe the why, and I believe the why is because he's formally educated, and I think you presume. I think you presume a certain intellectual credibility upon him that isn't necessarily valid.
And you already displayed that in your first conversation. The dude is not that smart, Z.
He have a degree, but he let him sit in my my class. Let him have been one of my classmates. Oh my God!
I will say this: I do handle academics different. I will agree with Black Uru on that. When I speak to intellectual brothers, I do handle them different, and I give them a whole lot of grace. But there's a very specific reason for that. If y'all notice how I do speak to FD when I speak to him, and that's really the only person I've really engaged with like that on that level. But even when I was speaking to Jess, if you notice, the educated brothers and sisters, when I speak to them, especially obviously it's different if I'm speaking to Black Uru, if I'm speaking to Art New Style, if I'm speaking to Dr. Dunbar or Dr. T, that's different, right? Because there's an understanding there even when we disagree. But when you're looking at an FD, I do not want to rope myself into overestimating my capabilities or becoming one of those egotistical maniacs that'd be like, oh, I'm gonna be the one to bring him down to size. Like we watched that happen with Kevin Samuels like every night, and them sisters got their head chopped off, right? So what I will do is give you all the grace in the world and find other ways to disprove what you're saying, right?
Here's the thing. Well, let me. Okay, see, this is what I observed, FD. A lot of bitchy giggling and such.
I'll be giggling too. I can't even say nothing about that.
Excessive N-word.
Yeah, that's true.
And diminutions of Black men, self-glorification and of himself. So that's a huge part when you're talking to him. You think you're getting this intellectual, I guess, maybe you do, but I'm hearing all the bullshit. And again, maybe it's because I'm from Chicago.
I think that plays.
We learn to hear bullshit, man. We learn to hear filler material.
But a specific language of bullshit. So like if you were to come here, Black Uru, you would eventually pick it up, but it's a different type of way South Florida bullshit moves, right? So like when you said my Chicago spidey senses are tingling, that spoke to me on some maybe there's a certain
and isn't he from Chicago? Or
yeah, he's from that area. Yeah, he's from. He's from that area.
Oh, then I got this nigga made.
Right.
You got this fool figured out.
Yeah. And so when you said it, that's why I said that, because he is from Chicago area, and I said that to the Roger Report in private a little while ago. So I think that's why y'all can read into him different than me.
Listen to him and listen to Raj, and you'll see and hear great distinctions. Two men from Chicago.
All day, it's night and day.
You'll see and hear great distinction.
Night and day. Night and day difference with that.
Indeed.
And yet he has a channel that's multiples in terms of subscribers bigger than
right
Roger.
now. I literally just
so then to me his shit don't mean shit.
Yeah.
You own some bullshit. So him having X number of hundreds of thousands of subscribers, that means he's got a bunch of damn idiots following him.
Pretty much.
I will say that. So I checked his numbers literally as we were speaking earlier. He's at like 783,000 subscribers. That's
the fruitcake brigade.
Oh yeah, well,
Whoa.
that's definitely part of it. No, for real, a lot of it is that too.
No, the overwhelming of it is that's
Right,
like at least 60% of
and
his fan base is gay. Can you say
and
that on
I
here?
really, I
No,
mean,
he
no,
said
no,
fruitcake as
it's
in
a nice chunk.
nuts.
Yeah, but Els Active says Z couldn't unlock Super Saiyan because of his benevolent ways of sparing academic lives. Hysterical.
Exactly,
Can't
bro.
go. I need the anger. I need the rage to go
I mean,
Super Saiyan.
I'm just saying, but I think you did a great job talking with him and
Mhm.
exposing him. And while you were exposing him, he was being at times quite diminutive and disrespectful towards you in that conversation.
I
Now,
know.
that's what
I
I
know.
heard.
And if you remember the first conversation, I don't know how many of y'all heard the second one, but the first one, I called it out. I was like, bro, I'm catching all of these little jabs, bro. But
Mm-hmm.
but I'm the host. You're the guest, so I'm letting all of the jabs slide. Not only because I want to continue the conversation, not for me, but for the subscribers and
The
for all of y'all to
exposure.
listen, so y'all can
Yeah.
hear what the FDs. Because remember, brothers like FD, they know professors. Remember, Kim Foster was taught by what's her name, that was head of president of Harvard. She was taught by her. That was literally one of her professors. So I want y'all to hear what these brothers and sisters that occupy these spaces, um, who's teaching them and what they're learning. Khadijah had an academic on. Khadijah was working on her PhD program at one point too, if I'm not mistaken, but decided to drop out. I like when these people talk so that y'all can understand these are the people that get the ears of Hillary Clinton eventually, right? When Simone Sanders,
That's a
remember
good point.
Simone Sanders after the campaign, she worked for Kamala. This is the woman that tell you who asks black men for their unsolicited opinions, and she worked for Kamala. That I need these people to talk so y'all can hear it, so y'all can hear Tiffany Cross say, "Get in line behind." Well, get in line next to, but she really meant behind. Get in line next to, right. So you let them talk. When you the last thing you want to do is cut them off, and I did that to him a couple of times. I'm like, god damn, because I knew what he was going to say, and I cut him off. No, you need to let them land so that the young men, so that the Vince and the Demetriuses, who they already know, but a person that doesn't know and that's not associated can hear what we're saying, so that we don't actually sound like the crazy people. See, he over there, he's making us sound like the crazy people. When he's over here and his
You sound like
ideas are
bull.
being bumped up against, it's difficult to make us sound like the crazy people. And I'll end with this: when he spoke to Mac and Murphy, the white dude, all the talk about hypergamy and all that other stuff, he admitted all of that stuff when he was on Themis channel. He said it. I'm not anti-hypergamy. Y'all do what y'all want to do. So like, bro, if you know that, like, this is not a dumb dude. If you know this is what many women are fighting for, generally speaking, black women specifically, then why aren't you being honest with them about what that means, bumping up against the numbers? Same
Z.
thing with foreign men in a foreign land, right? And I'll pause right there. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Listen, yo, listen. I'm happy you brought up the academics part, right? Because mind you,
Mhm.
I'm still in grad school right now, right? I took a human
Mhm.
growth and development class. One of my professors, a male black professor, he was a fucking G. Like he wrote like he's a G. And he said something that made the whole class hate him. He said what y'all said about the more that you're educated, the less likely you are to be married and blah, blah, blah. And there was a whole 15, 20-minute discussion about that. So we can bring up the
Mm.
who's teaching who what and stuff like that. Truth that's being, the actual objective truth and stuff out there, it make people uncomfortable because it's not necessarily hit dogs harder, but if you're going in one direction and you ain't feeling to change your direction and stuff like that, and you see what's coming up and you don't like it, you're gonna make a feel about it. And that's what I got from that. But man, when you say that about these professors and stuff like that, there's some great professors out there, but some of
Yeah.
them are there to reinforce people's they're there to
I
placate.
think that's what pushes back on the some of the, and I said this to our new style one time when we were speaking about anti-intellectualism. And what I said is what ends up happening is, yes, you're educated, yes, you're intelligent, yes, you worked hard, yes, we're talking about years of research and maybe a decade plus of just straight schooling after your undergrad, right? Which is insane. With that, what ends up happening is because we're human beings and we're flawed and we have our own opinions and our own worldview, when that seeps in, a lot of people can't differentiate, okay, this person let way too much of their own feelings about something penetrate their what should be something that's very cut and dry objective, or something that's very obvious, most people would couple all that and be like, you see, I knew that they'd be wasting time in them schools, or you see, he's trying to push an agenda, or you and so what I do when I speak to someone like FD is show what that looks like, right? Because we already know there's an agenda. What is that gonna equal? And what you hear from Dr. Richard Reeves is, well, maybe we need the men to overproduce because we need them to have a different idea of community now. We need them to move different, so that we can still find a way to fund the institutions and the systems without this man being comfortable never being a father, never being a husband. That's the ultimate goal, and that's
yeah,
what
I mean,
FD is eventually going to try to
and
get
the
us to
fact that
also.
they could say that and have $1 billion Betty behind them, it just shows you how dangerous that is, because there's never been a time in history where you had that. You've never had this, and something that sustained itself over time, where men sacrificed everything and didn't even get to be men.
That's
I
called
mean,
slavery.
at least even during serfdom, men were still men in their own homes.
Yes.
They were still husbands. They were still fathers. They could still have children. They might have been in a hut, or they might have been in one of those homes that have been built into the ground. These Scottish Highland, and but you were still a man in your own home with a woman.
Or
So
peasant
you're
in,
telling me
parts
you're
of-
not even gonna
right?
get a goddamn cave with a woman, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
If
That's
I may,
pretty much. I wish somebody could ask these guys that.
If I may.
Well, go ahead.
I'll go after him. I'm gonna go after him then.
Okay. It's basically what we have a situation here. I remember what's his name from the Daily Wire, the one with the beard and the glasses, the one who looks like he's like kind of got a deadpan appearance. Matt Walsh.
Yeah,
Matt Walsh. I remember because especially when he was doing like with the flannel shirt, he was talking about it's important for men, boys, this, that, and third. And it was BGS who said he shut that shit. When he critiqued that video, he shut it down by saying the boys aren't gonna do this shit without some kind of incentive or some kind of payoff, or to use a certain Redbone's quote. What's the incentive, motherfucker?
Pretty much.
And what's the payoff for everybody when you think about it? I mean, because like you don't do something for nothing unless you're getting either you're gonna get a payoff either immediately or further down the road. Like if it's a long-term investment or something like that.
Let me read this real quick. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Damn, you still alive? Yes, I am. Mr. Z got to end out in a few because me and Ms. Z gotta go chill and do boyfriend girlfriend stuff and go to a restaurant.
Mr. Z, I have a question for you.
Wait, let me finish real quick. And Black Uru, so there's a link in the back chat for you that Leon posted, and it's FD explaining to T-Nor, and I remember this, and I so wish I watched it when it had, and I completely forgot when I spoke to him the second time, and he's describing the issue that the high achieving women is running into, but that's not, he pretends like he don't get it. That's what I'm saying. He gets it. I think the goal now is just to make men comfortable with all of this misbehavior. I think that's where we are now, especially black men. Just
it's never going to happen. I'm seeing it now. It's never going to happen. Men are not cool. Men are not cool with this. They're not cool with it at all. You're not gonna. You can't keep telling men to go ahead and self-improve when women are on self-sabotage. It's not going to work. That's a balance.
I mean, I would simply ask them, show me when in history, you guys have all the degrees. Show me when in history this has worked. That's what I would ask them.
You know what they're going to tell you? They're going to tell you never, but this time it's going to be different. They're going to give you they're going to give you hope. Hopium.
So you're expecting men to do what no other generation era geography of men has done. And you actually think that these men are going to think that it's worth doing that.
Aren't we disagreeable in the first place?
They expect men to forego their biological. It's been imprinted in them since before they were born, and many men perform. They think we're just gonna forego that. Yes.
No, so he wanted to say everything counts.
That's exactly the idea.
Essentially, out of
That's the idea.
12,000 human generations, give or take,
Yes.
12,000. You're trying to tell me you want us to do something that 12,000 human generations have never done.
Right.
Have never done.
Right.
The underpinning of it all is.
Go ahead, better you, and then we're about to end out, you guys, because I gotta start getting ready. But yeah, y'all go ahead.
So the underpinning of it is these people subscribe to a social theory that basically posits that aside from the pokey bits, men and women are essentially blank slates, and that so much of our differences come from nurture, and that it's very little innate biological differences that drive us, our actions, our motivations, and the things that we do. And this is where people like an FD, Foreman, and those people, to use some conservative branding for a moment, this is why they come across as like radical leftists in the way that they talk a lot of times, because I know a lot of women, they may want varying degrees of some type of autonomy. They ain't own the shit FD talking about. They ain't own the shit a lot of these guys talking about. Like, I remember I saw a post where Little Bill was talking about like pro ballers, pro basketball in WNBA, balling with NBA guys and being able to be. I was like, get the fuck out of here. You people are goddamn delusional.
Yeah.
Wait, better you say that again. Little Bill was reviewing what?
Little Bill made a post a few months ago. He said the Las Vegas Aces could beat a good number of WNBA players or WNBA teams or something like that. And they were in the comments, oh yeah, that girl, she can hoop, blah blah blah, she do this, that, and the third. Like, he basically like, well, they kind of play like the Spurs, and the Spurs were a good team, and because of that, they beat X amount of teams. And I'm like, dude, the pace, the play, the speed, even just the power. The difference between that is like the guys at the Y and the motherfucking world-class Olympic athlete. Like that, they are not the same.
But once again, when you live in a system that we do, and this is the thing that so much of our society engages in, but they don't realize that the women actually take it to heart, is blowing smoke up their ass, right? Ooh, girl, I see you dribbling. I see you. Okay, all right. Oh yeah, you could outplay the boys. I know you can. And they take that to heart, bro. Like, people don't get it. And so when she get crossed up and when she break her ankles trying to play against the boys, now she's embarrassed. But y'all the one who told her she could.
Or case in point, that the Olympic female fighter who got knocked on her ass.
You see what I'm saying?
Wait. That's a wrong example. Wrong example, because that's not a transformer. That person's intersex.
Yeah,
like Caster Semenya.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the storyline here is being disingenuous and not being honest about the dynamics going on, and not just telling women the truth. Hey, bro, then be single. And understand what that's going to mean for you. Most of y'all are going to be extra average. This is the median household income. This is the individual women income. This is what it is. You're not probably going to rise any higher than this. And this is what it's going to look like for you if you don't get coupled. Exactly, bro. If you don't get coupled up. And I think that it's okay. This is my thing. I'm not actually for this, but if we're going to play this game, then okay. If you're going to say you're a man, you're a black man, you don't think it's your place to say this to black women, fine. But then whose place is it? And who's going to do it? And so I'm not actually for that, but is Kim Foster going to do it? Is Julie going to do it?
They're all kicking the can down the road because they know if we ever get to a point where masses of women really start to believe that shit, man, chicks are going to be jumping out of windows and taking sleeping pills all over the place. I mean, that phenomenon where y'all see them bitches crying in the car. Well, what they'll be doing is they'll be closing their garage doors and turning
leaving the car on.
I
don't want to see it, but damn. And they will live stream the shit.
Yep, I agree.
I guarantee you,
I agree.
some of them
I
will
agree.
live stream it.
I
I
agree.
guarantee
Yeah.
you.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, they just
Yeah.
got to crash out because this is not.
Let me say this though, Black Rule. That hypothetical you put out there, I don't think is as far fetched as people think it is.
I think
don't
so.
think
They're
it's
already
as
crying online
far-fetched.
right
Yeah.
now, and they haven't done
I'm
it.
not even. I'm not even being halfway ironic. No, I
Yeah.
believe that's going to actually happen.
Mhm.
I think even when we get to a point where women really believe that there is no Prince Charming coming, that's got $100 billion, when they really start to believe start to really accept the implications of that, they're gonna start checking out. I
Yeah.
genuinely believe that.
Who remembers Requiem for a Dream?
Yeah. Yes.
The
That's a movie or
mother.
something? That's a movie?
Requiem. No, it's a movie. Requiem for a Dream. Marlon Wayans, Jared Leto.
Requiem.
You know, it's about.
It's an old school movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a '90s movie, late '90s, early 2000 movie. Because remember, the mother of Jared Leto, she was like trapped in that kind of delusion and whatnot, and she was hooked up on goofballs. That type of shit is like, it's inevitable. I mean, we've seen so many people just like, self-deleting and whatnot through that means.
Yeah. Let me read this real quick.
Right.
And Detroit says Yanni Doc Og measurements are 67, 98, 700.
What letter? 67. What are we talking here? It better not be B or A.
Oh man, like this
But
is
then again, I
hysterical.
realized something. Looking at Yanni, like I said this before, she reminds me of Jennifer Lewis. You know the actress?
Yeah.
Only
You said
we
this
don't
movie,
know.
yep.
Yeah, only we don't know if she could be bipolar as well, like Jennifer Lewis, because Jennifer Lewis has been open about her bipolar.
No, but just
go ahead.
Go ahead, Line.
But it comes down to what I was saying when I said what I was saying earlier when I was on that Threads post, and this female talking about coming to the conclusion of never getting the guy I want that meets my standards. And I just asked her the question. I'm like, has it ever occurred to you and other women that think like you that maybe none of y'all are settling? Y'all are getting what you qualify for.
I mean,
that's really
no. So that goes to what Black Uru was saying. No, because okay, if you are a 280-pound, 5'5", not very attractive, not really even a kind per se person, for what you deserve is maybe, if you're super lucky, is the $40,000 a year brother, the $35,000 a year
Oh
brother.
no, please don't. Please don't.
And no, I'm doing this on purpose. I'm doing this math on purpose. If you have to actually completely not just understand, but if you have to come to terms with and accept that this is as high as you're going to go, if you step off of this, you will fall to your death. There's nothing else for them. There's no imaginary. I'm gonna just keep on hustling. I'm gonna just keep on my day to day. I'm gonna live my life day to day, and hopefully one day Prince Charming will see me at the drive-through at McDonald's and come inside and ask me for my number and whisk me away, and I will break up with my intern boyfriend, because that's what they look at these niggas as. Even though they be with these niggas for 10 years, 5 years, 3 years, it's intern boyfriend until I can actually get the guy I really want. If they had to settle for and come to terms with, oh, this is it. Oh yeah, no, I agree with ooh, no, that carbon monoxide poisoning.
No,
I'm pulling.
Some of them are going to crash out, and especially when you all really smarten up and start dealing with other women and start trying. I mean, when like real numbers and percentages of black men do it, not just the relatively small minority. No, when the majority essentially or a huge plurality of black men go that route, yeah, it's gonna be some black women checking out.
Yeah,
because the enormity
I just want y'all to be careful around me.
I'm outsourcing. I'm outsourcing. I'm done with black women. I can't do it anymore.
I'm gonna keep trying.
No, hey, no. Lion says that, and then I'm gonna send him a video of Homegirl again, and then he gonna
No, do not
reconsider.
send me that. Do not send me that 1% ass woman. She is of the 1% of the 1% of women. Don't
Hey,
send me.
she's so bad, bro. Every time I'm like,
No,
God
but
damn,
she's
she's bad.
actually
Yeah.
cool. I've actually looked
Yeah.
at her YouTube channel. She's actually
Yeah.
when she speaks, she's actually on the soft like feminine.
Yeah, no, she is.
But I know, but that's how they hook you. I'm not. Nope, can't do it.
The unicorn.
Look,
We exist. We exist.
No, there's some
I'm not
unicorns
falling
out
for
No,
it.
here, man.
she's bad. She's bad.
Yeah,
She's
she
cute
is.
face and she's fit as hell. She
That
actually goes to the gym to work out.
Yes,
Eh,
that is
so
actually. She's
for those
not
of you
too
that don't know,
muscly,
so
she's just right. She's too muscly. She's actually perfect from a physical aesthetic.
for those of you that don't know, I sent I put in the back chat what's her name Sandra Okeki or something like that. It's a sister. She works out and she makes fun of, so she does the little clips where she makes fun of all of the other people that be at the gym doing all the extra weirdo workouts or like doing
Yeah.
extra stuff and whatnot, and she's just making fun. She's a cute sister and she actually works out. She actually goes to the gym to work out, but she records sometimes herself like in her facial expressions making fun of the people and their weird ass stuff at the gym, and I think it's just funny. And once I saw it the first time, because I've been looking at this for like a few months, and I was like, I keep on forgetting to send it to Lion. So now that he was here this time,
Yeah, somebody shared her. I'm in Ed's Discord. Someone shared her in the Discord. And I'm like, this is exactly what the hell I be talking about. This right here. And
Lion said, I even asking for much. I'm just asking for this.
And I don't follow.
Take a picture of her and then go to Africa. You'll probably see her.
You'll find her. You'll find her.
I am seriously on some outsourcing type shit. I really am. I'm dead ass serious. Like,
it's the easiest thing to do. Take your profile of what you want and go somewhere else and find it. Don't.
Yeah, I'm way ahead of you, sir. I'm way
Wait, let me read this one real quick. And Telescope says, coming trend, post sanity dating, bro. Why you BSing, Telescope? Why you BSing? That's good. I like that for real. That's a whole title. That's all. You know what? Screenshot. Put it in the book. Put it in the book.
Sanity dating. I like that.
I'm gonna still keep trying, yo.
No, nobody told you not to try, but just be mindful.
I'm just
I know nobody telling me
what
that.
you're dealing with. You're not just understand the rules. You are not competing with other men. You're competing with their delusion.
Right, and all I gotta do is destroy their delusion, and then we'll be able to go from there.
No, you move. I would say this.
That gentleman is blue pill thinking.
Yeah. I was about to say, no, you need to move away from the delusional women. There is nothing you can do with them. Stay away.
Guru, hand him your and hand him that hammer. Hand him his shield. And go nuts. Have fun.
Oh, by the way, Z. This is not an intervention. It's more like I'm just messing with you when I ask this question. Have you switched from plum wine to fermented prune juice yet?
Hysterical. First of all, I haven't I haven't drunk plum wine in a minute. Second, no, I haven't switched. The third, I'm really on my vodka and tequila tip right now. That's really what I'm drinking. Yeah.
See, I forgot because you sent me that damn video and she's still in my search on Instagram.
You see, I done messed you up, man. I done messed you up.
Fine ass specimen. This fine ass.
Who are we talking about now?
No, it's an African sister. You click the link that I sent. It's in the back chat. Yeah, it's in the back chat. Yeah, cute sister, very fit, perfectly. What would you call that? Perfectly unoffensively medium brown, borderline caramel.
But she's normal though, bro. That's the shit I'm talking about. Like the chick.
No, that's not normal.
Yes, it is.
No. Zulu. That wait. Let me say it. Zulu. It should be normal. She should be normal, but she's not normal.
My bad. My bad. Because my hunting ground is in Africa, and Uganda to be specific, bro. So So you can type in right now the most
Oh,
perfect
I
woman
gotta
in the
laugh
world right now. It
because
pops Uganda.
wait a minute, Zulu. Wait a minute, Zulu.
Goddamn, what's natural and maybe not, maybe a little bit.
I don't.
My bad.
I don't know why my hunting ground tickled me, but that was funny to me. I don't know
Hunting
why.
ground?
But my hunting ground is in Africa. When he
Bro,
said that, I just thought.
I don't have this like for me, cause like when people be like, all right, bro, I saw this bad chick and she was the most gorgeous thing I ever seen. Then I showed them my chick with my chick that I was messing with her, right? We kind of I was like, I F with her, right? But I had a little I showed her and they be like, damn, bro, that's the baddest woman I ever seen. And then me, I be sitting there like, bro, and you in Uganda, this I went to the club with my chick when I right and still like, I used to kind of big her up, but when I reality when I took her to the club, and I'm seeing at least 500 different versions of my about the same girl that I'm messing with. I'm sitting here like, oh damn, I'm treating you like you goddamn this would have really hit me how tough the competition is and how really bad it is out there, right? For if you a woman, right? When I was seeing like 35 or 500 versions of my girl necessarily, I'm sitting here like, oh shit, I didn't really gotta do all this shit I've been doing. That's when it hit me. I was like, now I understand, right? Because
well, look, she is a pleasant looking young woman, but I would agree with Zulu. I mean, dude, man, you can grab. Look, if you could randomly grab some chicks out of Uganda or Kenya or whatever.
Kenya, bro, please.
Put them on a 3-month workout program and get their hair did and a decent makeup job, and you got the same shit.
I'm gonna keep that in mind. I'm gonna keep that in mind.
Part of the problem is beauty is much more abundant than we
natural
believe
beauty
it to be.
Exactly.
It is.
And
But
that's why I am
the problem
outsourcing right now. The first place I am looking to outsource as of right now is Colombia.
Oh yeah, that's nice. That's nice.
Well,
by the way, Zulu.
But the truth is, you can go in any country, brother. Any country.
I got you. I got you, sir.
And with a decent training program.
Right now, I'm shifting my whole shit. I am coming after Latinas, and I am coming with all the guns.
But
I just want to say this.
I'm saying you can go into any country, any Latin American country. Real talk.
I got you. No.
You can go into any Latin American country.
Shout out to Pass and shout
Wait a minute, y'all. Let Black Guru land with that. Let Black Guru land with that.
That's all right.
Go ahead,
You can go into any Latin American country. Grab you up a 21, 22-year-old. Get her maybe some dental improvements. Probably, maybe braces or some shit.
Good luck.
You know, like I say, a 3-month training program, and you're in the upper, in terms of American women, you're in the upper 85 percentile automatically in like a 3-month period. Like so,
here's the problem.
I mean,
wait, Black Guru, because you use different type of language. Upper 85 percentile for y'all is the top 15%. Black Guru say it said backwards in that terminology. Yeah, go ahead, Black Guru.
Right. I mean, and my point is, you've been so degraded mentally in terms of your expectation of women that you don't know we're seeing actually in America, you're seeing probably the worst grade of women.
Yes. Yeah, you are. I agree.
The worst grade. So then when you
agree.
see that young woman, and okay, she looks nice, but I don't see
my screen.
Hey. I was comparing her. No. Here's the thing. I was comparing her compared to stateside. Just stateside. That's what I was saying.
Okay.
She is of the 1% here stateside.
Mr. Z, go to my screen.
But here's the problem.
That's the comparison I was making. But I know that's why I'm like, fuck that. I'm gonna go where my chances are higher overseas. So I'm 100% behind you in what you're saying, Ruru. I got you, sir. 100%. I got what you're saying.
Yeah. Now, and that's
why
why
wouldn't let me add it? Give me a second, Zulu. Go ahead, Black Guru. I'm sorry.
I mean, that's why I always say, spread your wings, brothers, fly, because we got a very limited, circumscribed view of our economic opportunities, of our romantic opportunities, of our mating and reproduction opportunities, family opportunities, we're far too limited in what we think is available to us. We're far too limited.
Exactly.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
And it makes us over exaggerate. Like looking at this woman here. Now let's be real.
Normal, bro.
You can put this outfit on. You could go to Ghana or whatever. Put this outfit on her. Put some hair in her head. You got the same shit.
Normal where I'm from.
No, I got you, and that's what I'm saying. I got you, and that's a problem. And that's a problem. The biggest problem here in America is that chick that we shared we're talking about. That is considered the top 1%, as opposed to that girl that what you're showing or any other girl is like that's considered normal. I'm like, it's completely the upside down world over here.
Let me read this real quick, and I agree with you on that line. And Leon says, I have commented many times for him talking about FD signifier to stop saying nigga and these niggas as a whole ain't shit. But he has a education ? Black Uru, he is from the north side, so north side of Chicago. Black Uru, to answer your question.
That's probably a problem right there. That's if he's from the north side, that I won't get into that. But go ahead.
Isn't that the more suburban Negroes type joint?
It's kind of spotty up there. Most black folks in Chicago are from the west side or the south side. North side niggas, the families usually very often trying to look for opportunities, better school, which is fine, but very often they get mixed up or tied up into some different kinds of mixed environments, and they got mixed motivations and shit. And Chicago is a very segregated city anyway, and because it's so ultra segregated, if you're outside of certain parameters of where black people are, there's no telling what kind of bullshit you might be on. Like real talk.
Well, I mean, like he's in Atlanta now, and he's been there for a little minute, from my understanding.
Oh, by the way, Zulu.
What's up, bro?
Because first of all, I know you. What I'm about to say, you can vouch for it because you know where the hell I'm going with this. When you head to Uganda, especially in around Kampala, if you go to Kenya, especially in Nairobi, in around, or in some cases even Mombasa, it's not just the local women you go. You're gonna see all kinds of East African women over there.
Yeah, exactly.
I would vouch with it because even my own brethren are down there. You got a lot of Eritreans, Ethiopians down in Uganda for business and work.
They got their own section.
They got their own sections, and you see a lot of Ugandans trying to speak our mother tongues, everything, just to communicate them. When one of my partners is down in Uganda, he's had Ugandan brothers come up to him and say, "Excuse me, my brother, how do I get with an Eritrean woman? They're very exotic women, and everything like that." Even though this brother of mine, he's with the Ugandan chick himself.
Bro, like this,
look, you can go into every country in Africa and make superstars all over the goddamn country.
Damn right.
You can go into every country in Africa. The variety of beauty potential in Africa is magnitudes greater than any other region on this planet.
I want to
all the different body types, all the different
slender, big,
skin color and texture is just so much. And
Madagascar intends to women.
The only limitation on it is usually just the resources allocated towards accentuating their beauty. But if you go to a random country in Africa and take a woman and give her the bullshit they got over here, she's gonna kill all these hoes. It don't matter what country you go to, because first of all, they're going to be unadulterated by the bullshit that happened over here. Let's be real. So she's gonna be much more natural. She's gonna be much more consistent in what she is. Authentic. Over here, there's a lot of bullshit that has been done to us, frankly. So you're going to be dealing with with a pure form of whatever she is. And that right there is going to give her an advantage. That's why they always go over to East Africa or whatever and grab those girls up and turn them into supermodels. Because they can't replicate that shit over here.
Prime
They can't
example
do that
would
over
be
here.
the prime example would be some of those women from South Sudan, because they are some of the darkest women you ever seen, and a lot of them they make that they can rock the short hair or even the bald head and look amazing.
And that body type, they can't do that body type anywhere
They
else on
can't
earth.
because they're long and slender. Because first of all, if you go to South Sudan or parts of Kenya and whatnot, the women are naturally that tall. They're tall and slender because that's the part of their genetic makeup. They're not because of the region they come from.
And when the white girls are skinny, they look fucking weak and anorexic. But
Emaciated.
those girls look powerful. As thin as they are, they look powerful.
Yeah.
You can't replicate that everywhere else on earth.
Let me read this real quick, you guys.
Yeah,
and
Madagascar and Tanzania got some beautiful women.
Real quick, Nemo, real quick, y'all. And Jade says, Z, you need to take your red pill to every day. I'm talking about FD. Talking about me being a bit too gracious with FD. I hear you.
I think you respect his credentials, and I think you give him credit for being more than what he is. At least that's my impression.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest with myself, I agree with you, Black Rule. I for me, it's both a defensive mechanism, but it's also my way of not challenging a person in a certain way and allowing them to speak. That way we can flush out, because when you start challenging people, they start closing up, and then they start not actually telling you what they really mean, right? What they're
give
really
them the rope,
saying.
basically.
Yeah, and then you're giving the person the rope to hang themselves with, but it's not just that. It's because if it was just a conversation with me, that would be different. But it's a conversation that other people hopefully listen to and engage with, and you can see where I'm wrong, and if you have an issue with that, but then you can also see where what FD is proposing you wouldn't want for your life or for your sons, right?
Yeah.
And quite frankly, you don't even want that. You don't want your daughters to end up with those men that would be okay with being okay with women talking like this about men.
Well, see,
Right?
this is what I dislike about FD. On the point of his sons. See, I know how Negroes like him think. He thinks it ain't gonna happen to his son. Fuck the rest
he
of
thinks
y'all
he's shit
sons.
special, bro.
Yeah.
You know that I mean, real talk. That's how those these elitist types. You know, because he's from a special background. He's a special Negro, so my sons are special too. So damn what I set up that might sabotage your sons. Your sons ain't my sons, so whatever the fuck they put
that's
together,
exactly what he's doing.
and they get caught up in that bullshit, so be it. You know, that's what I don't like about his type.
Yeah.
But that's what I said. But I was saying that. But I was saying that though. I was saying that about his son. I was like, all right, you keep thinking that. The next thing you know, you're gonna walk in, gonna catch your son listening to Myron.
Ooh.
What in all types of blue hell did you have to go there?
I mean, I do think that, and I think he's probably a great father. I think that don't mean nothing. I keep on saying this. Y'all fool y'all Sims heads up with this bullshit. You think, bro, we've been watching men and women, and particularly in the Black community, try to mitigate for the BS their sons are gonna run to as they hit puberty, as the girls hit puberty, and your son run into that, and okay, fine, we're children. But the second they become adults and they run into that, the next thing you know, he's bringing a Latina home for dinner. Y'all just can't mitigate for that real ass.
Well,
so this is what they on.
You speak like he don't already know that's gonna happen, and that's assuming it ain't already happened.
Hey, you listen to the
when I
Friend Zone
say
Hall of Fame,
I think
man.
I think he's a grifter. My point is, his son's probably already got Latina girlfriend. So
I think the oldest one may not be old enough yet. I think the oldest one is probably like not even 10, maybe 10, 11, maybe 12, something like that. So yeah,
that ain't too early. That ain't too early for some little Latina girl to grab hold to your son. Have y'all observed it? These little Latina girls?
They get this going in middle school, elementary.
Yeah, good point.
They like
I
playing Poppy and everything.
I got one more thing for you, real quick. Hold on.
Go. Okay, when you're ready. Yeah, so that was and Joe says, I guess I'll read this one now. And Joe says FD came through to make peace on stream, and the comments grilled him on his lack of palatable propaganda. Cynthia
Palatable.
was palatable propaganda. Cynthia was even yelling from the Hell Cube. Oh yeah, you talking about Cynthia G? Yeah,
You
yeah,
talking
no,
about
she was,
symbiote?
yeah, yeah. No, Cynthia G was really, really, and Synthetic G, I guess, was
Iron Banks.
she was trolling him from the comments. She was, and it was kind of sad to see because FD wasn't going up there for that necessarily. They were originally speaking about like police, um like Cop City, um qualified immunity and all that other stuff. And FD went up there to pretty much say defund the police. And from the leftist perspective, it's not literally get rid of the police, especially not overnight, right? But once again, they went into the DV conversation. And when they say DV conversation, what they're really saying is we need cops to regulate these niggas first. That's what all of that is about. Especially when you know the
Well,
DV
again,
numbers and you
that's
know how
all the
women
more
engage in
reason
it.
why. That's all the more reason why I don't like them guys. Because
Yeah.
them guys will clip your nuts and hand them over to these bitches.
But
That's
Z,
why I don't like
at
them
the
kind
same
of guys.
time, at the same time,
That's
Z,
why I don't like
which,
them guys.
what you said already came to fruition at that moment when you said,
Yeah.
"Watch you say something on the grill. Watch they roast your ass." And what happened?
Yeah, oh no, they was roasting him in the comments.
Roast his
But
ass.
I think FD already knows that that's these people, the men that we're speaking about, they know that they think it's okay. They think that the women responding that way and reacting that way is warranted. They're like, you know what? I do represent black men, and we are foul, and women are on the right side of history. So I'm just getting the brunt of their anger and their
Let me
rage,
tell
and
y'all
it's
something.
understandable.
Let me tell y'all something. Do not. I'm gonna tell you young men something. Listen to me. Do not let Kamala Harris become president. I'm serious.
Yep.
Like I'm not even. I mean, and I'm making this statement because it's relevant to what we're talking about right now.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let that shit happen. You think y'all having problems with these women now?
Yeah.
You think you having problems with them now? Let one of them, and I know we debated what the hell she is, which was some bullshit, because everybody know that is a identified ADOS woman. That's what she is. She didn't take her ass to Howard and pledge AKA to not be a
he is
black woman.
self-deprecating.
Come on off the bullshit. So y'all don't want that to happen in this country. You know, I mean, it's going the moment she goes in there, they're coming after this environment. Best believe. The shit that's gonna happen in the schools in this country, in the universities in this country, with a president that can control how what federal monies go to universities in this country. What do you think is gonna happen? You know, if they're complaining about this kind of stuff now, and if they're trying, you know, abort black male babies and all that kind of shit happens now, what do you think is gonna happen when one of them is president? Like for real.
Scary thought.
Yeah.
Scary thought.
Let me.
You know,
Let's.
I mean,
Go ahead,
go
Black
ahead.
Girl. Go. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I'm just saying that. And here's the thing: this is what you guys, these young men, don't realize. This is what y'all don't. And I understand why you don't. I'm not saying it to demean you, but it's what I've observed. You know, I have sisters, I have daughters, I have what bitches don't fight fair.
No, they fight.
They don't fight fair. Not ever.
Back in. Never.
They don't ever expect to have a fair fight. So if that means that, like I say, they dedicate $1 billion in the budget for whatever reason, the federal budget to crush the black manosphere, that should have happened.
And don't put it beyond
being fair.
Don't think it's beyond them. Don't think it's beyond
Yeah.
them. It is definitely
Yeah. If I got to
possible.
trick this up in such a way where it's considered to be some threat to America and society, which is very easy to do. They've already created the language for it. They've
Yes.
already created these fallacious links to incidents, that have occurred with isolated individuals and all that kind of stuff. They've created a list, and black men are on that list, aren't they?
Yes.
So don't put it past you that they come pretty hard for this shit if Kamala becomes president.
Oh yeah,
They're not
Mr. Z,
above
Wait, I'm gonna let Black Rule have the last word, y'all, because Mr. Z got things to do, and we've been streaming for damn near 8.5 hours. Ooh, these marathons, right? But go ahead and finish up Black Rule, and then we'll. And Electrician 480, thank you for the super chat, and it's a perfect super chat to end out. He says, "Salute, Z, salute, brother, salute." And go ahead, Black Rule.
She can't become president.
Yeah.
As ghastly as it sounds, there is a metric between now and November that she could become president, and it will require some missteps on the part of Donald Trump,
Of course,
and some help from interested parties. But there is a way that could happen, and I don't, if you go back to what Z presented here, his initial thesis, imagine all of that in a world in which there's a ADOS identified black female president. Imagine what happens.
The horror. The horror.
I mean, it's a real issue. It's a real concern. And so, thanks as always for having me, Z. I hope I didn't take up too much of it.
No, let's see. It's just let's see.
No, you always welcome, and you might not to be welcome till you don't start that damn channel.
Right. and on that note, y'all. All right, y'all. On that note, we'll pause right there. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content, and Missy tripping. And y'all have a great rest of y'all day. Go check out other Black Manosphere content. Go touch some grass. Mr. Z about to go touch some grass. Y'all have a great rest of y'all day. All right, Z out, y'all.